Looks like we got it, race fans. Trying to get a lot of equipment to play nice together here. And it looks like we've got all of our equipment playing nice. We've got our cars on the racetrack. So getting close to that magic time out back, Andy. Welcome to all the race fans joining us on ShortTrackTV. It looks like a bunch of you are already staged and ready to go. Outback Andy, it's good to have you here. We just finished up with qualifying on another feed. It's time for opening ceremonies and then time to get rolling. What do you think, Andy?
Yes, it is, Kenny Shepard, and tonight we have 20-odd late models tonight, and we have some absolute superstars in the field tonight. We had some of our TV racers in the field tonight, so I'm really looking forward to it's pretty much a sprint race. Normally we'd have an 80-lap race on MAV TV, or if it's one of the bigger races, it would be longer. But tonight, I believe 40-lap sprint race tonight for our late models. And qualifying was very, very tight. I can tell you that Jeremy Doss laid down a blistering lap, got into the 14-second bracket tonight, and look for him to be super, super fast. We're getting ready for opening ceremonies tonight, Kenny Shepard.
Very close to opening ceremonies. You'll see all the cars on the track. I hear, let's listen in to Dean Gray. We're listening to it. Sounds like that was the last one. We're about ready to go then.
All the one to come out. So, well, look at that on a nice summer's day here in Madera. The breeze is flying down there, flying that nut up sign down there, and our national flag down there in turn one, flying proudly in the breeze here at Madera Speedway. Wow, great weather here for racing. This is just a comfortable. Unfortunately, no fans in the stands, but we will...
We'll have our fans back very shortly, and right now we've got this free live feed courtesy of NutUp and Competition Carburation. Now it is time for our opening ceremonies. We're going to send it down for our very own, or to our very own, King Coventry with the invocation, and we'll have the national anthem. All those beautiful flags. You can just pick a flag, fans. If you're watching us on our broadcast, you can pick any flag you want. Down to King Coventry for the invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight with a great deal of thanks. Thanks for allowing us to be here, to be a part of this program, and to be a part of this racetrack as it's been since day one. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask you drivers that they do a good job tonight and know that there's only going to be one winner, but God is with each and every one of you people. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with the promoters and the crew, the numerous people that are involved in this speedway, and all underneath your guidance and your direction. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank all the crew members. You have no idea the number of people that are involved in each one of these cars. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask these things in the name of the Lord Jesus and Savior. Amen.
Thank you, King Coventry. Now it's time for our national anthem. We'll send it right back down to Michael and the guys are down there. Our favorite part of the evening.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight on the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave
thank you very much. Nice job. Outback Andy Foster, what do you think about tonight's racing setup here? I know you're happy. You're over there smiling. You're finally back at a racetrack.
Yeah, back at a racetrack and getting to go down to Victory Lane tonight. I love doing that down there. So, yeah, just looking at some of the comments from a little preview I did on my Facebook to tell people to come and watch us tonight.
See, Outback Andy gets distracted very easily. He's over here smiling ear to ear while we're going live for a huge audience here.
Why wouldn't you smile, Kenny Shepherd, when you see some of the best late models on the West Coast here tonight, and you know that they've only got 40 laps to get it on tonight and get it done?
Well, in a big tune-up race with 20 of them.
It's
yeah,
rush
absolutely.
hour from the green flag. There is no, like our other late model races where we do a 50 lap and then a 30 lap shootout to the end. Tonight, you can ride, normally you can ride for 50 laps and then put yourself in a position to be in that top 5 to the shootout for the last 30 laps. Tonight, when we drop the green flag, you better go. You better be on it tonight. You better be arms up on the wheel. You better pull those belts tight, very, very tight, because it is going to get extreme. The track is warm, so it's going to be pretty tacky out there tonight. And the fast times, we already see it. The cars are fast, so it's going to be a great race tonight.
Yeah, the track's pretty hooked up, preparing that high side groove, getting ready for next week. We've got all the cameras loaded up, so we'll have a lot of action, multiple divisions from you tonight, or for you. Right now, we're working on a few cameras. Josh is going to work on our flag stand cam. We've got a little flicker in that one. Everything else is locked down and loaded and solid. So I think one of our guys will get over to Josh and get him to work on that signal for us right now. And I think we're set pretty good. Outback Andy Foster, first main event, actually first heat race, pardon me, will be the Junior Late Model Exhibition heat race. And then we'll roll right on through the program from Toyota sedans, MSTs, a little bit of hot lapping from a Bandolero that'll be in the TV show next week. And we'll finish up with that late model main event. 20 cars strong for a club race. That typically was kind of the number we saw last year a lot, 18, 19, 20, sometimes 23. And for those of you joining us at Short Track TV, give us a shout out, as Stephen Blakesley likes to say. Where are you at? Let us know what town you're from. If you're at a racetrack, especially let us know. I think Stephen Blakesley will chime in here shortly because he's at a racetrack.
He is at a racetrack tonight. He's off doing some micros tonight. And
Delta Speedway,
yes,
right?
I have. And very good friends of our family last night. Their daughter ran second in the restricted last night. So congratulations to that team last night. Getting it done last night, second place in the restricted. And they're moving her up to opens, and their sister's moving up into that car next year. So they're be good to see them get a good result tonight. A lot of racing going around the country tonight. So a lot of racing all over the country, a lot of it without fans in the stands, and some counties and states allowing fans back in the stands, but on very limited levels. So very limited levels, and hopefully it won't be long before in California we get fans back in the stands. I'm looking down there at some of our late models. We'll talk about that number 19 sitting right down there, or the 18. That's Daytona Spicola in the CMM Graphics Radical Race Gear car. So that's Daytona down there.
Yep, and you want to guess what the sister's name is again?
We went down this. It is Bristol. Yes,
Bristol and Daytona.
Bristol.
What cool names.
Yeah.
Sound like they had intentions of having race car drivers, didn't they?
They certainly did. Yeah, they certainly did.
Yeah, it looks like we're still working on one camera. It's a little bit shaky for some reason. We've got an odd feed. We fought it last week as well. We changed all the cables and power blocks. And so our speed cam that normally shows Flagman Frank, you call him Flaggy Frank on our MAV TV show.
Yep.
Yeah, that shows that growl and that scowl that he has on that look from the eyes. And race car drivers making their way back down. Now we've got that feed good. In, out. Let's leave it right there. Let's just try that. What you'll see first is our Junior Late Model Exhibition race. We've got 2, 4, 6. Yeah, looks like one's not starting down there. They're working on it. But we'll start with the Junior Late Model Exhibition race. Quan's going to make a run down to the track real quick and look at this. I'll be talking to him. And he's going to take a look. Now, what we normally do here, and you'll see the race fans that join us next week, We'll see a lot of behind-the-scenes look and a lot of behind-the-scenes action. So why don't you fans schedule it, look and make sure you join us next Saturday night, because you will see an actual MAV TV televised event while it's being filmed when we live stream it.
It's been really cool next week, something we haven't done here at Madera before. Kenny Shepard, it's like old times for you and I. We're like the first 3 years of MAV TV where we spent our time together on Madera Racing on MAV TV in the booth together. And of course, a couple of years ago, you decided to move over to more of a production role.
More production.
Slid Stephen Blakeslee in, brought on Jason Galvin, and we got a lot more firepower coming this year.
Well, and you know
for TV shows.
how much this TV show's grown up. And let's give a shout out to a few people. Davey Munoz. Are you proud to be an American? Let's go racing.
We are proud to be an American.
We are proud to be an American.
Munoz, we are proud to be an American, and I know Davey Munoz, an announcer here in California for many, many years. Davey always says that at the racetrack. Are you proud to be an American?
Yeah, and I'll bet he was proud seeing all those flags out there. Pam Silva, hope you guys have a great night racing. Wish we could be there. We wish you could be here too, but we're glad to bring you the feed. I know where Pam and Jeff Silva are at. They've got a fire pit over there in Aptos, beautiful area, and they're probably sitting out on their porch with a giant screen television with that fire pit that they might even be using over there. Sometimes it's foggy this time of year. And let's see, who else? We've got a Bakersfield, Rosa from Bakersfield, California. Stephen Blakeslee tuning in from Delta Speedway Summer Sizzler with 79 micros. Good job, Stephen. That track is loaded with talent. We've got, thank you guys for the feed. Dan from Santa Cruz. Bakersfield, Santa Rosa, front porch, that's cool. Northern Oregon.
Are just waking up. They'll be on soon. They're just waking up right now.
What? Australian, your friends are they're just waking up. We've got
Sunday morning.
We've got Oregon. We've got a little bit of everybody in here. They're jumping from all over the place. So yeah, Outback Andy Foster, when he's on, typically what happens is Nathan Tucker, as Jim Geiger's chimed in and mentioned Nathan Tucker, really good SRL racer. But yeah, Outback Andy Foster, when he's on this feed with us, what always happens, we get a lot of Australians watching.
Funny about that.
Yep. You've got a big following down there still, don't you?
Yep.
Or a lot of friends. One
Hey,
of the two. Probably a lot of family.
Getting back to the Davey Munoz, are you proud to be an American?
Yep.
I want to go back because a lot of people probably don't even know this, and a lot of people clued in. I can actually include myself in that, even though I'm Australian, because some years ago I became a full-blooded American by becoming an American citizen.
And I've told people you're probably the most proud American, probably other than David Munoz.
Yeah.
But you're a very proud American. Race fans are getting ready to roll this. They're working on a car. While we do that, we're going to roll a little intro for you. And let's see if Juan's got it spooled up and ready to roll. It looks like he does. So we'll be right back with you here in just a second to start the junior late model race. Looks like they're getting ready to roll off. We're going to go ahead and roll this little intro for you. All right, we're back, race fans.
Yeah, welcome back to Madera Speedway. Let's talk about some of the cars on the racetrack. Kenny Shepard driving the number 7 14-year-old racer out of Rockland in the Turn 4 distribution sinister diesel entry. One of the young lady racers, it's Kenna Mitchell. We turn our attention to the number 15, Haley Lyles, 14-year-old racer out of Dinuba in the All-Star Towing Color Motorsports entry. The number 18, Daytona Spigola in the CSM Graphics Radical Race Gear entry. The number 19, Brody Armstrong, who was the 2019 Rosal Junior Champion, so we've got a hot shoe in the field tonight. We've also got Calvin Hedgie there. Calvin Hedgie in the 48 entry. Calvin Hedgie has been a big improver in our late model division. He is out of Sacramento, and tell you what, race fans, he has improved all the time. He races for Select Environmental, Lash Out Beauty Bar. He's a 15-year-old racer.
Very competitive. He's advanced his game a lot, and we've got 6 junior late models. What this is, race fans, this is not the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. This is a tune-up race. So we'll bring new drivers in, brand new drivers to cut their teeth. And then the other thing that we have is drivers that are tuning up for the TV race. Later this evening, you will see, actually coming up heat races here shortly, you'll see the late models. So you have some TV stars, some of the young juniors that jump in with the pro drivers, and then you've got our drivers that are competing for the championship in the Madera late models.
Yep. You got the 91 of Jesse Burks. Jesse Burks in the John Krebs Racing Swiss Springs. Interesting about Jesse Burks. Jesse Burks was one of our original junior late model racers. Lily Mead moved up to the senior division this year, so that leaves Jesse Burks as the only original from when we started the junior late models, 10 to 16-year-old racers.
And guess what? Guess what? I always like cutting Outback Andy off. We do this to each other all the time. Guess what, Outback Andy?
What's that?
Lights are out.
Lights out.
Lights are out. It's time to rock and roll.
Yep.
Jesse Burks on the pole. Time to rock and roll. Sliding around the corner. Race fans, what they're looking for is a nice even start. The 91 car will pull the trigger first. There's a start box down there in the corner. Pulls the trigger nicely. We're going to go to...
There we go. Heads up between Jesse Burks and Calvin Hedgie. They are a couple of very experienced junior late model racers. I tell you what, they've got company, because here comes Brody Armstrong now. Brody Armstrong, that 14-year-old racer. I tell you what, wow, you can reverse that. You got the 91 leading, and that 19, the reverse of the 91 to the inside of Calvin Hedgie. This is heads up down in nice right turn. I tell you what, the John Krebs car is a nice ride for Jesse Burks. Jesse's showing his experience, spends a lot of time out there on the dirt in dirt modifieds, and he's other exploits in dirt, but he's doing a great job, Kenny Shepard. But here's trouble, because Armtrout is the big mover.
Big battle for second. Andy can talk for a long time, as we know, and we like to hassle each other all the time. Look at this Outback Andy. Big battle for second. Really a nice pace. I'm not sure if you got your My Laps up. What kind of lap times were they running there?
We'll have a look at that right now, Kenny Shepard, for the laps.
19 car of Armtrout actually looks like he's tracking the leader down just a little bit of Burks to me. Nice steady pace. The cars out back are real smooth as well, and looking pretty solid right now up front. Jesse Burks looks really good in that John Krebs ride. It looks like we got a battle, or a potential battle, for second place.
To give you an idea, last lap, Jesse Burks ran a 15.679. His best lap has been a 15.658. That was on lap number 4. He's got to get a move on, because I tell you what, Armtrout is there. 3 cars in a row. It's Jesse Burks, Armtrout, and Calvin Hedgie.
Looks like we should be coming to the white flag this time by. We'll see Josh swinging it in the air. A little bit of a battle for position there for second, but yeah, Juan did a great job. He's got our flag camera fixed right there, so we're going to track down the leader of Jesse Burks, and he's going to pick up, I don't want to jinx it, Steven, every time he talked about a driver last week and he could get him to spin up, it looks like Jesse Burks comes to the start finish, Andy.
Checker flag coming out this time, and Jesse Burks takes out the heat win for our junior late model exhibition over Brody Armtrout, the Rosal champion. Then you go back to Calvin Hedgie, and then after that will be Haley Lyles, Kenna Mitchell, and the 18 entry of Daytona's McCullough. Everybody getting through that junior exhibition race. This is just a tune-up. Remember, next week, all our TV stars will be back with us for their main event, brought to you by 5150. 10 to 16-year-olds, the best 10 to 16-year-olds in the country at Madera Speedway.
That is a heck of a tune-up race for Jesse Burks. That's a ride, like we've mentioned several times, with the John Krebs team, a famous race team from Cup Racing to, you know, quite the operation there. Big-time K&N West, ARCA West team, and Jesse Burks in his first drive picks up a win, smooth as can be. John was coaching him last night, and as people know, we can tap into different audio signals from around here, and John was really doing a lot of coaching. He's got Jesse really rolling, not overdriving the car. Looks good. I mean, that could be a winning car even next week's race if they put something together. Very impressive.
Yes, very impressive from Jesse Burks.
All right, what's on the track right now, Outback Andy?
We're coming up with some Toyota sedans. This is our, probably for our sedans, this is the most entry-level division we have at Madera Speedway. So we'll let them get lined up, and we'll let you know who is in this race.
Dylan Baptiste is saying hi. Kenny, you know me from the Bandolero racing. We certainly
Yes, we
do. Huh?
Sure do.
Charlotte Landers chimed in. Gary Hogan. Gary Hogan used to write stories for me. What did we call him, Gary? Shepherd Racing Chronicles. Way back '93, we were winning down here a lot. Helped me out, do a lot of press. Kind of was a Stephen Blakesley of his time. We've got a lot of people chiming in. Old Cajon Speedway. Someone from Cajon. Let's go up to Pam. You know us too well. We have a fire tonight. Isn't that something, Andy? Burning up over here. We've got a fire in the sky, but Pam has a fire going over there.
Well, the thing about it is it's going to be about half the temperature over in Aptos than it is here in Madera right
gorgeous.
now.
You know what's funny? When we go over there, back when the campgrounds were all open down at the beach, state park there, at the cement ship, we would go down and hang around. I prayed and wished for fog, and I was so happy when it was foggy, and the locals wanted to see sun all the time. So we break away from the fog here. 4 Toyota sedans. What we're doing, heat race, this is club racing. And so what we've done was one by one, the shows are getting just a little bit bigger that we're hosting, and it looks like Josh is pretty happy with the start.
Yeah,
Green
pretty
flags
happy
out.
with the start. I can tell you that the 33 is Andrew Parr out of Madera in the pearl sheet metal entry. The 3C is Wyatt Cantrell out of Fresno, supported by Dad and Bert Stevens Racing. The 13, Mr. Spooky himself, from Nightmare Racing in the Bower Sox Motorsports, Fancy Eagle Bazan Racing, number 13. Our former track announcer here, JJ Branston. The 301 calls himself Tommy Reckless. He put that on his bio, not us. It's Thomas Magray out of Fresno in the Bert Stevens Racing Tower District Records, a Palm and Olive Antiques car. So this is a little heat race for our entry level, the most entry level division we have at Madera Speedway. Kenny Shepherd.
Yeah, and it looks like Thomas McGray, I thought he was really going to track Andrew down, but it looks like Andrew's a little bit smoother through the center. Boy, Thomas McGray, he gets up on the wheel. Now, he left a little real estate right there out by the wall. You see, he wasn't using the whole track, so that might cost him a little speed. We're going to jump back to JJ right now. Matt's got the camera on
Mr.
JJ.
Spooky.
Like you said, it's a good thing there's nobody in the stands. Why?
Yeah, well, you know, wheel could fall off and go over the stands. JJ could, like, end up over the stands, whatever. JJ, we were calling JJ Crash Branston, then we went to Mr. Spooky because he had that green last year with the black. Now he's painted the car a black color or dark gray color, not green, but he still has the green on it for Nightmare Racing.
You see the green roll cage in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It calls him, we call it Mr. Spooky, he calls it Nightmare Racing, and that in itself is a thing that he calls it, not us. They have it on the hood of the car, so that explains JJ, right?
Meanwhile, back up front, lap 5 coming to lap 6 of this little
We
heat
love
race. And that 33 car looks awful strong out back in.
Yeah, it does. Andrew Pine, normally they'll, last year they had out the Pearl Sheet Melee, they would bring out the 3 of their cars and they would start them 3 wide. It was pretty cool from that team with the rest of the Pearl Sheet Metal cars. And Andrew Barr, the only one out here tonight. The white flag from, I think that's Josh in the stand tonight. Josh in the stand tonight.
Yep, that's Josh.
Yep.
Frank, speaking of the coast.
Frank's around somewhere.
No, he's over in Pismo. Pam and Jeff Silver hanging out in Aptos.
Yep.
And our flagman, Frank's saving that arm. You know, he's not a spring chicken anymore, and he's saving that arm. Checkered flags out for Andrew Parr. Nice smooth run, but Frank's saving that right arm.
Thomas Magray second. The Nightmare Racing entry. JJ Branston. We love JJ.
I think JJ lost the draft.
Yeah, lost the draft.
He lost the draft. He got pulled out of the draft. But like I was saying, Frank McBee, he's over on the coast resting. So hopefully he's drinking with his left hand and saving that right hand for the MAV TV show next week.
For JJ, this is like Talamadera. Lost the draft.
Yep, Talamadera instead of Talladega, huh? Yeah. MST's coming out. We should have, well, let's see, who's on the pole? They're out back in to give us that lineup over there.
We don't actually have the lineup. We'll just get them as they come
There you
out
go.
the gate. But I can tell you that the 2019 Rookie of the Year will be the first car that makes his way out onto the racetrack. And that is Carl Labrie. Carl Labrie is out of Fresno, racing for Tim Pilcher and Pilcher Farms. Behind him, the number 40, that is Dirtbird Stevens, the 2017 Madera Speedway MST champion. He's out of Carruthers, and the Carruthers Engine Parts Davis Tire entry. The other cars out there, let's take a look at them. The 21, Mr. Leap himself. This is the Sportsmobile entry, supported by Leap. Out of Clovis, Patrick Geiger. Then you go to the other 21, his teammate, long-time racer here at Madera Speedway, out of Clovis in the Leap entry, the 21X, Jason Kearns. You're the 58 out of Fresno, California. It is Tim Cameron, the Wooden Shoe Motorsports Leap. How about that, Kenny?
Wooden Shoe. I love that name. Wooden Shoe Motorsports.
Yeah,
love
Wooden
that.
Shoe Motorsports, Tim Cameron.
One to go. Lights are out back,
The
Andy.
final car out there, well, we got 2 cars left out there to talk about. Out of Clovis, it's Dennis Brandon, the number 11 in the Bert Stevens Racing Power Stride entry. The final car out there is the new driver to Madera. Out of Madera in the Fantasy Deagles entry, the number 2, it is Haley Bug.
Getting ready to roll around the corner to the green flag start box. There's someone we're missing, both the Reynolds boys.
Yes.
Ryan Reynolds is watching us right now. They had
Yes,
a
they
huge
blew up and
crash,
crashed
big
last
crash
week,
down there, took both cars out. Luckily, they've got a throw-out race, keep them in the championship. Glad we can have this feed. Green flag's out back, Andy. Who's going to take it?
Oh.
That number 9 car that I love the number, or Dirtbird Stevens on the outside. The outside's got a lot of grip right now. We really knocked that line down. Let's get back up here to the front. Put a lot of VHT on the outside. King Coventry with some of the magic sauce, and that top side should be a lot better to those fans watching this week. It's not slip and slide, it's hooked up there.
Labrie is under pressure from both sides. He's moved down to the inside now, but he had Dirtbird up on the high line. He had Patrick Geiger, Mr. Leap. This is a Sportsmobile MSTs. MST, for the people out there, stands for Modified Super Toyota. These are a 4-cylinder modified, running a Toyota power plant in them. And I tell you what, Kenny Shepard, the Kyle Labrie, the rookie from last year, doing a great job up front, leading Mr. Leap and the 2017 champion Dirtbird Stevens.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in one place, but I'll tell you what, that 9 car looks really good. It'd be interesting if Sean and Ryan Reynolds were here tonight, as fast that 9 car is, because they put on some really good shows last year.
They come out in turn number 4. Tell you what is looking good is this battle between Mr. Leap, Patrick Geiger, and Dirtbird Stevens.
Right there on your monitor, and you know what? Don't speak too fast, because they are closing in on the leader.
Yes, they are closing in
that.
on
Patrick's
Kyle Labrie.
really rolling right now. Look at, he has shrank that gap. Got a big battle for the lead coming up right now. We're lap 5 coming to 6. Yellow flag is out.
Oh,
turn
Kyle
4.
Labrie.
No, turn 4. Turn 4.
Yellow. Yeah, we got a car around. It's Haley Bug.
Yeah, Haley Bug, brand new driver, trying to figure things out here. She spun out a couple of times last week as well. She's trying to figure this thing out.
New driver. And that's
right
what,
up from quarter
club
midgets.
races are for. Yeah, for quarter midgets. And this is what our club events are for. We move people from different divisions, and they end up coming all the way through to our late models. And like our junior late models, for instance, we have a lot of quarter midget drivers like Joey East. Joey East was a quarter midget racer over here at Good Times, and
Speaking
last
of
year
Joey
became
East,
a champion here.
Speaking of Joey East, there was a documentary on MAV TV, Farm Boy to Champion, and for our fans watching tonight, we've got a little highlight clip of that. You talked about quarter midget racing. There's part of the clip in the documentary of him upside down, little bitty guy, upside down, crashing just wide open. The kid is Mike Nank and Tony Caputo and the guys talk about how this kid just turns into something completely different, Joey East, when he gets in the car.
Yeah,
Lights are out right now, Andy.
If you saw Joey in the pits, a quiet young kid out there, but man, oh man, he is loud behind the wheel. Here we go. Josh looking happy with the start for our guys, and wow, I don't know if that is going to be a start. I think it looked good down there. Yellow comes out as we come out of turn number 2.
Then we'll jump back over to turn number 4. It's hard to see, but CK is walking out across the track right now.
And we don't run race levers for our drivers, so our drivers have to go on what they see. They got down into turn 1, did not see the green. We did not put the green on. And we don't throw the yellow till we get out of turn 2. The reason we don't do that, we don't throw it in turn 1 because we don't want a whole pile up in the turn. We like them just to sort themselves out, and they realize that if they haven't seen the green light, by the time they got into one. They certainly didn't.
Okay, real quick,
out
Outback Andy, watch for CK down in turn 4. He's probably having a talk. He's rearranging some cars. But what you'll see CK do, he's watching for the start box. He's got hand signals. Stephen Blakesley and I talked about this last week. And those hand signals are signaling to the flagman whether it's a good start or not. He's basically standing down in that start box. So they're looking for the leader. Right now what they want to see is the leader with a slight lead, about a nose, so the 9 car can actually crawl up a little tighter. And if this were our late model division, our officials would be talking to the spotters. We do everything through spotters, just like NASCAR.
Needs to really get up there right now.
He's probably trying to time the start, would be my guess.
Trying to time the start. That is the line there. They can go any time between there, and the green will come out. So Labrie laid back a little bit too much, I think, that time. He should have had the nose
but he had
ahead.
a big run, a lot of forward bite off the top right there, and actually drove away from the 40-car Dirtbird Stevens.
New race leader, and there's some action back in the pack between Jason Kearns and Dennis Brannon. Brannon goes wide, allows Kearns and Camera to get through. So Kearns is on the move in that 21. He's seen the boss and the teammate up front leading this race. It's a new race leader from the green, and that is the 21 of Patrick Geiger. White flag is out, Kenny Shepard.
White flag is out. Patrick Geiger just smooth as can be. The 9 cars fast. Smoking Dirtbird Stevens in third. Boy, they look actually really good. And you slide back a little bit farther. We'll come off turn 4, heading to the checkered flag. Patrick Geiger, something else, Andy.
Yes, here's Patrick Geiger takes the win from Kyle Labrie, Bert Stevens, Jason Kearns, Dennis Brannon, Camera, and Haley Bug. You know, if the 21 of Patrick Geiger could put it together, he would win a lot more main events. He just needs to focus for the full term of the event, and he is a very good driver. That is a very fast car, and let's hope he finds his way to victory lane tonight as Kyle Labrie is stopped down there.
I think he's wanting to talk to CK about the start, or maybe CK wants to talk to him about the start. The problem there was he laid back too far. Yeah. You want to get up there, you give him a nose. You don't have to give him a half a car.
You can see they're down there now. So he's talking to him now and telling him, hey, you need not to be hanging back on the back straight. This still shouldn't be hanging back on the back straight.
No, and the rule is a nose.
Yep.
The rule's a nose. They don't want a car pulling back. Hobby Stock's taking the track now, and what we've got here is part of our regular camera crew. Zach is following the leaders for us, so Zach will stay locked down on the leader and won't move. Matt is our chase camera. And next week, people will get a really good look behind the scenes of how we film this, because we'll stream everything that we do. But we've got one camera tonight from the grandstands. It'll be on the leader only. And then we have another camera that's our chase camera. The chase camera, we spot for that camera, and in a situation like tonight, he's looking for the best action. And we've got 2 flag stand cameras for you, and then an interview cam.
Yeah, we got our hobby stocks on the racetrack, so we'll let you know all about these hobby stocks on the racetrack. And let's tell you, the 91, this driver, Dennis Saunders Jr., in the main line equipment entry. The car alongside Dennis Saunders is the 17.
17's birthday boy.
Yes, birthday boy, and he's racing for RCM, EBC Brakes. This is Donnie Large Jr. The other car out there, the 42, the Driven Animosity, A&M Business, fresh off the grill entry from downtown Merced. That's Manny Gonzalez Jr. That's our lineup for our hobby stock heat race here. And of course, we get a couple of guys that are hurt right now, not from racing, but and in fact, our champion from last year, Steve Schimmerhorn. So Dennis Saunders Jr. leads him out of turn number 2 from Donnie Large Jr. And oh no, there's a lot of smoke coming from the back of that 17 pickup truck. Or if that's a tire rub down there, Kenny Shepard, it's only when it's in the turn, so I believe it is a tire rub on Donnie Large Jr.
Yeah, and you notice Josh was really looking it over. We'll get another shot. Quan will switch us back here to the flag stand shot, probably coming by. And I bet you Josh is really going to look it over here.
Yeah, you can see the bodywork is very, very close.
Josh is looking down, looking for oil right there. You notice that?
Yep.
So we're back on the 17 truck at Donnie Large Jr. We talked about this earlier in qualifying, but if your last name's Large, you race everything. Yep. You race from super modifieds to hobby stocks to Toyotas. It doesn't matter. You get in a car. And Donnie Large Jr. is just a chip off the old block of Donnie Large Sr., the most winning driver here at the Madera Speedway.
Yes, Donnie Large was the most winners driver.
Yep.
Now you got Donnie Lance Jr. You guys seen Donnie Lance Jr.? The only thing I haven't really seen him in is a midget. So I've seen him in super modifieds, I've seen him in hobby stocks, Toyota sedans, MSTs, I've seen him in a late model. So like you say, if your name is large, you race anything you can at Madera Speedway.
Certainly do. And Dennis Saunders is looks really tough right now. That thing's rolling pretty good. It's too bad Steve Schimmerhorn's not here. Steve, if you're out there, chime in, let us know. Let us know how that foot's going. Leave a note here. Hopefully you're back soon.
We talk about drivers graduating up from other divisions. The 42 of Manny Gonzalez Jr. Manny's a graduate of our Toyota Sedan division, and the great Chuck Aguirre is crewing on that 42 with the white flag now coming out for our hobby stocks.
White flag's out. We've got a little bit of a battle for second place. 17 truck of Donnie Large Jr. looks like it's shoving the nose. Watch this thing. It's going to get a little tight, and then it goes loose. Off of turn 4, Andy.
Yes, Dennis Saunders takes the win. Donnie Large Jr. hangs on for second over Manny Gonzalez Jr. We'll see them back for their main event a little later on tonight.
It'll be late model heat race number 1 coming up next. 20 late models in the field tonight. Madera late models. It's a mixture of, we've got our club racing is always special. Right now we're not able to because of the rules we're under, but typically on Friday nights I built a big smoker. We nicknamed it the pit cart smoker, but we can feed about 300 to 350 people, whether we do pulled pork or tri-tip, Richwood meat products.
Yeah.
So we usually have a lot of fun, and then the club racing, you'll notice the racing is phenomenal, great camaraderie. Oftentimes we can go without a yellow flag.
Yeah, basically the idea of our club racing is pretty much no contact. We don't want people drilling each other. There's not $1 million on the line of your money.
We save that for next week.
Yeah, we save that for the TV show next week. They will
get
it
look
on next week.
Look out the right side window. You see Mike Nank over there spotting? You got Mike Nank. All the spotters out to the right-hand side. Wave. Let's see if, we can get Zach around there. But Mike doesn't want to hear us talk about hammer down stuff. Hammer down. He doesn't want to hear about hammer down next week. He likes fenders on the car. So we tell him in the driver's meeting, you want to go, save it for next week. Go hammer down. This is a tune-up.
Yeah.
Looks like the guys are checking the racetrack.
If you're going to rebody the car, don't do it this week. Do it next week when Mike's got a few weeks to fix it, correct?
Yeah, all the guys. So with the schedule, unfortunately, it's, we've got to do what we've got to do. So instead of once a month TV racing, we're about every other week. Looks like the guys are tending to the track. We'll be right back with you fans. We're going to take a short commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back for this first heat race.
When you're 5150, you know that time waits for no one. When you're 5150, you know that every second wasted keeps you further from your dreams. So forge on, chase that goal, be determined, be relentless. And when it starts to get crazy, live the madness. 5150, energy drinks, apparel. We're a way of life. 5150, drink it, wear it, live it.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, ShortTrackTV, Short Track TV is where you will find the behind-the-scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to Short Track TV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
And we're back, race fans. Thank you for joining us on our Short Track TV broadcast brought to you by NutUp. Go to nutup.com if you get a chance. We really enjoy a lot of that product, and buy some. NutUp.com. It helps us put these broadcasts on free of charge. Outback Andy, what's your favorite NutUp product?
You know, my favorite NutUp product is the sea salt caramel.
Mine is
Sweet Heat.
Sweet Heat.
Same with
Love
Stephen
the
Blake.
Sweet Heat.
Sweet Heat.
I think Juan's working on putting the website up right now, nutup.com.
Sea salt, like the sea salt one. Hey, let's take a look at these drivers on the racetrack. Where will we start? I might as well start up the front because it's your fast timer. It is racing for Ernst Performance and S&S Sports Enterprises. The 75, Jeremy Doss. We put alongside him, race fans, if you just tuned in, it is the number 58. We call him the Ghost Rider tonight. Out of LaGrange down the road, the S1 Racing.
Don't tell him who he is.
Stop, take
No,
breaks.
hold on.
MJ
Don't say who he is.
Constructions.
Don't say. Let's make the fans guess.
No, we're going to let the fans
The fans
guess.
got- they have
the
to guess.
48 is Calvin Hedgie in the Select Environmental Lash Out Beauty Bar. Fans, tell us online who you think's in the 58. We'll go to the other cars on the racetrack. The 96 out of Madera in the Stucco Accents entry. That is Papa Lauren Kuntz.
And I'll
the
tell you
final
what.
car out there's the 23 in the HTC Motorsports. Fantasy Eagles, William Jerry's Recycling. Joey Brazilla's Ghost Rider is slipping and sliding up on the high line, and he loses a position to a more inexperienced race car driver. Here's Super Loose, the Ghost Rider. Anyone guess that yet, Quan? Did anyone guess that who the Ghost Rider is
No,
yet?
we haven't. We're not guessing yet. And I'm telling you, he's putting a little rubber down for later in the night. Would be.
Yep.
He's like a chess player and very good.
But how
High
about
side hasn't
Jeremy
been great
Doss?
yet, so it's just coming in. Jeremy Doss on a cruise right now. It looks like.
Jeremy
But
Doss, the only car in the 14s in qualifying tonight, and he is super fast, putting down some nice laps in that 75 entry. Calvin Hedgie. Tell you what, Calvin Hedgie, come from our juniors. He's actually running the juniors as well. Young Calvin Hedgie, I can tell you, he's only 15. Kenny Shepard, young racer, and we've seen him do some really good things at times here at Madera Speedway and that new generation Camaro body car.
sliding back to the Ghost Rider, anyone can pick that out. Color blue's a hint. I know we gave it up earlier on our.
Oh, we got trouble up the back.
Good
Joey
catch.
Brazil saying hello to Papa Kuntz.
Well, we're staying there. Matt's doing a good job on keeping us on that battle. So Matt will keep us on that battle. It looks like it's heating up pretty good while Zach's got us on the leader cam. We'll jump back and forth.
Yeah, Papa Lauren Kuntz, Joey Brazil drove away from him. Look at that S&S Sports Enterprises entry. Jeremy Doss, one of the hottest drivers in the nation in late models, Jeremy Doss.
White flag is out.
Yep, white flag. And the Ghost Rider doesn't have a link for the more inexperienced racer, although going down to turn 3 and 4.
Here they go.
Ghost Rider to the inside, Hedgie on the outside. It'll be two cars straightening up, two Camaros, and Hedgie gets it over the Ghost Rider in the 58 entry.
But Jeremy Doss was so far ahead, we just stayed on that second place battle, didn't we?
We did.
Hey, Quan, do we have anyone
Joey
that's
Brazil.
chimed in on who the Ghost Rider is? Nobody?
I tell you what, if you had a look at it, it's got a bunch of winning main event wins on the decal. It's a blue car, got a different number on it. Now, if anyone got that, the Ghost Rider, who it was.
Haven't a clue. We've got whoever the Void is, having a clue. Might be another YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And, we've got a lot of people have jumped in here with us. So again, as Stephen Blake,
I won't say who it is. I won't say who
No,
it is.
you
Lacey
won't.
knows who it is.
Steven's
We'll
not
let
allowed.
people know.
Come on, Steven. I know Steven's busy, but that
Yeah.
kid can multitask like nobody's business.
Yep. Okay, heat number 2 of our late models for tonight. Let's take a look at the number 9. This driver racing for John Krebs Racing in Swiss Springs. He is a very experienced race car driver. Big welcome back to Madera Speedway for Thomas Martin. The driver of the number 11, here's your 2019 Madera Speedway Nutter Pro Late Model Champion. And he is racing for Richard Herzog Constructions in Superior Doors. It is young Austin Herzog. We go to the number 1 entry, racing for Wendt Construction, Cali Style Customs. It's great to have him at Madera Speedway. It is Matt Wendt. The 75, we saw his father in the 96 just a while ago. He is racing for Stucco Accents out of Madera. This is the 75 of Matt Kuntz. Tagging the back of the pack, moving up from the junior late balls in the Hampton Inn and Madera Mead Performance entry. This is from Watsonville, young Lily Mead, and what a great job Lily is doing in that 16 car, moving up from the junior late models. Last year, she was our only remaining junior late model racer. Pace building, Kenny Shepard.
Coming down into the start box, Austin Herzog. Let's see what he's got on the outside. If anything here, let's see what the outside has. He's got a pretty good, really nice run down the back straightaway, it looks like right now.
Yeah, normally you get a big slingshot off of turn 2, but Thomas Martin doing a great job. And in fact, the John Krebs cars, we saw Jesse Burks doing a good job in the junior late model exhibition race. And that's a team car to this number 9 of Thomas Martin, albeit Thomas Martin, a very experienced race car driver.
Yeah, look at Wendt hanging right there in third.
Yeah,
that's a nice pack right there.
Matt Wendt, not really known for late models, more of a pro late model racer. We've seen him here at Madera before, running pro late models. So more of a like super late model racer than a pro late model racer.
Yeah, but that number 1 car Wendt looks really strong right now, cutting through the middle
good.
of the corners. Really
Lily
nice.
Mead has got past Papa Kuntz, and Lily continues to improve all the time. I've really been impressed with how she's improved and moving up from the juniors to this late models. And let's take a look at some of the lap times for these cars right now. Thomas Martin has laid down a 15.118. It's been his best lap. So he has the fastest lap of the race right now for Thomas Martin. Lily Mead's been running 15.614, her fastest lap of the race. So steady for Lily Mead.
I think John Krebs Racing is here on business, aren't they, Andy? I mean,
Yeah.
they have jumped all over. They picked up a heat race win in the juniors with Jesse Burks. Now it looks like they're lap 6, 2 more to go to pick up another heat race win with Thomas Martin. I talked about it before. He was a heck of a Southwest Tour driver, K&N driver. Yeah, that guy can drive anything.
Probably Foster and Herzog too. The team probably this year they're going to change things around because we changed the body styles on these cars. We've pulled them back as the white flag comes out. We've put the tails back on the car. These cars have to be enclosed on the back. We've changed the body style quite a bit, but they've still, with the paint job, made that thing look like a Stealth. And look at this. Kenny Shepard, the yellow flag is the check flag, I should say.
There you'll get one of them, white, yellow, checker. You got them all. Good win for Thomas Martin. Really strong win.
Thomas, I think, sure you got a story about Thomas Martin. You got any stories on Thomas Martin?
Yeah, I was telling it earlier when, first time we went to
For
Phoenix.
anyone that wasn't on there?
Yeah, we had finally worked our way to a pretty strong Southwest Tour operation. Had Mountain Dew, Cheetos, American Line, all kinds of great sponsorships, so we were able to buy a lot of new stuff. Well, Thomas was heading to Phoenix for the first time for our fans that have tuned in on this channel. And he came over to my shop and we loaded up all the stuff on anything that was laid out back on a pallet. We just gave it to him, from headers, spindles, brake parts, whatever.
Yep.
Headers didn't even fit right. Just didn't even, it covered half the port. That kid went down there, 70 car field, qualified in the show. Yep. And I mean, this thing was a bunch of buddies. I don't remember if it was open bed trailer, but if it wasn't, it should have been, because he was very, very impressive. Looks like we've got trouble rolling out, Andy. Joey East.
Joey East.
Yeah, so you have these three fast cars in each of these heats, and then they'll get to match up and cross swords in the main event here in a little bit. And
we'll add some of those junior late models, I think, behind the pack as well.
Yeah, the junior late models. Well, and it's your more advanced junior late model drivers that are allowed to come out and run with our pros. They've got to be approved, and this is where we start them, where they start right here.
Give you the lineup as they come out on the racetrack, race ends. The number 88, he is from Madera. He's the 2019 5150 junior late model champion, moving up full-time this year into the pro late models. He is supported by Richwood Meat Company, that great meat down there, Basilla Farms, and Ag Center 59 from Madera, young Joey East. Guy who impressed me earlier today in qualifying. He's out of Los Gatos and the Odessa Golden Gate Bay City Motors. Number 44, it is Mike Shapiro, former dirt modified racer. The number 12, one of our original junior late model racers in the number 12. He is out of team that is supported by Jerry Pitts Racing, CSM Graphics, and Battleborn Racing. It is Kyle Keller. Good to see Kyle back with us. The 26th, they call him the Stuntman, although he said he doesn't really want to use that name anymore. Out of Madera in the Pearl Sheet Metal, Stark Naked Vinyl and Graphics, The Art of Life. Cancer Foundation entry of Dell McIntosh. The final car out there is the 21, a new driver to our late models, a former hobby stock racer out of Clovis in the Dennis Auto Repair, Benza Farms, Brian Sneed's Motorsports entry. It is John Schlunt.
And here we come to the green flag in the start box. Joey East looking really good. Gets a big start out back, Andy.
Joey did. He got a big start. Let's see if the green flag stays on.
I think it'll stay out. The big battle for second right now. Look at Keller looking underneath the 44 car. The 44 car that's crew chiefed by a pretty popular and a winning crew chief. Got to guess his name? The crew chief on the 44 car won races with Dave Bird.
Yep.
Chad Holman. Who would that be? Oh, come on, Andy. How about Ray Miller?
Ray Miller, yep.
Ray Miller, and that car is fast in second place right now. Third place, big battle. Dale, the stuntman McIntosh, crawling up on the back bumper of Kyle Keller. Kyle Keller is a graduate from the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. One of our most popular interviews we ever did. A big Hail Mary run. I think he held off Austin Herzog, one of the most adorable. Every grandmother wanted to adopt that kid after that interview, and it was, I believe, our first year. If not our first year, it was second year in MAV TV.
Yes, Kyle Keller, a very popular racer. Joey East going on with the business in that Richard Meade.
Yep, back there for that entry. Big battle for third, though. The battle on the track is third. It's Kyle Keller holding them off.
Keller and McIntosh. Del McIntosh, a very experienced racer, come originally from the Toyota Sedans. This is a good car, too, Del McIntosh. Del had some bad luck the last couple of years. Got that new generation Camaro body on the front of it. As Joey East just puts down some sensational laps here at Madera Speedway. Last lap was a 15.104. Best lap was a 15.070 in race trim. So,
look at this battle now. Let me jump back here. This battle coming to the white flag, really heating up. But the thing that will be interesting, race fans, this is the three fast drivers. So once we get Thomas Martin, Jeremy Dawson, Joey East head-to-head, you see quite the shootout in the main event. Big battle right here still.
Huge battle, and the race win goes to Joey East. No surprise there from Mike Shapiro, and Kyle Keller holds out the stuntman Del McIntosh and John Schlunt. Wow, great racing from our late models.
Joey East, very tough. That'll be interesting. We've got another late model heat race, so you've got another fast car. This will stage 4 cars. There goes Ray Miller walking down the grandstands. Hello, Ray, if you can hear us. He's got extra headset on, 3 masks, a visor, and 2 hats, so he probably can't hear us. Who else do we see over there? Might be able to hear us. Chucky Gary in the spotter stand.
Yeah,
looks like Chuck. Hey, Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Rick Erickson over there.
Yep.
Yeah, Rick. Hey, Rick.
Pretty serious folks.
What are you spotting for? What car are you spotting for tonight?
He's spotting for the car that they picked out, Rick Erickson.
Yeah.
They picked out the Ghost Rider.
The Ghost Rider. Spotting for the Ghost Rider.
We didn't give it up. There was a lot of people that let us know that.
Okay, let's take a look at this heat race. And I tell you what, Race Sense, one of the nicest cars. I would give this car the best looking car in the pit area today. The driver, the 16, he's out of Loomis in the Velocity Solar, Sinister Diesel Americoat. We know Americoat. They do some great powder coating. The driver is Michael Mitchell in that 16, and that's a Mustang-bodied late model, and it looks sensational. The number 4, out of saying this is the Team RCM supported by Mum and Dad, Thomas Suarez, the number 19. Hey, this one of our junior late model racers. This is Brody Armtrot. Brody Armtrot was the 2019 Roadshaw champion. So Brody Armtrot has some experience, only 14 years old, out of Smartsville for Brody Armtrot.
Brody's shown a lot of speed pausing there, you know, and that's one of our junior late model racers, so it'll be really interesting to see how he fares fighting for that championship.
The other car out there is the 55. Changed it from chrome to black. The chrome numbers on the black car this year for Stucco Accents, the third car in that Stucco Accents team. This is Kent Cam. Kent Cam,
one of the happiest racers you'll ever be around. And to me, a lot of these club races, this is why we do what we do and put so much effort into the barbecues. It's people like Kent Cam that come out and just have a great time. They help us out. He and Lauren Coots, any time that we need help, whether it's the 5K run, raising money for the rescue mission, and just coming out and having fun. A little bit of a slow pace here on the TV show. You'd expect a much better pace. That's a crawl. And so with a pace car, they wouldn't put up with that. So we'll see what we get.
Mitchell goes banging fenders with
Josh wasn't impressed. Neither was CK.
No.
CK's hand signals down there. Kind of like baseball signals, what CK uses. He's relaying to Josh. He didn't like the pace, I'm sure.
Thomas Suarez is a graduate from our hobby stock division. So Thomas up in the late model tonight in that Team RCM entry.
And what will happen right now, you've got Al Neep next door. He's in control of the spotters. Michael McMeans is over communicating, and the spotters can actually hear the frequency from the tower. So Al Neep, that's in control of the spotters, is relaying information about probably pick the pace up a little bit. The 4-car needs to be up a little bit farther, things of that nature, right up on the nose. Very, very slow pace. They need to pick up the pace here a little bit.
Is Rick Erickson spotting for Brody Armtrot?
You asked Rick, see if he can.
Yeah, I think so. He's spotting for someone.
Yeah, we don't have the audio on it, but I would imagine he is.
Is that one of their team cars?
Ghost, it is. Yeah, it is. Absolutely
it's
is.
Team car. The Ghost Rider team car?
Now, the guy that has an encyclopedia, and you've dug out every bit of information, and you missed that. I was impressed. You had their 7th and 8th sponsors, not just 2. You were on your game tonight.
Yeah.
But you missed the team car.
I
wish we had a camera here, and we're getting ready to roll. Would show you Andy's Outback beard if we were able to. Maybe we'll put a camera on here.
You will see me
here
in
we
victory
go.
lane later on.
There we go. Right here, Andy, coming off turn 4.
Wow, what a great start!
No, I don't think the leader set the pace. It didn't look like for whatever reason.
I tell you what's going to happen here. Shortly, these guys are going to end up on the back row, and the front row is going to end up.
Whoever's at fault,
around.
It's a 1-position penalty for whoever they're not seeing eye to eye with.
Sometimes they flip-flop the whole line, so we'll see what happens.
Nah, it's typically if they have one individual, they'll penalize that one individual. I don't know, possibly the first one they had the lineup wrong, or they actually penalized the 16 right away, and he went to the second-place car.
Yeah, they may have done that. They may have put the 16.
Yeah, and
of
as
Michael
fans
Mitchell.
can tell, we're over here in the TV production booth. We don't listen to the officials. They're running the races on the other side. So let's see what we have here. Looks like 1 to go. They're ready. They're expecting. So the 4-car is determined to be the leader. You'll see a nose. That's where they want him. He's got a nice pace right there. Now the 16 will just sit right on about a nose behind the 4-car. The 4-car goes into the start box, pulls the trigger first, anywhere in the box he wants to go, and the 16 can't jump ahead of the 4-car, which is what looked like happened the last time around. Heading to the start box right now, Outback Andy.
Yes, we are heading to the start box, and the 4-car has that fender ahead. Nice start that time. Finally, we get the green flag for our late models. Down into turn number 1, we straighten up out of 51-50 turn. Suarez going to it with Mitchell.
But this Mitchell's car is fast. There's a big run on the top. Let's see what he gets on the top.
But the inside at the moment is still the preferred line. Mitchell, super sideways out of turn number 4. Brody Armtrot now, the young junior racer, drives to the inside of Mitchell. Mitchell cuts off that move in that Ford Mustang. Bunch of Chevrolets and a Mustang out there. As the 4-car, Thomas Suarez. Thomas doing a good job out there leading this. Just has to keep the car to the low line. Armtrot now having another nibble at that sinister diesel, number 16.
Armtrout's going to go up and go after the lead. Suarez is really sideways, really loose right there.
Suarez
that
lit up the
19 car is
tires
going to
of
fill up
turn.
the mirror of the leader. We're going to have a big challenge for the lead before this one's over. We're coming to lap 4 of 8.
Let's see if Suarez lights up the tires out of turn number 4 this time. Last time, a little bit eager on the gas. That time he leaves it till he gets a little bit straighter before he jumps on the gas, but that has allowed Armtrout. Oh no, Suarez goes up the racetrack. Armtrout now to the inside. The young junior racer, Brody Armtrout, takes over the lead, and looks like Suarez is going to get freight trained because the number 16 of Michael Mitchell is moved to second.
Yeah, Mitchell's actually closing in on Armtrout right now. Let's see how smooth he gets. We've got 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, 2 laps left to run. Brody Armtrout, the young star, only 14 years of age, leading a very experienced Michael Mitchell. Michael Mitchell comes by modified racing, the Lucas Oil Modified Series. He ran that for a number of years, and the white flag is out, so Armtrout has a third of a mile to go. 2 corners as he heads out of turn number 2. Armtrout got some good drive out of turn number 2. Mitchell will stay down low, knowing it's the preferred line. Armtrout goes up the track, but will win by a car length over Michael Mitchell. Third place will go to Thomas Suarez, and bringing up the rear, that number 55, Kent Cam. Wow. Our junior late model racer prevails in our senior division, Kenny Shepard.
Very impressive, and it's always like a proud father moment when you see our kids that come through the junior program advance, and the talent level, very impressive right there from Armtrout. Really nice run. This will stack up to be quite the main event.
This will stack up tonight to be quite the main event. If you're listening online, make sure you tell everybody tonight we have 20 late models. They are going to be racing 40 fast and furious laps around this 1/3 mile. It is the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, Madera Speedway.
Yep, what we're going to do right now, race fans, take another quick break. We've got a couple of little cool promos for you, and we'll be right back with the next heat race.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
I just felt really confident in my car and try to win as many as we can.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer. I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits, and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
My first memory is fishing, honestly. We were winning trout tournaments when I was, 8, 9 years old, so it was cool. We had just come off a really stellar year, had 2 tournament wins. I think we got a check almost every tournament, if not every tournament. We took Angler of the Year for our region, and then we went up to Lake Oroville, and we won that TOC. Leading up to that tournament, I had started dabbling in prescription painkillers. I can remember the night before that tournament, taking a handful of pills to go to bed that night. I went 7 years of just causing mayhem, and I mean, oh my gosh, ruining every relationship I had,
If a guy's willing to share his tragedy and open up and help somebody else either avoid going down that road or pull them out of that addiction, the trickle-down effect of that is you have no idea.
The thing I like about Ryan is that he gives back to the community.
We need to keep these kids involved. We need to get them out there. We need to educate them so they can take this on and teach their kids and grandkids, because this needs to continue. Fishing has completely saved my life.
Welcome back, race fans. That was some documentaries we've been working on. Actually, have aired on MAV TV, and we have some other projects that are in the works. So, kind of exciting stuff coming from ShortTrackTV. We work really hard, full-time guys, round the clock, promoting the sport of grassroots short track racing. The reason my company's named Short Track Racing, Short Track Management, was a song from Ron Pastana, Short Track Racing. Met Ron way back the end of 2005, and always loved short track racing, loved his song, so we named our company Short Track Management LLC. We have ShortTrackTV. It's all about the little racetracks, all about the short tracks. Looks like they're working on the lineup, checking the racetrack a little bit. Hang tight with us. We're going to be right back from another commercial break, and we'll be right back with you. Andy's putting his makeup on and dolling himself up for victory lane right now. You're all ready to go, huh? Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, ShortTrackTV. ShortTrackTV is where you will find the behind the scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to ShortTrackTV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
I just felt really confident in my car and try to win as many as we can.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer. I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
My first memory is fishing, honestly. We were winning trout tournaments when I was, 8, 9 years old, so it was cool. We had just come off a really, really stellar year, had 2 tournament wins. I think we got a check almost every tournament, if not every tournament. We took Angler of the Year for our region, and then we went up to Lake Oroville, and we won that TOC. Leading up to that tournament, I had started dabbling in prescription painkillers. I can remember the night before that tournament, taking a handful of pills to go to bed that night. I went 7 years of just causing mayhem, and I mean, oh my gosh, ruining every relationship I had,
If a guy's willing to share his tragedy and open up and help somebody else either avoid going down that road or pull them out of that addiction, the trickle-down effect of that is you have no idea.
The thing I like about Ryan is that he gives back to the community.
We need to keep these kids involved. We need to get them out there. We need to educate them so they can take this on and teach their kids and grandkids, because this needs to continue. Fishing has completely saved my life.
When you're 5150, you know that time waits for no one. When you're 5150, you know that every second wasted keeps you further from your dreams. So forge on, chase that goal, be determined, be relentless. And when it starts to get crazy, live the madness. 5150, energy drinks, apparel. We're a way of life. 5150, drink it, wear it, live it.
Welcome back, race fans, to Short Track TV. Normally we do this. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. Out back, Andy Foster looks like about a 14-year-old kid with his nose in his phone over there.
Yeah, no, just doing some promoting of our live stream right now, Kenny Shep.
Coming off of turn 4 is Brody Armtrout, rolling up to the start of this junior late model race. And again, this is not the 5150 junior late model series. You'll see about 24 cars next week with that series. But Brody Armtrout, a lot of people chiming in, really cheering for him. He just picked up that win against the Pro Series drivers. Very impressive, Andy.
Yes,
Why don't you give us the lineup now?
We are going to give you the lineup, and we're going to start way down the back. The number 19, actually, in fact, we'll go with the 18 down the back. That is Daytona Spicola, racing for CSM Graphics and Radical Race Gear. We turn our attention to the number 7, 14-year-old racer in the turn 4 distribution, Sinister Diesel entry. And I tell you what, this young lady comes from the Bandoliers. It is Kenna Mitchell. We move now to the 15. Young racer from this area in the All-Star Towing Keller Motorsports entry, 14-year-old racer, Haley Lyles. And as Kenny said, the 19 just won in open company. His 14-year-old racer is the 2019 Roseville Junior Champion. That's Brody Armtrout. We move now to the front row. On the outside the front row tonight, driving the 48, 15-year-old racer in the Select Environmental Lash Out Beauty Bar entry, it is Calvin Hedgie. Setting him to the green tonight, one of our original junior late model racers from our first crop, going back, some 4 years ago now, in the John Krebs Racing Swift Springs entry. It is young Jesse Burks. That's our lineup for tonight's junior late model exhibition race at Madera Speedway.
Thank you for that lineup, Outback Andy. It's going to be time to roll it. Anthony right now in race control. We'll give him the signal. They'll roll off, fire up the engines. And there with a magic sound that we love to hear at the Madera Speedway. Third consecutive week in a row of these club races. Next week things get a little bit more serious. The 91 car, John Krebs Racing. You're talking about Jesse Burks, one of the originals, looked really strong. Brody Armtrout, really strong in his heat race. Then you've got Calvin Hedgie. You've got 3 top drivers up front that could potentially win the pro race, let alone this. These are potential champions in the 5150 junior late model series. Race fans out there tuned in with Short Track TV, who's going to win this race? Who do you think will win this race? Give us your vote of any of the drivers out there on the racetrack. Who's going to take this main event, 30 laps, first, second, third place trophies, big smiley picture. A lot on the line actually right here. We expect clean, perfect racing, so they have their race cars ready for next week. But I suspect these kids are going to get after it, Andy.
I think they are too. These junior late model races, junior late model division, 10 to 14-year-olds 10 to 16-year-olds in full-size late models. Criteria for these kids is they just can't turn up and race late models. They're mostly champions from other divisions that they've raced, and this is our tune-up division. So a lot of these drivers haven't raced maybe the TV series. This is a tune-up for them to get to the TV series, and we'll see that next Saturday night when we live stream the TV series next Saturday night.
Who's your pick, Andy? You brave enough to put a name on the line here?
You know, I really, because Jesse Burks is one of our original drivers, I'd love to see Jesse win this, but Brody Armtrout was something really special in the heat race tonight. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's Brody Armstrong tonight?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's one of the front three.
Okay, well, that's
pretty big limb, huh?
Pretty big limb. It's more like the whole tree trunk.
The whole tree, we took it.
Yeah, it's more like the whole tree trunk.
Well,
so.
Stephen Blakesley last week had the knack. Whoever he talked about, it was magic, like one. He could get him to spin out. So I'm just I'm going to pick one of the top three, and I'll tell you after the white flag. You want to go for that bet?
Okay.
No.
Well, you know, hey, coming to the white. We might be coming to the white with a big battle here between three of these.
Well, those three are
guys.
going to, let's see, who is picking who? The 19 will win. Yeah, so we've got Armtrout. They agree with you. Calvin will win. Jesse Burks will win. Boy, they're chiming in.
Yes, they are.
Haley in fourth place. Maybe even Haley will win. Maybe they're counting on those front three to get a little ambitious. Haley's got a fast race car. So yellow flag is out. I would suspect that was 2 to go, probably 1 to go at the line. You know what we need to do next week, Juan? Like you need something else? We need to patch in some of the audio feed from the officials. And then we'll, like we do with the spotters, that'd be a lot of fun too. Quan just rolled his eyes at me and about passed out. Thought, you better bring the rest of the crew here, is what I can read his mind right now. Pace a little bit slow right there. Looks like it's 1 to go. That's a real slow pace, so I would imagine that Al Nipa's leaning on him. Let's pick it up just a little bit. We're not dirt track racing here.
No, we are not. We're just getting going, hopefully this time by the flag stand.
Yeah, and what they'll do, they will get on him. This is a very slow pace, so I'm sure Al Neep's over there leaning on him. He'd like to see a little bit more. Next week, what you'll see is a pace truck, so they won't have the ability to set their own pace. All right, Josh is ready to roll. Heading to the start box right now out back. Andy in the start box. Jesse Burks pulls the trigger first. Looks like it's a good start.
Jesse Burks, good start. Hedgie on the outside. Now we've seen in recent times the inside be the better line. It used to be the high line out of 51-50
but there's shade down there. Look at the shade on that end.
Now. It's starting to work its way in, that high line.
Yep.
Hedgie persists with the high line. Now, Jesse Burks went up the racetrack to try and block Hedgie. Needs to be careful because Armtrout now has got to the inside of Hedgie. So Jesse Burks is going to have to protect the inside as we get going here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. If Jesse Burks overdrives the car, that's what you can do with this Hoosier 970 tire. If a driver overdrives, you can get them to shake that tire a little bit, scoot up across the racetrack. Game on. Right now, Burks looks pretty solid.
So compared to our late models, we know these cars are very similar, Kenny Shepard. I believe it is only a RPM chip and a spacer between the cover. There's the difference between a full late model and a junior late model.
And that's really what we feel like as a Magic Star program. When it's time to move up the pros, you pull that plate, pull the chip, put the new one in, and game on. And we've seen a lot of success, whether it's been from Haley Deegan, Jesse Love, Joey East, on and on, of the kids that have jumped in with the pro drivers.
And we've seen some of them not remove the spacer and the chip. It acts like traction control for them. So Jesse Burks in this John Krebs racing car, this is the most impressive I've seen Jesse Burks be in a late model here at Madera Speedway.
Stout team, very impressive what John Krebs has brought to the table here. This is a winning operation right out of the gate. And again, that car chasing Jesse Burks just won against some of the top pro late model drivers. So very, very impressive.
Yes, it has.
One thing that's going to happen too, Andy, again, shade down there. The top should come in a little bit. As the sun starts to set here in about a half hour, actually about an hour, but about a half hour, John Williams, our my right-hand man, will turn the lights on. We'll be ready to go into a late model evening race. Could be pretty interesting as we get some shade in the late models, that many, 20 of them spread out across this track, see if we get a high groove.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that late model race tonight. 40 laps sprint race tonight, but how about Jesse Burks? Jesse Burks has pulled away from Brody Armstrong. I wouldn't have thought Jesse would have done that. I thought Armstrong would have been challenging Jesse. You wonder if Armstrong's team have told him to lay back a little. Let's see if Jesse wears his stuff out. Jesse really ran that low line. So too now is Armstrong. He's working out that that is probably the line. Let's see these guys move up a little and put some more rubber up wide.
Well, the other thing you've got here, Andy, is between that pro late model main and this main, they've had to put the restrictor plates back on.
Yes.
So the car is going to behave differently. Also, the chip, the gear ratio. So Armtrout might be running a much different gear ratio. He just didn't have enough time to prepare it. So he's got his gear ratio in the car probably for the pro race. So that could have slowed the 19 car down as well, where maybe the 91 car did a gear change and dialed in, because that is, you're right, it's the restrictor plate and the chip, but it requires a different gear ratio.
We're coming up on lap traffic here shortly. One driver we haven't really talked about is Haley Lyles and also Kenna Mitchell down here. Haley Lyles in 4th, and then Kenna Mitchell back there in 5th. We're getting into lap traffic, and Jesse Burks easily gets past Regola. So too Armtrout now. In fact, Armtrout may have got through at a better position on the racetrack than Jesse Burks, and Hedgie is struggling to get by and gets very sideways out of turn number 4 for Calvin Hedgie. Aboard that 48 car, safely past Regola now. So the 3 cars about the length of the straight difference from 1st to 3rd. Junior late models have really spread themselves out in this exhibition race. And we want to reiterate, this is an exhibition race. This is not our full late model race. We're coming up to half race distance.
Just hit halfway, lap 15 going to 30 in this race. Lap 15 to 30, we'll stay with Josh for a second, a little speed cam. Let's see the intervals as they go by.
We're going to give the kids tonight, we're going to give them 30 laps out here tonight. It's a good shootout. It's good to see Haley Lyles back, and Haley's looking pretty good. Haley comes to us by the way of go-karts. Kenna Mitchell comes to us by the way of Mini Cup Bandolero cars. We'll see a Bandolero out here a little later on doing some practice laps on the Madera Speedway.
Well, and our slogan is, you know, we absolutely love short track racing, and our mission is to build stars from it. And we've done that in the last 5 years with the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. Some of the drivers that are up the ropes, Haley Deegan, even Cole Custer ran here a bit, and just it's been amazing. Now you've got Jesse Love on his way up.
Spotters did a great job letting Kenna know, and Kenna moved up. Kenna moved up right on the spot of the racetrack that was perfect for her to do that without getting loose or anything. Now Haley Lyles is let by that entry of Jesse Burks. Now, remember, Kenny, as well, Haley Lyles and Kenna Mitchell, they're battling out here for 4th position. So
yes, they are.
They're trying to let those fast cars through, but also maintain their race. So a good job being done by Haley Lyles.
Here's a good shot from Matt right here. The 7 and the 15 are racing for position, while Brody Armtrout slips by in 2nd, trying to track down Jesse Burks, which is heading to lap 22. And the 30-lap mark is really important. We run a 40-lap segment, a halftime break for 10 minutes, stop on the front straightaway, 5 interviews on MAV TV, and then a 30-lap segment. So this 30-lap run is a really good tune-up run.
Calvin Hedgie drove it deep into turn 3 to pass Haley Lyles. I tell you what, Kenny Shepard, how about this? I'm going to give a big shout-out to Haley Lyles. This is the best race we've seen from Haley Lyles in her short late model career. This young lady, remember, she normally races go-karts. You can put that go-kart on the hood of that late model, and she's out there in a full-size late model. Now is where it's going to get tricky for Haley Lyles and Kenna Mitchell. The tires are starting to get warm on these cars. They're going to get a little more slippery on the racetrack. They won't have as much drive necessarily as those tires get really, really hot on this summer's day in Madera.
Yep, lap 24 coming to 25. Jesse Burks heading at 5 to go right now. You'll see Josh give him a 5 to go signal. Advertising that Apple Watch, it looks like. We ought to send them a bill. Jesse Burks down the back straightaway is going to be 4 to go. Straight 30-lap run. I shouldn't say that, because every time Steven had said something like that, boom, magic wand, and around somebody goes, put it out is next thing you hear.
This has been great. We've gone from green so far. We're like 27 laps down for our junior late models, and no restart. Everybody, but the big battle on the racetrack. I know our camera is on the 91, but I would love to see our director put the camera on that battle right out of turn number 4 now. There it is. That's the battle for 4th, race fans. Haley Lyles and Kenna Mitchell, as we see Brody Armtrout, the 2nd place driver right now. You see Hedgie closing in on him slowly.
Coming for white flag next time by. We're with the 91 car of Jesse Burks. Won his heat race in that John Krebs entry.
And off camera, the battle is hotting up, Kenny, for Haley Lyles and Kenna Mitchell.
White flag. We'll jump back to that. I'll give you a shot here.
Third of a mile to go for
Here's that
Jesse
battle coming
Burks.
by right now on camera.
Here it is, third of a mile for the battle for 4th between Haley Lyles and Kenna Mitchell.
Here comes Jesse Burks off of turn 4, picks up heat race win and a main event win. Very impressive. Not a mark on that car. What a nice run
for Jesse Burks.
Really, really nice run
Calvin
for Jesse
Hedgie
Burke.
third. Haley Lyles holds out Kenna Mitchell and the 18 of Daytona's McCullough. I'm going to head down to Victory Lane and talk to a very happy Jesse Burks when I get there.
Yep, Jesse Burke should be really happy. Right now, Quan's spooling up another commercial. We're going to get Andy wired up. We're working on our TV style of social distancing while we do what we're doing here, and we'll be right back, fans. And Outback Andy will be in Victory Lane with that driver right there when we get back.
When you're 5150, you know that time waits for no one. When you're 5150, you know that every second wasted keeps you further from your dreams. So forge on, chase that goal, be determined, be relentless. And when it starts to get crazy, live the madness. 5150, energy drinks, apparel. We're a way of life. 5150, drink it, wear it, live it.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, ShortTrackTV. ShortTrackTV is where you will find the behind the scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to ShortTrackTV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
I just felt really confident in my car and try to win as many as we can.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer. I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
My first memory is fishing, honestly. We were winning trout tournaments when I was, 8, 9 years old, so it was cool. We had just come off a really, really stellar year, had 2 tournament wins. I think we got a check almost every tournament, if not every tournament. We took Angler of the Year for our region, and then we went up to Lake Oroville, and we won that TOC. Leading up to that tournament, I had started dabbling in prescription painkillers. I can remember the night before that tournament, taking a handful of pills to go to bed that night. I went 7 years of just causing mayhem, and I mean, oh my gosh. ruining every relationship I had,
If a guy's willing to share his tragedy and open up and help somebody else either avoid going down that road or pull them out of that addiction, the trickle-down effect of that is you have no idea.
The thing I like about Ryan is that he gives back to the community.
We need to keep these kids involved. We need to get them out there. We need to educate them so they can take this on and teach their kids and grandkids, because this needs to continue. Fishing has completely saved my life.
Welcome back, race fans. This is normally the time when we tell all of our fans in the stands to give Jesse Burks, our main event winner, a big hand in this junior late model. So we can't do that. So all of you fans at home, make some noise, kick and scream. A few of the spotters. Jesse, why don't you come on over to Outback Andy? We'll make sure we keep his beard may scare you a little bit there, so we'll keep him away from you. Let's hear what young Jesse has to say. That was quite the drive.
Well, Jesse Burks, one of our original junior late model races back in the car. Well, what a great ride you've got for 2020 tonight. Man, oh man, that looked like pretty easy out there for you. I know you've been running a lot of dirt stuff, and this track a little slippery out there, so that may have helped you. What a great way to start your summer campaign on the pavement.
Yeah, this car was really fast today. I would like to thank John Krebs a lot for giving me a ride in this wonderful car, super fast piece. I'd also like to thank my dad, everyone on the pit crew that helped me, Charlie, Wally Broughton, everyone that came to help me, It means a lot to them, I know, coming out here and doing good, and it means a lot to me doing good.
Good tune-up for the TV race next week for round 1 of the 5150 Endurance Junior Late Model Series.
Yes, sir.
We'll see him back, race fans, next Saturday night. Jesse Burks, one of our original junior late model races, goes to victory lane in our exhibition race tonight at Madera Speedway.
Andy will roll over to bring our second place driver over, Brody Armstrong. Congratulations, Jesse Burke. John Krebs Racing, great job. Picks a sticker up from CK, it looks like. That's a sought-after sticker, main event win in a junior late model at Madera. Maybe they'll put a deal together. I'm not sure if this is a one-race deal or not, but John ought to put him in that car for next week on MAV TV and show the whole country they've got a winning operation. Looks like Andy's caught up with our second-place driver. Andy using extreme social distancing. He's backing up right now to be respectful. All right, let's throw it down to Outback Andy right now.
Yeah, thank you much, Kenny Shepard. Well, Brody Armstrong, what a great night for you so far. Second to Jesse Burks. I know you'd like to win that. You also won a heat of our open late models tonight as well, so I believe we'll see you in that main event a little later on. So great night for you here at Madera Speedway. Of course, you're the 2019 Roseville champion, so you have a little experience behind these cars.
Yes, I do. Tonight was really fun. Unfortunately, the 91 got away from us a little bit, but overall, we had a really good car. It stayed underneath us all night long. Towards the end, we got a little bit loose. We had to put some back brake in it so that it could turn a little bit better. I want to thank Fiddler on the Roof, Diamond Truss, Everlast Roofing, Rick Harrison, and Matt Erickson. They help us out a lot. This car is phenomenal. I can't wait to go in the pros and see what I could do.
Well, how about it, race fans? We'll see him back tonight for our 40 lap main event. Good luck, Brody, in that main event tonight. There's some hot competition out there. But the way you were driving in the heat race, I'm sure we're going to see you up the front.
Thank you.
Brody Armstrong, a solid second place at Madera tonight.
Good job, Brody. Great job in that pro late model heat race. Can't wait to see what comes up here in just a few minutes. Looks like we've got our third place competitor, Calvin Hedgie. We've watched Calvin grow as a race car driver and as a young man. This kid looks like he could play professional football right now. This kid's I'm not sure what they're feeding him, but they ought to get that for a sponsor for everyone. Looks like Outback Andy is about ready to go. Zach's dialed in. Looks like his camera is coming up right now, and down to Outback Andy Foster again.
Thank you very much, Kenny Shepard. We've seen Calvin Hedgie here a lot at Madera. He used to race the Mini Cup cars here at Madera and moved up to the late models. We've been doing this for a couple of years now, the late models, but not a lot of races here at Madera. Man, oh man, you look really good out there tonight. Are you going to run the pros a little later on tonight?
Yeah, we're going to run the pros tonight.
You're going to run the pros. A solid third tonight. So what is your plan for the year? Is it to run the juniors and the pros?
I think we're going to run most of the MAV TV races and hopefully some of these expedition races to get more experience in the driver's seat. And
so will that be the juniors in the TV shows or the pros?
The juniors at the TV show, and then hopefully the pros in the expedition race.
Okay, it's cool. It's good to see you back here at Madera, and we'll look forward to seeing you next Saturday night in the Junior Late Model Series on MAV TV, and also for our local club shows. The solid third place once again tonight for Calvin Hedgie in the 48, as Kenny said. We've seen him grow as a young man and as a race car driver, and look for him next week to take it to the front in the Junior Late Models.
Thank you.
Thank you, Outback Andy. We'll get the microphones pulled out of the way, and looks like we're going to have the Toyota sedans just about ready to roll. While we're waiting on them, we've got a small documentary snippet of some things we're working on. We're going to air that for you, the fans watching right now, and as we clear the junior late models, they'll go in and make some changes, gear changes, chips, plates, and get ready the three of these drivers. In fact, all three of those drivers will be in the pro race here shortly. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Austin Herzog is a third-generation race car driver that started out in mini cups and then won the inaugural 5150 Junior Late Model race in 2016, and the rest is history.
And then the first time he got out there and raced, he won, and it kind of shocked all of us, I think, and he hasn't stopped.
The hard work and dedication it takes to do this sport, it's not something you can take lightheartedly or think you're just gonna do it on the weekends. It's an all week, all season, all year thing that you've got to dedicate your basically your life to succeed in it and do well. I mean, you can come out and have fun and run mid-pack or in the back, but if you want to win and compete for wins, you've got to make it a lifetime deal.
Done, and Herzog will take the win from Matt Erickson.
Wow. With the Erickson donuts.
Oh, he's going to try it.
Wow. That was more of a top fuel drag race donut. I'm not sure. The team's probably saying, don't wreck the car.
Well, how about this on Father's Day? A father and son win here at Lone Martin Madera Speedway as Brian Herzog gets a bath. We all got a bath. That was cool, right? Austin Herzog, get in here. I know for TV, these won't be aired at the same time, but how about that, Brian Herzog? You win the same night that your son wins in a late model. He wins the junior late models. You win the Lone Mar Open late models in a mono battle with Matt Erickson. This has to be like the height of your career. This has to be incredible to you.
Yeah, it's pretty special to win on the same night my son does. His third win, my first win. The guys can stop giving me crap at the shop for the only guy on the team not winning a race yet this year. We finally got all of our ducks in a row and pulled one off. Matt gave me a hell of a run. Gave me a couple love taps. I love taps, and was able to hang on for the win.
Well, his third win this year in the junior late models presented by 5150 is Austin Herzog. I think it's safe to say this is a very popular victory here at Madera as the crowd goes wild.
To be honest with you, it's just as fulfilling to watch him go out and run and be the power behind him, getting him to the track, getting everything here, fielding the car. I get a lot of pride in just watching him race and win, almost as if it's me out there, but it's more important for me to have him out there. He didn't do as well in the mini cups as we had hoped, but when he got into the junior late model, it was like all of a sudden a switch went off in him.
That was a wild ride. I didn't expect the car to be that fast, or I didn't really expect the car to do what it did.
By about the third session out, he's running 30s. And we just looked at each other like, who is this kid and who's in the race car? He drove right. All of a sudden, he drove the car right. Like all the years of watching his grandpa and his dad drive around this racetrack, he put it all together and just drove it right. That was the biggest thing. And every day after that, he could give great feedback, even if he didn't know the terminology, because he could drive it right. And that was the biggest thing he always did, and he still does. He drives it right.
Take him up, don't give him any room, dig.
Well, Kenny, I tell you what, Brian Herzog, Austin's dad, a little intense for lap number 1.
Yeah, for lap number, this early in the race, and I mean, they're not thinking about lap number 100. It's take him up the track, don't give him any room, as we've got a big battle for the lead. And you can feel the intensity with this series already. Look at the 11 car.
It's in the nation for late models.
Whoa,
Gets on the back and turns him around.
No, that's the wrong area. Oh, big mess here. Hart comes in big.
Wow,
what a mess.
bad crash. Ryan Hart nearly took out Garland Tyler. Garland Tyler got away with one there.
What a mess. Yellow checkered is out. The race is over. Once the white flag is out, Frank does not look too happy.
I'm hearing by race control they're taking that win away from the 11 car.
And not surprising. That is not the place to hit a car. You don't want to be known as a dirty driver. If you know, a little bumper on entry, maybe that's way out of line. Big run. Oh, the 11 kind of came down off the wall just a little bit. Contact.
Gets into him again. Cuts the tire
big
down
pile
on the
up. Yeah, it looked like, wow, look at that on the back straightaway. Nowhere to go for a handful of cars, and we've got an 8, 9, 10 car pile up. What a mess. The outcome of this race, but Doss gets a big restart, really starts to pull away from the pack. Like, whoa!
Whoa, what's happening on camera? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We have
There's part of a frame. Look, there's part of a frame. That is the 45 car, the 11 car, the 26 car, so that's a Gary Herzog. And I see Dale McIntosh.
I learned kind of be a little bit more smooth and more forgiving on the track.
And it was so satisfying for us on MAV TV to see a driver with 6 junior late model wins, then move up the ranks into the pro late models, take a couple seasons, figure out how to navigate working with those veteran drivers, and then really hit on something in 2019. So.
Yeah, like I said, we've been really right there the past couple of years, but we finally got it, and it feels incredible.
Welcome back, race fans, to Short Track TV. We're always used to saying welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, aren't we? I almost slipped, which we'll have that next week.
Well, Madera Speedway, Short Track TV.
There you go.
Yep.
All right, our fans are
more
back.
More importantly, if you do have MAV TV, make sure you watch MAV TV.
Yeah, watch MAV
Thursday.
TV, Lucas Oil app. And for you race fans that are out there, for some reason, our live chat has frozen. Everything else is working fine, but the live chat has frozen, so we can't see the comments, or we would interact with you. Andy's trying to pull it up on his side. But Outback Andy, tell us, Toyota sedan drivers, they're ready to roll with their main event.
Yeah, this is our entry level division at Madera Speedway. A little short on cars tonight, but they are going to be coming back here shortly. The 3C out of Fresno, supported by his dad and Bert Stevens Racing. It is Wyatt Cantrell. We move along to the 33 out of Madera, the Pearl Sheet Metal entry. That is the nice guy of Toyota Sedan Racing, Andrew Parr. We move now to the 301. He is out of Fresno, the Bert Stevens Racing Tower District Records, Palm and Olive Antiques entry, Thomas Magray.
And why don't you pause there real quick? Look at your screen there. Is that car smoking, or does he have a cigarette in there?
It's probably Thomas.
It's probably Thomas with a cigarette.
Yeah.
Okay,
he calls
go ahead.
himself Tommy Reckless on
All
his
right,
bio. He put
let's
that
get
on
up
us.
to the pole setter.
And
this is spooky.
Pole setter, our former announcer here at Madera Speedway. We used to call him Mr. Spooky. Now he calls himself Nightmare Racing. Wow. Brought to you by Bauer Sox Motorsports, Fantasy Deagle, and Bazan Racing. In the 13 Spooky Mobile, it is J.J. Branston leading him to the green tonight. Lucky we don't have any fans in the stands. We could have like a wheel in the stands, or J.J. up on the fence or whatever. And we love J.J. We always just say that, but we love our J.J. Branston. Let's hope we see him in victory lane tonight in that Spooky Mobile.
I think he's got a good starting spot. Now,
Yeah,
that
good
might be
starting
spooky
spot.
for the people in the second row.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he just needs to get that green off the roll cage. And
We
again,
keep telling that. Well, last year the car was green with black writing. Now he's flipped it to black, like a charcoal gray with green writing. Get rid of the green, JJ. Get rid of the green.
I don't know. I had my favorite car was Mountain Dew number 9.
I know.
And everyone
It had the
hassled me
green on
about
it.
the green. It had Save Mark orange on the front, and then green on the back. And I always told them that was the color of money.
Yeah. I remember that car. And the Kenny Shepard cutouts used to be in Save Mark Road with the Mountain Dew.
We've got one. There's one left in the office, and our officials use it as a dartboard when they're aggravated at me. So
Got a few holes in
my
it.
wife's probably got a few holes in it right now today from being at the racetrack week after week doing what we're doing. And off of turn 4, it looks like Josh has got a green flag rolled up in his hand, so we're probably going to get one to go right now, race fans.
That would be Tammy Shepard, who doesn't get enough credit for what goes on here at Madera Speedway, I can tell you.
Does most of the work, and we get the credit. So, well, I'm sure all of our folks, Pam and Jeff and all the friends over on the coast and Ryan Reynolds, I'm sure they're all still with us, even though we can't see the live chat. Again, for some reason it froze. Doesn't look like Andy can pull his up. He's tried. One to go. JJ in the lead. Are we going to say that for very long?
Well, let's see if he leads lap 1 and beyond.
Thomas is on the high side. He's probably going to run really hard into one, slip a little bit. Let's see.
And remember, these two guys have a little history together, too.
Oh,
Well,
JJ missed a gear.
Yeah, you miss the shift all the time.
Yep.
Yep.
Fighting for second, so he certainly didn't lead the first lap.
No, Thomas McGray, Tommy Reckless, and wouldn't it be great to see Tommy in victory lane? One of the budget racers, been doing this in the Toyotas for a long, long time. He's raced his Toyota sedans for a long, long time.
Oh, JJ's under big pressure for second place right now. Look at that. Andrew Parr getting a run on the bottom side of him. Looks like I think he's going to overhaul him right down here as he enters into 3.
Well, JJ's got to try and protect the inside, and I don't think it's going to happen because Parr gets in there and JJ's loose.
Yep,
Loose
Parr to
out of
second
turn
place.
4.
Now the question would be, can Andrew Parr run down Thomas McGray?
Well, open track now for Andrew Parr. It's only early going. Looks like Control's car. Looked like the motor momentarily cut out down to turns 1. It is Thomas McGray, the leader, over Andrew Parr and Mr. Spooky J.J. Branson, that Nightmare Racing entry.
I think Parr is actually cutting down the lead right now. Thomas is running low in 3 and 4, high in 1 and 2, which is the opposite of what you would think. There's shadows down there. Then Thomas is leaving a lot of racetrack out above him, so he's a little bit higher in this end. Parr's closing the gap in a major, major way.
Tommy just hasn't had car speed in this car this year. He's not been the normal Thomas McGray. So,
and I know it was smoking pretty bad. See how much racetrack he leaves right there? Kind of drives a square line. So what to coach him a little bit, if he watches this, let that car breathe. Let it get all the way out there against the wall on the exit. Let's go back here, and let's see the difference in the two lines as they exit right here. Watch Thomas kind of square, and then he turns back to the inside of the track right there. He's giving up just a tremendous amount of speed.
Well, you're washing speed off when you turn left like that. Also, when there's a big bunch of cars, you also run the risk of getting put in the wall doing that. So Thomas McGray, can he fight back? And Andrew Parr
big battle
on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah, big battle. Thomas McGray up on the high line. See, Thomas just can't let the car flow where Parr gets. Thomas is like fast on some parts of the racetrack, but just getting out of turn 4, just that cutting across the racetrack.
Yeah, and it's kind of a box where he drives in. Watch from this end. He's driving kind of a square. He turns twice and then cuts the car back down the middle. Let that thing breathe. Try and knock that flag out of Josh's hand. I mean, you'll see the late model drivers, absolutely, we're repainting the wall every week from the sidewalls. And what we always joked about, a perfect lap is one where you could take the Hoosier, the white off the Hoosier, but you don't put a mark on the rest of the tire. You know, you're using the entire racetrack.
I've seen a couple of cars that actually hit it and actually put the Hoosier mark on the white paintwork. We've seen that before.
Yeah, down in the wall where it hit. It wasn't from a rub, though. That was a big hit.
That was a little bit of a big hit.
Yeah, we were taking pictures and posted it everywhere. Now, see, Parr lets that thing breathe. See that?
Yep.
Then Thomas, he's got a whole nother car width. Hopefully he watches this video. Looks like we've got a battle back here for position. JJ. Oh, putting a lap. All right. I thought he was making a big run there. Sorry.
No, they're spread out. J.J. Branson just.
Well, the good news is, he's running.
The good news is he hasn't knocked the wall down yet. So.
Poor JJ. How many times?
Love him.
How many times did he knock himself out last year?
2 or 3, I think.
2. Yeah, he was down. There was one big hit, and somebody else was hurt. He got out of the car and passed out and hit the ground. I thought it was because he saw the person that was hurt. There's a good shot of JJ right there. Car looks pretty good. It rotates through the corner. Maybe he needs to move the seat forward, and then the throttle would open all the way. Could it be?
Yep. I got someone asking me, Kenny, what kind of speed do late models get on this racetrack? What do you usually guess?
Now, I've got a question for you. Is that on a Facebook page, or is that on our feed from our YouTube?
It's coming through from a message I got from someone that's watching. They personally messaged me. So, yeah.
What kind of speeds?
What kind of speed do you think in mile per hour they're getting at the end of the straight?
Well, we've had radar guns at them, 104, 105, in that range, just over. Yeah. So it depends. And right now, when they're running 14.8s, that's can be interesting. Oh, Thomas, a little bit slip and slide right there. Heard some tires squealing as we were talking.
Have to be careful because JJ gets up a bunch of speed here. You'll end up with JJ catching up to that 301.
Yeah, he's a little bit far. He's back out of the draft right now, so he's a bit far for that. 33 car of Andrew Parr is just a walk in the park right now.
Yeah, he's doing this pretty easily. But he doesn't have his teammates here. The rest of the
it's another two cars, but they all look the same. And then you've got Jason Lawton that comes out every now and then.
Yep.
We've got the Reverend Ron Spencer Red, White, Blue Classic. That's also the Jeff Dorn Classic. Twin 24-lap races as a tribute to Jeff Dorn, and then the Red, White, Blue side tribute to Reverend Ron. And that typically turns out a big car count of Toyota sedans and MSTs. We've run 3 weeks in a row. Intentionally, we gave all the teams, they do have a throwout race, so they can pick and choose if they had plans, because a lot of this was very last minute. White flag's out for Andrew Parr right there. Outback Andy's like a kid trying to get out of his phone. Andrew Parr down the back straightaway. See if we can pick the leader
Andrew
up.
Parr has done this very, very easy, Kenny Shepard. This has been a very easy win tonight.
I think if you've got Jalon Holden and Jason Lawton back and the rest of the cars, he better keep it clean and fast like that. He might be competitive for those guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of Toyota sedans out there that we should see back, and that will be a win to Andrew Parr.
Followed by Thomas McGray, and guess what? James Branson trophy.
James Branson
trophy.
Third place.
Yep. Well, Outback Andy's going to try and unwire himself before he pulls everything out of the booth. He's going to turn on his speaker here and get ready to roll. Quan and I are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with race fans. Quan's about ready to roll and spool it up, it looks like, and we'll be right back.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, ShortTrackTV. ShortTrackTV is where you will find the behind-the-scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to ShortTrackTV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
I just felt really confident in my car and try to win as many as we can.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer. I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
My first memory is fishing, honestly. We were winning trout tournaments when I was, 8, 9 years old, so it was cool. We had just come off a really, really stellar year, had 2 tournament wins. I think we got a check almost every tournament, if not every tournament. We took Angler of the Year for our region, and then we went up to Lake Oroville, and we won that TOC. Leading up to that tournament, I had started dabbling in prescription painkillers. I can remember the night before that tournament, taking a handful of pills to go to bed that night. I went 7 years of just causing mayhem, and I mean, oh my gosh, ruining every relationship I had,
If a guy's willing to share his tragedy and open up and help somebody else either avoid going down that road or pull them out of that addiction, the trickle-down effect of that is you have no idea.
The thing I like about Ryan is that he gives back to the community.
We need to keep these kids involved. We need to get them out there. We need to educate them so they can take this on and teach their kids and grandkids, because this needs to continue. Fishing has completely saved my life.
When you're 5150, you know that time waits for no one. When you're 5150, you know that every second wasted keeps you further from your dreams. So forge on, chase that goal, be determined, be relentless. And when it starts to get crazy, live the madness. 5150, energy drinks, apparel. We're a way of life. 5150, drink it, wear it, live it.
Welcome back, race fans, to Short Track TV. The only way we could catch Andrew Parr was to get him stopped in victory lane and get him up the microphone. Boy, Andrew, you were fast tonight. Looked very classy, very good. Car looks great. Let's send it down right now trackside to Outback Andy Foster, that was the only one that's caught up with Andrew tonight.
Yeah, good race tonight, Andrew. That was looked like it was pretty easy going. Thomas raced you a little bit hard there for a while. But just the way he was boxing it out of turn 4 made it very easy for you to make that move up there. Great points tonight for the season's points tonight in that 33 car. Tell us how the race went for you.
You know what? We got a pretty good car. We've spent a whole lot of time invested in the car, and you know what? Things just all go well. We spend the time doing it. That was good. It was a lot of fun.
We look forward to seeing you back next race. See if you can put another W in that 33 car.
Be here.
Andrew Parr tonight doing it pretty easy in the number 33 car.
One more thing, I'd like to thank my sponsors. First of all, God, for allowing me to do this and making it possible. I'd also like to thank my wife, who puts up with constant hours in the shop working on this thing, getting it ready. Also, I'd like to thank Pearl Sheet Metal out of Madera and Complete Car Care out of Fresno. Without them, it really wouldn't be possible.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Well, great drive tonight from
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Outback Andy Foster. Right now we're going to bring Thomas McGray up. I'd be curious, ask Thomas if he was smoking in that car, if it was the right rear tire smoking before the start there for me, Andy. When you fired up at the start there. We'll go down to Thomas and Outback right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenny Shepard. Well, Kenny Shepard tells me, Thomas McGray, to ask you, before that start of that race, were you smoking in that car, or was that the right rear smoking?
I think it's the right rear.
The right rear smoking?
Yeah, I don't smoke.
Hey, pretty good race for you tonight. Kenny Shepard was saying you need to go back and look at the video, because Kenny was trying to coach you in the video about letting the car flow coming out of turn 4. We noticed when you're coming out, you're really boxing the car coming out of turn 4, slowing the pace down. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have been right on the tail or even in front of that 33 car tonight.
Yeah, I'm working on that. The one that's been helping me with the car, Bert Stevens, has been helping me with the car, and we got to fine tune it and get that set up right, because that means a lot, that setup. And got to thank Tar District Records and Palm and Olive Antiques for getting me back into the track again, back to the track. And again, thank you to Kenny Shepard for getting it going too.
Good drive tonight by Thomas
right.
McGray, who calls himself Tommy Reckless, so we're trying to take that away, I
Yeah.
guess. Second place tonight. Good job, buddy.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Outback Andy. Congratulations, Thomas. Nice run. JJ, the car is in one piece. It looks good. Actually had some speed tonight. We're going to go down trackside with 2 announcers. This ought to be interesting. Down to you, Outback Andy.
Well, we're down here with Mr. Spooky himself. Woo! Hey, we were on the air there, revving you up on air, trying to get you going a little faster. I know you're still fine-tuning on this car. You've changed the car from green to black, but man, you need to get rid of the rest of the green. The rest of the green needs to go, and I think you're going to be good to go. But how about it for JJ Branson tonight? Hey, good job, buddy. Got the car home in one piece, and good points tonight for you as well.
Yeah, it's just been frustrating. You know, we changed a bunch in the off season. Then of course we were able to get extra time to do extra things, and we thought we were going the right way. And it seems like every week we're just going back and back. So I think we're going to start back at the actual drawing boards, start back at the actual basics, and get some more speed on this car. But I can't thank Fantasy Decals enough. Bauer Sox Racing Engines, Eloy Bazan Motorsports, all kinds of help I've had out there. My wife and my son, who work constantly back there, and my wife are actually letting me still actually do this. So it's been fun, but yeah, we need to do a lot of changes.
Well, the good thing about it is when you don't get home and you don't crash it, you can work on go faster stuff. So
Exactly.
that's
We
a
don't
good
have to
thing about it.
fix
Roll on the
anything.
trailer tonight to go fast stuff. Good to see my fellow announcer, JJ Branson, with a nice solid 3rd place tonight at Madera.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Outback Andy. Thank you, JJ. Now that's one announcer that turned to racer being interviewed by an announcer that turned from a racer. So very interesting, great perspectives there. We're gonna show you another little documentary piece we're working on right now while they're bringing the Mini Super Toyotas out. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
My dad is a dairyman, and my grandpa was too, and then we farm, and so we always grew up after school or Saturdays, we worked on the farm, whatever the jobs were at that time. We've kind of do, all the jobs, so cows, farming, whatever. And Joey and his brothers, Saturdays or summer vacations are out there with the rest of the guys going at it. Oh, Joey always was competitive, trying to keep up with his, he has older brothers, and he just tried to grow up and be like them. He has twin brothers, they're a couple years older than him, and tries to keep up with them in everything he does, driving quads, equipment on the farm or anything,
Middle of 2018, Joey and his dad came over and seen us. We were running Jesse Love and Adam Lemke here in the junior late models. And about 3/4 of the way through the 18 season, he got in one of our cars. We did a little testing and actually ran a couple races.
Here at Madera, he did that, a little bit of door banging, but it's all clean and green there for second. That was cool. Joey East did a good job there, but
So the night that Joey won, it was a fierce battle with some other cars, great racing, close racing. I think all the kids, a lot of kids from his school were here, being he's local. I think there was upward of 400, 500 people from his school here.
I think a lot of them definitely became race fans and started coming to more races after that, and I think everyone just enjoyed it a lot, and it was just really cool to have them all there on my first win, and it was just such a close race and a good race for them to come to.
A sideways front right, he's going to lose the lead going into turn. Oh, it turns around the 88 drive.
That
And here
looks
we go,
like a
Jewison
racing
to
deal.
the
They
outside.
keep going. And here goes Jewison, but they put the yellow lights on. East leads the lap. One more lap to go. East led that lap. Can he hold it? We're 3 wide again.
He drives down into turn 3. They will race through turn 3 side by side. Out of turn number 4, Joey East. Joey East
survives and wins.
Tanner
As
Rife goes around.
spins around the straightaway and will finish in second. No one hit him. A dramatic finish.
What a finish to round 2 of the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series here in 2019. Joey East picks up his first career win. What a thrilling finish, Joey, that was.
Probably the funnest race I've ever been in. There's good racing with Tanner Rife. We're side by side for like the last 2 laps on the caution, and then we just had a really good race all the way till the last minute. We just barely beat him there coming out at turn 4.
And, you know, Joey, he doesn't show much excitement. I mean, it's the biggest race of his career against some of the best juniors here. And he gets out and just kind of says it was good and waves a little bit and calls it a day. Since then, he's won 4 or 5 other races, and I've been working on him to stand up on the top of the door of the car, and he just won't do that. And the last race he won here last year, before he got out, I climbed in the passenger side and said, okay, Joey, I want you to stand on the top of the door. I don't care, don't hurt it, not gonna scratch it, and wave to the crowd. And he looked over, he goes, oh, I don't know if I want to do that or not, you know. And I said, just do it. And I backed out, and he kind of got up and kind of did it halfway. And I went over to him after he got out, I said, that didn't count, we got to do that again someday. So we're always joking with him that he needs to, you know, do that and wave to the crowd, wave to his sponsors, and, you know, get some excitement. But he is just pretty much kind of the same, regardless, bad night or good night. He's just there to learn and put in his time.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer, I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
For Outback Andy Foster, Stephen Blakesley, Jason Galvin, and the rest of our fantastic staff, I'm Kenny Shepard. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you next week right here on MAV TV. You know, as I walk up into these empty grandstands, it just doesn't feel right. This should be race number 3 of the 5150 Junior Late Model Series in 2020, which is the 5th season. It should be our 6th season and race number 3 of the Nutta Pro Late Model Series, featuring the best pro late model stars anywhere in the country. But instead, I'm here at an empty speedway. Just doesn't feel right. You know, something comes to mind as I look off into turn number 4. All I can see is cars thundering off of that corner, big packs of cars, big crowds. When I look over to turn 1, that's all I see is a big crowd and big packs of race cars. It just feels so empty right now to be at this speedway when nobody's here. One thing that does come to mind is the underdogs in the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. And we can't wait to get the 2020 season kicked off, whenever that would be, but it just feels like these underdog kids have been robbed of a tremendous opportunity here in the spring, and we certainly hope they have the opportunity to show their talent as we move into the summer here at the Madera Speedway. As I walk down these grandstands looking across the track again, all I can see and hear is the crowd. I smell the smell of popcorn and burning tires and race engines roaring by, and feel that thunder as they come down the front straightaway. And as I walk into this flag stand, I just see cars going around the racetrack, and it feels so wrong not to be racing right now. And with the whole country and the entire racing industry shut down, it just doesn't feel right. It almost feels like a bad dream right now as I stand here wishing that we were racing so badly.
In 2019, Robbie Keneally tried what only a few junior late model drivers before him have done before. leap from a quarter midget all the way into a junior late model. Without the assist of Bandolero or Mini Cup experience, Keneally and his family took on the challenging division with enthusiasm. The enthusiasm paid off with an 8th place finish in the June race and ultimately an 8th place finish in the standings out of nearly 20 regular drivers.
It goes all the way back to when I was about 4.5. Back in quarter midgets, I was training to get my license, and I remember my trainer kept telling me to go full throttle, but I was so scared to do it. And the one time I did it, I full throttled it into the wall, and that was the day I got my license.
So his first race was a quarter midget, and I'll never forget because Robbie they called the gentleman racer. He would literally pull over at the green flag and let everybody by. I was just absolutely devastated. However, a lot of fathers said, don't worry, one day that switch will come on, and boy, it sure did. And then he finally caught on. As time went on, he won a few quarter midget championships, and then it was actually Wiley X that pushed us to take this to the next level. So junior late model was the choice we made.
Okay, forget the script and start looking. He's crying too. Congratulations, dude. It's becoming a reality.
My goals are to finish better in the championship than we did last year and hopefully get some top 5s this year.
At least top 5. We got to start getting top 5s in this class. I want to be in that TV picture. I want him in that TV picture. And it's my job to do my best to give him the tools so he can accomplish that.
Although Keneally would likely be more successful in better equipment, I do believe he thrives off the family atmosphere at his team with his younger brother and twin sister both competing in the Mini Cup Bandolero division. Bakersfield's Kersey Young came to the Junior Late Model Series after turning heads across the Southwest in Bandoleros. Many of the top junior late model drivers such as Austin Edwards, Diesel West, Haley Deegan, and Ryan Vargas starred in Bandoleros, and Kersey hopes to be the next to visit Victory Lane after coming out of Bandos. Kersey has some of the most asphalt experience of anyone in the Junior Late Model Series, transitioning from junior mini dwarfs to senior mini dwarfs to Bandoleros and into junior late models.
And Kersey Young got a couple Bando wins last year, so talk about our ladder system working here as a couple kids from Bakersfield who came out of the small cars, and man, there's been a lot of...
I have for sure set my goals a little bit higher than I did last year just because we did upgrade the car and it handles way better and I'm way more confident in the car and comfortable.
2020 sees Kersey climbing aboard Buddy Shepard's former Madera title-winning car with the world at her fingertips. All the young lady needs to do now is drive within her abilities, and this could be a big breakout season for Kersey. Cabe McClenny of Bakersfield is likely the driver that makes the most with the least.
Cabe got a little bored around close to age 10 in the Bandoleros and wanted to do something a little different. Kenny had the Junior Late Model Series. We did check into that. We were able to get Cabe a car. They didn't run Bandos there, so Kel got rid of the Bandolero and transitioned Kel into a Mini Cup at Madera. Kel ran the Mini Cup for 2 years before transitioning into the Junior Late Model with his brother, where they currently both are racing together and racing each other.
Running a two-car team with his younger brother Cale, the former Mini Cup and Bandolero standout has many strong accomplishments in his junior late model career. One of those accomplishments is fending off Haley Deegan on the way to his career best second-place finish at an event in 2017.
As Haley Deegan's trying to wear that back bumper out, look at the big mark. Here she comes again. Bump and run again. Look at this kid. You can't turn him around. Earlier in the race, we saw somebody get into him. Didn't turn him around. White flags in the air. In fact, he gained a couple of car lengths. Jesse Love, number 3 in a row. Cabe McClenny in second. Haley Deegan in third. And Rife, very impressive in fourth place. What a finish.
Youngest driver is the 11-year-old out of Bakersfield, Cabe McClenny, only his second TV show. And Cabe, you came home second. You fought off Haley Deegan. This must feel like a win to you guys.
It does. It feels bigger than a win.
How tough was that fighting her off in those last couple battles through turns 3 and 4?
It was pretty hard. It was just trying to keep it to the bottom and not make any mistakes.
Punching above their weight has been a consistent tone for McClenny Brothers Racing in this series, and Cabe enters 2020 as one of the most experienced drivers in the pit area.
Hey there everyone, my name is Austin Edwards, and I have been the driver of the number 18 5150 Junior Late Model at Madera Speedway for the past 4 years. I first began racing at 5 years old at Adams Motorsports Park in the kid kart division and ran that for 3 years. I was able to win a lot of championships there and then move up to the Bandolero division, get a California State Championship along with a couple track championships, and move my way up to the ranks. And by the time I was 9 years old, I got into a full-size Southwest tour truck. And let me tell you, that is when I started learning a lot. You see, at the time that I was driving in the Southwest Tour Truck Series for the first time, at only 9 years old, I was also running the Bandolero division at the same time. By the time I was 11, I had all my Bandolero championships, I got 3 races into the truck, and the opportunity for the Junior Late Model Series popped up.
Welcome back, race fans, to Madera Racing on MAV TV is what we'll say next week. Tonight, it's Short Track TV, right?
Short Track TV, and next week will be on MAV TV. The big show next Saturday night.
And this Saturday night, Outback Andy, it's you and I. Last week it was Steve and I. Next week it'll be Jason Galvin, Stephen Blakesley, Outback Andy, myself, Quan, the whole crew.
Yep.
We're warming it up right now. Right now we've got MSTs on the track. We're missing the Reynolds boys. Big wreck last week. They're watching right now. And those of you, our live feed for our live chat froze up, but we're able to finally jump back in with another portable device so we can see what we've got. Outback Andy right now is going to have the lineup for you.
Yes, I do. Kenny Shipper will go right from the back, driving the number 2 car. This is a new driver to Madera. 2 are MSTs, and MST stands for Modified Super Toyota, and they are brought to you by Sportsmobile. The 2 is Haley Bug out of Madera and the Fantasy Decals entry. We move now to the number 9, the 2019 Madera Speedway Rookie of the Year. Out of Fresno, racing for Tim Pilcher and Pilcher Farms, it is Kyle Labrie. The driver of the number 40, 2017 Madera Speedway MST champion. Out of Carruthers in the Carruthers Engine Parts Davis Tires entry, it is Dirt Bert Stevens. The driver of the 21, we call him Mr. Leap. He is out of Clovis. Brought to you by Leap and Sportsmanville, it is Patrick Geiger. In the team car, the team Leap car, the 21X out of Clovis in the Leap entry. This driver has driven a lot of cars here at Madera, and we've seen him in Toyota sedans many, many years ago, making his return in the MSTs. It is Jason Kearns. Move to the front row now, on the outside of the front row out of Fresno in the Wooden Shoe Motorsports. Kenny, Wooden Shoe Motorsports.
Makes me smile every time.
Lead entry, the driver of the 58, Tim Camera. Leading to the green tonight. This guy's been around the MSTs a long, long time. Out of Clovis in the Bert Stevens Racing Power Stake entry, it is Dennis Brannon.
MST main event, 30 laps, ready to roll. They're going to roll them off right now. And for you fans that are live with us on Short Track TV, and there's a bunch of you, we've got a live chat back up. So again, we were able to use a different device and brought it back up. So there's a couple of comments here. Robert Thurman, watching from Palmdale, California. Love the Short Track Racing.
Destiny
Palmdale,
Carter.
California.
Destiny Carter's moved out to Arizona. She's watching from Arizona.
Who's the most popular driver ever from Palmdale, the most famous driver from Palmdale?
B. Jim Pettit.
Ron Hornaday. Pettit's from Seaside.
Oh,
Now, come on. I heard people laugh all the way through the live feed right there, huh?
Yeah.
Was that people from the live feed we heard laugh or Quan?
Jeff Tilch is on.
Ron Hornaday Jr., Palmdale, California, famous from out there in the desert, one of the all-time greats, NASCAR Hall of Famer.
Here's one from Australia for you, Dave Tweedle. Dave Tweedle, what is the air temperature and track temperature, Kenny Shepard? Well, the air temperature was about 90, I think, today.
Oh, a lot hotter than that. Yeah, we're 100. Track temp probably somewhere in the high 140s, 150. I actually didn't check. I would have to check with one of the teams. The sun is down, and as our Australian here, that gentleman's from Australia too,
yes,
right?
Yes, he is. He's from Perth, Western Australia.
Where's that at?
On the west coast of Australia.
No, I don't mean Australia. Okay. Okay, our Australian here is David. Our Australian here tells us nighttime is the right time. That's what
hey,
he always
my
say.
former crew chief is my former crew chief is tuned in from Queensland. He's moved from Perth to Queensland in recent times. We call him Have a Chat. Brad Glenn. Have a Chat. It's called Have a Chat for a reason, trust me. But yeah, we're great friends. He used to crew chief and used to race my car in the mechanics race. So yeah, good to see Have a Chat online as we get these cars lined up. So a few names I'm seeing there from down under. I know there's a few of them watching, that's for sure, because they've let me know on private chat that they're watching. Some guy, Stephen Blakesley, was watching, but yep.
Yep, Destiny Carter missed y'all.
Yeah, we missed Destiny
back
too.
racing.
Cool lady.
Geiger for the win. Geiger for the win. Who else? Who's going to pick? Who's the win? It's great to be back on the chat with you guys. We kind of missed that. Jeff Delliser, one of our great cameramen that helped us in all the years. Jeff says,
Tosha, yeah.
Yeah, great camera work. Good to have you along, Jeff. Sterling Baker, hope you get the live chat fixed for the next week. We got it fixed this one. We got it dialed in. We're 10 times better than we were last week, and I know Andy's Australian friends would say that's because we've got Andy, but because we've got most of our equipment working. What we have right now out back, Andy, is the lights out going down the back straightaway. Mini Super Toyotas ready to roll.
Followed by our hobby stocks and then our huge late model main event. So stay tuned for the late models. It's going to be insane tonight. Brandon and camera bring them to the green. Brandon should be just a fender ahead. That is not
3 wide.
Yeah, that really doesn't work. But we'll see if the yellows come on. Maybe they're going to say that
I think it was actually a good start in the front
Yeah.
row. The 58 just couldn't keep up. 3 wide.
Lost a lot of ground.
Bird took it 3 wide. You've got the 2 car up front.
Yeah, Haley Bug.
Yeah,
Brand new
hang
driver.
tight there.
Brand new driver, Haley Bug, up front.
Car number 2 running second place. Nice roll through the middle of the corner. Let's see if Dirt Bert Stevens can get in there and dirt track underneath her. Rolling in right now, fairly cautious.
And how about that battle back there between Geiger, Kearns, and the rookie of the year from last year, Labrie. Labrie now trying to fight his way through in that Pilsner Farms
Best
entry.
battle on the track right now is this second place battle.
Yes, it is. Look at that battle.
Oh, look at really.
And Geiger's coming as well. Look at Geiger close him in turn 3 and 4. Geiger now to the inside as Bert Stevens cleared the 2 car of Haley Bug. And here comes the car, the Leap, Mr. Leap himself in that Sportsmobile entry, Patrick Geiger. Like I say, if Patrick can put together a full race, he's a threat to be a race winner every main event. I tell you, we really like the run that Dennis Brannon's got going. Dennis got a good run going, and of course, he's pretty much teammates with that 11 car as well. So,
yeah, Patrick Geiger coming through, but right now trouble.
Haley Bug goes around. Haley Bug goes around.
Yeah, and she was very stable for a long period of time, but she has spun in each one of her races so far.
She's got a cone hooked in the steering, I think, down there, Kenny. So we're going to go yellow down here pretty soon if they can't get that car out of that position, I'm sure of it. Stay green momentarily. They're trying to signal to Haley Bug, but the officials probably can't see that there is a cone. Yep. There's a cone stuck on the right behind the right-hand front wheel. Tell you what, nice right turn, and Haley Bug had a nice right going until that incident. Dennis Brannon continues to lead his teammate, Bert Stevens, Patrick Geiger. There's the cone.
Yeah,
still
Robert
stuck in there.
Thurman, he said, wish we could watch the V8 supercars here in the U.S.
Here's Robert Kubler. Robert Kubler from Reno, Nevada. Of course, a former legends of the Pacific racer. Robert Kubler used to travel the racetrack just about by himself and all the time. He just comes all the way from Reno to Madera all the time. So, hey, big shout out there to Robert Kubler. We miss you, buddy.
Well, things continue to stay crazy in California. If he's up in Reno, he may have company because there's a lot of talk about building another racetrack up there just outside the state of California. So you never know. Maybe he can come play at a racetrack. Davey Munoz, he's up there somewhere. Davey, are you still with us on the feed? If so, let us know if you've got a good piece of property up there to build a racetrack. 2 cars rolling. Andy, actually, she did a good job here. She spun in each of her races. She held on really well at a pretty good pace right there.
Officials have retrieved their cone for the entrance of the go zone.
Oh, and here we go. Frank's watching, and he's probably already taken a picture of that cone on a screenshot and sent it to Lance Jackson, which is rather famous for being a cone smasher in the super modifieds.
Yeah, picked up the cone.
I think there's even cartoon characters made after that. It looks like we're one to go at the line right here out back, Andy. Josh has got that rolled up single flag in his hand, pointing one to go.
And our race leader gets to pick the inside or the outside. So Brandon has chosen the inside.
Good move, but the sun is down, and we put a little rubber down on the outside. So I would imagine the late model drivers are watching with some interest here to see if the 40 can make a run on the top as the sun's gone down. See if we've got a little bit better racetrack here. So what my eyes are watching out back, Andy, the 40 car on the high side down the back straightaway, that run off of that 5150 turn.
The car I'm keeping an eye on is the 9 of Labrie. He's come from the back, and he's making good work of this, already up to 4th place on the racetrack. Green goes on. That looked a pretty good start, too. That's a good start from our Sportsman Built MST.
Now, here's that run I was talking about down the back straightaway. Top side looks pretty good. The 40's got a really nice run down into turn 3 and takes the lead.
Look at Labrie now. Labrie runs around the outside of Dennis Brannon as well.
Okay,
so that outside line is coming in.
That's a hint right there. You're going to see the late model drivers go up to the high side after they've seen that. And these are much lower horsepower cars, so the late models will be able to really utilize the top side of the racetrack.
Yeah, I know the crews are starting to gravitate towards the pit area up there to the fence, peeking through as Haley Buck goes around. Camera and Kearns have to take evasive action.
Yep, and that is 2 spins. There is a 3-spin rule.
Yep, 3 will send you to the house.
The officials have worked really hard to work with them.
We're looking forward to next week, Kenny Shepard. It's the opening round. Round number 1 for the 6th season of the late models on MAV TV. We started out 5 seasons ago. We started out doing 8 30-minute shows together, and after the first year, they signed us to 16 one-hour shows, and now we're out to 18 of those late model shows.
Well, 18 races. We did 24 episodes with the champion documentaries.
18 of the late model races.
18 of the late model races. This year we have the Olga's California Dream 100. Robert Copley working really hard. Robert's out there. We'll give you a shout out. That's a big, it's a Daytona event. Oh yeah, you might see 70 of the best little mini stock racers from around the country. It's like they're trying to line things up right now. And fans, what we have coming up next, we've got a small hobby stock race. Jeremy Doss is on the pole over on the back straightaway. The late models are starting to line up now. And we've got 20 late models for you in a tune-up race. Little preview of what's to come next week, and I think we're going to see this track spread out. This will be the first event this year that we've functioned, actually first laps under the lights with the sun down. So my prediction is this racetrack really spreads out here in a little bit. I would think Zampa's broke a trailer coming down yesterday. I wonder if they're with us on the feed watching this. We've still got Geiger for the win. People picking Geiger. So
yeah, Geiger, you know, he's in a good position where he is on the outside. Brannon, although Brannon looks like
I think Labrie's trouble. I think the 9 car, they found some speed.
Well, if Bert Stevens starts on the inside, Labrie lines up alongside him. Labrie should be able to get to the inside
go to
of
second,
Brannon.
Yeah, go to second and try and run him down.
Labrie is, like I say, Labrie is looking good here right now. He's going to have Geiger. The only problem Geiger's got to start behind Dennis Brannon, and we know that Bert Stevens is probably going to get the jump here on Brannon. So
Geiger's you're saying Geiger's kind of stuck. No, Stevens takes the high side, so boy, that just worked out in a major way for Geiger.
You know what's happened there. Bert Stevens Bert Stevens has probably said, hey, hang on a minute here.
Geiger,
we need to put Geiger to the outside and put Labrie, who they know Labrie is a big threat. So they're putting Labrie behind rather than Geiger behind. So
that was a good move by Bert.
Smart move by Bert. Hey, let's
now the problem you've got, the 11 has got the nose. He's not the leader. He might he's misunderstanding. He's not the leader. It's still the 40 car should set the pace. That's going to make the officials very unhappy.
Bert will fix this coming to the go zone
yeah,
right
but
now.
CK won't. CK hands on. I'm watching CK. Right. They threw it.
And Geiger is muscling the back of
Well,
Bert
that's
Stevens.
a little bump draft right there. And watch this run down the back straightaway for the 40 car.
Yep.
Big run on the outside. Let's see what we have here on the outside.
Brannon is impressive. He's able to
but
hang
look
with
at this
these
run,
guys.
the 40 car. Watch down the back straightaway. Coming off of turn 2, the 40 is going to pull him by 2. Oh, a little loose, the 40 car, but he'll pull him right here. Yep. Geiger's trapped on the outside. That 9 car is really strong. Big battle for second place. Big run. The 11 kind of.
The 9
11 came down.
11.
The 11 came down.
Yep, the 11
absolutely came down.
The 11 did come down. Let's
yeah, you
see
can
what-
see it. You can see it crystal clear on the camera. The 11 car came down on the 9. The 9 had a big run. The 11 came down. So I would predict they leave the 9 in there, and it was the fault of the 11 car coming down.
Just trying to protect his position on the racetrack, Dennis Brannon.
Yeah, but the 9 car, that's a fast race car right now. Labree's really got that car back in good form. And protecting is one thing when that car's got a big run. There's no stopping that move right there, it looked like to me. This will be interesting, though, because depending on what race control does, if they leave the 9 there and basically assign the yellow to the 11 coming down, this will be interesting because the 9, no matter what, will come behind the 40 now to get a big run on Geiger. And Geiger didn't look as strong on the top as Bert Stevens did.
Our officials are going to walk out here and set the starting positions. They're obviously not happy with the way these guys are lining
Well,
up.
I think the 11 is probably the 11. The 11 goes to the rear. Yeah.
Yep. The 11 unfortunately goes to the rear for Dennis Brannon, but did cut down heavily across the nose.
Yeah, if we had enough time with that, we could show a replay with Quan, but we've worked Quan so hard, we'll leave him alone on the instant replay right now. Plus, it looks like they're getting ready to go right back to green flag action here. It looks like it's going to be 1 to go this next time by.
Yeah, we're going to get this back green here pretty quickly.
Pam and Jeff Silver, you guys still with us? And how's the fire over there in Aptos, if so? I know we've got Seth. He normally drives our tow truck. He's back in.
Jason Lawton says Kyle for the win.
Kyle for the win. Boy, I
So
wouldn't argue with that.
Carter and Brittany Bowles says Geiger for the win. Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. And Bert was a little bit loose in the center of the corner, so let's see how they can press him a little bit. Looks like 1 to go next time by. I'm not sure what they're working on over there.
Geiger's got the Trump 20 on the back of the 21 car. And now looks like they're putting the 9 of Labrie into second, I guess.
Well, he was second. That would make sense. So he was wanting. That's what the hang-up was here. It looked like the 9 was hoping to start on the inside.
Bert's a
And you'll have
cagey
that-
old fox because he's seen that the outside didn't really work very well at times.
Well, and I think the 9 is so strong on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's where if you're Bert, you're going to have a better run here on the bottom. Plus, again, chaining up with Geiger, right behind
Yeah.
you. So I think there's an opportunity there. If Geiger can
Bert
get
hopes
up,
that Geiger and Labrie get to
side by
race.
side, I'm
That's
sure
what's
Bert's
going
thinking
on.
get that. Geiger gets a good start, shoves on him. Watch the bumper of Geiger probably pushing on the 40, and then Bert's hoping they get side by side and he can just walk away and drive off into the sunset. Lap 7 of 30. Feels like we've already done 100 laps out back, Andy.
It does. This is a long 7 laps so far. So, Kyle Labrie, the 2019 Rookie of the Year, pulls up alongside, and that was...
big start. And
Well,
look at-
Labrie was slow away.
Yeah, he kind of did a little boxy move down there, and what we were talking about, Geiger makes a big run. Geiger looks really good
Brandon's
right
coming
now.
back on Labrie, so we'll see if there's any contact back there. But Bert Stevens now, Bert's able to kind of dictate the pace up front. See how long that lasts.
Well, and you've got the
MSTs.
Labrie really has a better long run car. He gets rolling. He's not real good on the starts, but look how fast that 9 car is coming towards the back bumper of Patrick Geiger.
Yeah, gets like JJ on the starts, slow away on the starts, loses a lot of ground.
I wouldn't say like JJ.
No, but not as fast.
I mean, JJ goes from 3rd gear to 1st or something. I'm not sure what he does on those starts. Look at the 9 car running. This is the best battle on the track right now for second place.
This is a great job by Geiger in that 21 car.
Yep, and race fan. Oh, good run right here. So let's see. Geiger's got the big sweep into the corner. Nice entry down the back straightaway. After this, we'll have a little hobby stock race and then a big late model race coming up. So that late model race will be, we're lap 10 heading to 30 right now. Let's see if they behave themselves. Even the last couple of weeks, the late models have raced really well. It's been the MSTs that have been really aggressive out here in these club races. Here comes the 9 car again.
For those who just tuned in, these are 4-cylinder modifieds powered by a Toyota motor. And you get around here pretty good.
Yeah, very racy. The 9 car, well, Geiger's fast. He's always been fast. The 9 car looks like it's rotating a little bit better. Yellow flag is out.
Yellow is out, and that
Turn
would be Haley Bug, and I think
Well-
we might have some damage to that car, do we?
Hard to tell right there.
No,
I mean,
it's back
she
in the wall.
spun
Backwards.
twice on her own. This would be the third spin.
To the house.
So it just depends if she wants to go ahead and park it. Typically on shows like this, sometimes they'll work with them. I'm not sure what, and you don't want to tear a race car up. It looks very clean right now and not tore up, so it might be better to go tune it up. She got some good laps in. Definitely the start of the race was really good for her. Ran up front, ran second in that number 2 car for a little while. Looks like they're doubling up. Let's see if Josh gives them 1 to go right here at the flag. They're not messing around.
Nope.
Lap 12, trying to get to 30. Trying to get to 30.
Well, we put 5 laps in then, so let's see if we can put in, what are we going to go, like 18 to go or something?
Yeah, Jeff says, good color, good camera work. We appreciate that. Like to see Happy Father's Day to all fathers at the, I'd like to say, well, thank you very much, Sterling. To all the fathers, and we've got Stevens, the pick for the win, the 40 car. Stevens, that's a pick. Geiger on the outside, the team car. Good look. Boy, Burt runs them up the track. You wouldn't know their teammates right there, but Geiger gets a big run right here. Let's see if Geiger can roll the center of the corner and get that big shotgun down the back straightaway. Didn't work.
No, and Burt Stevens, Burt's been very good in last year. He was very good in the early part of the year. Geiger's always a threat. If Patrick Geiger can put together,
and he's still hustling the top,
yep.
But Burt was fast enough on the bottom.
Well, Burt's moving around the track a lot. I see Burt moving up, moving down, really looking in those rearview mirrors, trying to work out how he can block that 21. I think Burt knows that probably in raw car speed, maybe Geiger has the more raw car speed, where Burt has more experience in these cars.
Geiger's fast, like you're saying. He's got more speed through the center. It looks like Burt's a little bit tight on exit.
After that spin, it's amazing. Brandon is still there, was still there in third. Chops off that 9 car.
Well, that's
the
same combination, right?
Spinning.
That's the same thing that happened over Battle for third. That same thing happened at the other end of the racetrack. Let's look and get a little bit of a speed shot. Geiger's,
this time Labrie gets inside the 11. It'll be game over. Let's see. We know this car has a lot of long speed in it, so when we get laps going on, maybe he can pull away from that 11 car now and try and track down Geiger. Geiger went way up the racetrack out of fourth.
Way up the racetrack.
Lost about 2 or 3 car lengths on Burt Stevens that time.
Lap 17 coming to lap 18 of 30. This will be lap 18 of 30, and Geiger's given up some precious real estate that he badly needs back, and that's not the way to do it. It looks like the Geiger car is sliding up the racetrack on the exit of 4, Andy.
Not as bad as Thomas Magray was doing in the Toyota sedans, but when you wash off the speed like that out of turn 4, you lose so much on the car.
Yeah, watch
it
right here. Watch Geiger's car.
Where Burt's able to just rotate that car as free as he likes around. Burt's just letting the car drift around the racetrack. He's chasing different parts of the racetrack. You see Burt searching all the time, looking in that rearview mirror thinking, okay, let me try this to see if it works. I know I got about a 3 or 4 car length break on Patrick, so I can try some different things. If it doesn't work, I'll go back to what I was doing before, try and drive away. And it's working so far, but
Geiger's closing in.
Look at Labrie, though. Labrie is closing in on this battle as Geiger starts to do it now.
Yeah, Geiger's crawling in. We're running out of time.
Well, Geiger's got to get going because Labrie is coming.
I think Geiger he's moving right now. Look at the gap right here. We'll go to a wider camera shot. We're coming to lap 22 of 30.
If this stays green, Labrie is in a chance at least picking up second here,
if not
maybe
winning.
Going for the win. That car, like you said earlier, it's a good long run car.
Good long run car. He is chewing them up right now.
Imagine if he didn't lose on the start, Kenny Shepard. If he had kept pace with him on the start, he'd be in the lead by now with the way that pace is on that car right now.
Well, and here's something you can look at. We're running out of laps, coming to 24. So the problem will be, unless Geiger drives up to the back bumper, we could have a 3-way battle. But if the 21 and the 9 hang up and fight each other, it's game over. Burt would love that.
Well, the trick here will be, will the 21 try and defend or will he try and attack? That will be the big question out of turn number 2. That's the DJ safety turn. Doing a good job too, Burt Stevens, although here comes Mr. Leap. He is leaping around the racetrack right now. And Labrie now was within a car length of Patrick Geiger. And Labrie's in trouble. The squiggle down there washed off about 2 car lengths. that may be the turn that cost Labrie.
That's the
victory
difference,
here.
but what it could also do is put Geiger lap 26 of 30. Geiger could completely go on the attack and not worry about the rearview mirror, so that's a good deal for Geiger.
Yep, Geiger now sees that he's got about a 4-car length lead over Kyle Labrie, the 2019 rookie. The 2017 champ leads this event from Geiger.
Lap 27, 3 to go.
I know Patrick's got a lot of fans out there, and what a great looking car. This is the best looking car in the MSTs for sure. Patrick Geiger's car tonight. And he is charging hard, but Bert Stevens continues to lead this race. Kyle Labrie now, let's take a look at Kyle. He's trying to mount a charge, but I think it's going to be all too late for Kyle Labrie. It's about a 2-car length lead as the white flag comes out at Madera. 1/3 of a mile left to go in Central California for the driver of the number 40.
Patrick Geiger's
Goodman.
right to his back bumper. Here we go, out back Andy Foster down the back straightaway. Let's see if Geiger gets a big run right here.
End of the turn, Geiger mounting that big charge out of turn number 4. Bert Stevens defense runs up the racetrack to block the 21. Dirt Bert Stevens will take the win from Patrick Geiger. Then it will go back to Kyle Labrie. Looks like Jason Kearns has leapfrogged Dennis Brannon. Tim Cameron, Hallibug didn't make the distance. I will go down to my happy place down there in Victory Lane and talk to a very happy 2017 Madera Speedway MSD champion. Bert
Outback
Stevens.
Andy Foster's heading down to Victory Lane for the top 3. Dirt Bert makes it 2 in a row. So Ryan and Sean Reynolds, I know you're watching. Your competition's tuning up. It'll be not soon enough to get back here to take this on. John McCollum, hey, watching here from Stockton. Wish I could be there. The late model's still in pieces. We wish you could be here too, John. We look forward to seeing you shortly. Stephen Blakesley, no late models are last. Okay, someone must have asked a question. What we have coming up, thank you, Stephen. Boy, talk about doing double duty. He's probably writing a story for me too, huh, Andy? Stephen's up at Delta running the show up there, helping out. Late models are the last show this evening. So we've got hobby stocks that'll come out for a quick little exhibition race, and then we will have the late models, 20 late models tuning up. Sun is down, and it should be a really competitive race. We're anxious to see that. We'll get Andy set up while the guys are going down. I'm going to read a few more comments here, and we're going to stay on. Let's see. Geiger trying to leap past Dirt Bert. Boy, he was, Stephen. Good run there. Good race. And like Stephen always asks, if you guys are there, let us know. One thing I'm always interested in, if you're from out of the area, what track do you attend? What grassroots short track do you attend? That's one question. The other one we were talking about last week that we all love, each racetrack seems to have a signature food. So from wherever you are at, what is your favorite racetrack food? That racetrack that has a signature, whatever the dish is they make, or the hot dog, or the square hot dog, or kind of the novelty item. So let us know what your favorite racetrack food, what track it is, and if you're from out of the area, what track. Thanks, Stephen. Kid took my phone. Josh here from Nate Clara Motorsports watching. Nate Clara suspension. Congrats to the top 3. Ryan Reynolds. We missed you, Ryan. Can't wait to have you back. We're glad we can give all of our fans this feed presented by NutUp. And it's really a good situation right now to be able to do this for free because of our sponsors. A little bit later tonight, what you're going to see in our late model series, the Madera late models, is competition carburation. They put up $550 tonight, $250 to add to the winning purse, $250 for the biggest mover, and then $50 for the fastest lap. They've also helped us present this live stream for free. So I always say, support the brands that support our sport. Competition Carburetor, make sure that's where you're buying your carburetors. NutUp, hit nutup.com if you would. Order some almond products if you like seeing these live streams for free and not $15 or $20 or $30 pay-per-views. As long as our sponsors will help us out. This particular production, we had 2 people full-time the entire week, plus the gear, the stream, everything we're doing. You're talking about probably $3,000, something like that when it's said and done, and our sponsors are helping us present this to you for free. As you've noticed, the quality of the stream has stepped up in a major way, and we'll continue to move it forward next week. Checking on the guys right now down on the track. It looks like they're about ready to go. We're ready to go with them. Outback Andy, you about ready down there? Let's see if Josh is ready to go. Zach, we're ready to go anytime you guys are. We stayed live with you, so as soon as we get Bert up there, we're going to throw it down to Outback Andy Foster. Outback Andy, down to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenny Shepard. Well, back-to-back wins, I believe, for Dirtbird Stevens, 2017 Madera Speedway MST champion. What a great start to the season for you, buddy.
Pretty good for old fat guy, ain't it?
He did a great job, buddy. See you guys running team orders too on that restart. Looks like one of those restarts you and Dennis swapped around. We were talking about that up in the booth. You must have seen who was behind and wanted to swap and try and block that run.
Yes, I wanted to keep the front as long as I could.
Great job tonight. Two straight wins in the Sportsmobile MSTs. You got some people you want to thank, I guess.
Yes, I want to thank my wife and my family for letting me do this. I want to thank Carruthers Engine Parts, Davis Tire, Potter's Machine Shop, and Power Stride Batteries. Thank you very much.
Well, solid chase for another championship for Dirtbird Stevens, our 2017 MST champion. Back to you, Kenny.
I want to say hi to everybody that's watching me on Facebook if you're watching me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Bert. That's 2 in a row for you. Good job, buddy. The Ryan Reynolds are watching the feed live. They wanted me to let you know they're really tuning up and looking forward to the competition again. Outback Andy Foster, let's get Patrick Geiger up there. Patrick's probably going to have one of the more popular masks, according to race fans, I would anticipate. They tend to like this, his face mask. All right, we're going to send it back down to Outback Andy Foster.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kenny Shepard. As we said during the broadcast, if this guy puts together a full race, mistake-free, he is a big threat to win any one of these Sportsmobile MST events. What a great battle tonight for you, Mr. Leap. You had the battle with the 40 car, you had the battle with the 9 car, Dennis Brannon in there. Man, oh man, there was some great MST racing tonight.
It was a real good race tonight, and I'm really proud of everybody that's here. You know, when we got a rookie out here, they make a few mistakes, and it makes it hard, you know. You got to back out, and then these guys are too fast, and once they get out in front of you, you know, it's basically follow the leader at that point. So
had Bert swap around the positions and block you from what was going to be the run, so that didn't really work out, but it was just great racing between you guys.
Yeah, Bert's a real great driver. He knows where to go on the track and where to be at the right time. So, hey, all props to Bert. Great job, great race. Just wish I could have got past you and got that win I've been longing for a while now.
Solid night of racing for Mr. Leap, Patrick Geiger.
Congratulations, Patrick. Nice run, very impressive. It was a lot of fun to watch. I'm going to give a shout out here. Eric Graves says hi to everybody. A lot of people congratulating you guys on a very entertaining race. Bert says hi back. Must be a friend of Bert's. Sterling wants to know, what time are we going live next week? It'll be 6 o'clock, Sterling. Same thing, behind the scenes of what we do at the MAV TV show. One of my favorite, actually my favorite number on a car, 9, the shape of that 9. Let's send it down to Outback Andy Foster with our third place competitor.
Thank you very much once again, Kenny Shepard. Third place tonight, and wow, this guy really turned the action on. Has a long run car. Kenny Shepard was saying, keep an eye on Carl Labrie, a long run car. Little trouble getting off the line on one of those restarts. Really cost you a bunch of, well, not positions per se, but a lot of track position. And I'm sure if you could have got away clean there, you certainly would have been up giving Berto a run for his money for the lead.
Absolutely. The last 2 races, actually 3, the last race last season, we've been having clutch issues. Weren't able to get up to speed. This race, once we got into 3rd gear, we were able to get it going, but we were still struggling on those starts, so it put us behind, and I was able to gain the ground back, but the ground lost on the restarts was really killer.
Yeah, some great racing out there, and you had a good battle with Dennis Brannon out there tonight as well.
Yeah, Dennis and I, we work on each other's cars, we help each other out. I'm sure we'll have a discussion about what happened out there on the track today. It'll be a difference of opinions as always, as racers have, but it was all in all a good points race. We're still contending for the championship behind Bert, didn't lose too many points. Would like to thank Tim and Galen Pilcher for letting me drive their car tonight.
Have a beer with Dennis Brannon and on to the next race.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Good, solid third position tonight for the 2019 Rookie of the Year for the Madera MST's Carl Labrie.
Thank you, Outback Andy. We're going to stay live with you instead of taking a little commercial break. We'll run right to the hobby stocks and then right to the late models after that. So we'll be ready to go pretty much any time we're ready to go. We're not going to commercial break again. So race control, bring the cars right out. We'll move right through the show rapidly right here. Some sandwiches, some different food. Hi from North Texas, Junior USA. Let's see, Rosa Andretti. Tri-tip sandwiches, the infield of KCRP. Actually, we were down there also. It seems like the jalapeno poppers from that gentleman where he makes that smoked food down there is pretty darn good. I like a tenderloin sandwich back in southern Iowa, either Bloomfield or Oskaloosa. Real good. There's other famous foods from places. It's really interesting when you go around the country, whether it's Indy, Daytona, or even at Reno, and we talk about the different foods. There's a square hot dog. Actually, it's a hot dog bun, but it's a hamburger, and it's in the shape of a hot dog, but square. Very unique. And it has cheese and things stuffed in it. That seems to be a very popular one. It's making me hungry right now. Everyone's hungry. We've been working hard. Where is Madera? Junior USA. Madera's in California. We sit right in the heartland. We kind of joke about, I've got a lot of family in Iowa. We're basically right in central California where it's really farmland. We're just north of Fresno, about 35, 40 minutes north of Fresno, and then about, I'd say about 150 miles south of Sacramento. Central Valley, Stephen Blakeslee always talks about the breadbasket of the world. So much food and farming is here. Hush puppies. What racetrack are those hush puppies at? Deep Pit, Bakersfield Speedway, Jeff. That's some good stuff, isn't it? It's been there a long time. Junior USA, thanks. You're welcome. Now, you're down. What part of Texas are you from? Because we've got friends in Tyler, Kilgore. The gentleman that I used to race for, Dexter Tuttle, he's just east of Dallas. So, Junior USA, let us know what part of Texas you're from. Outback Andy Foster, you ready to give us the lineup for this hobby stock race we're going to roll right into?
Yeah, I'm ready to give you that. Then I'll give you racetrack food for sure.
There we go. Yours, huh? Is it Australian food?
No.
I wanted. They don't eat kangaroo or anything over there, do they?
Not at the racetrack.
No.
Hamburgers,
all right, go ahead.
hot dogs, and all that sort of food. Pretty much the same as we have here. Let's take a look at the lineup from the back, from Merced. In the Driven Animosity A&M business, fresh off the grill, number 42, graduate from our Toyota Sedans, Manny Gonzalez Jr. The 17, well, if it's a large, as Kenny Shepard would say, they'll drive anything. Tonight he's driving the super truck from Clovis, supported by RCM and EBC brakes. Donnie Large Jr. leading him to the green tonight. It is the driver of the mainline equipment, number 91, Dennis Saunders Jr. That's our lineup for our hobby stock exhibition race tonight.
Ready to roll, and would like to wish Donnie Large Jr. a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Donnie Large Jr.
Happy birthday, Donnie Large Jr.
Sure
Amber and everyone watching, I'm sure they are. If you guys are watching, chime in if you're on the live chat. But thanks for tipping us off. I'm so hungry right now. That's why we're talking about food. Look at those cakes.
Okay, so do you want to know my racetrack food? Did you like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I don't want to hear about kangaroo.
No.
Like
It's in California. It's in California.
Okay.
And this was always, I said, was one of the best value meals at a racetrack. When John Soares had Antioch, the chicken strips and fries in the pit area at Antioch were absolutely legendary.
Just delicious.
Oh, best chicken strips you'll get anywhere, let alone just at a racetrack. And I'll throw in another one. The hamburgers in the infield at Calistoga. Not because necessarily the hamburgers are anything totally to blow you away, just because it's Calistoga and it's the middle of the infield at one of the most picturesque racetracks in the world. Calistoga, if you've never been there, it's in the wine country, and for my friends in Australia, it'd be like something like Margaret River area, wine country out there in Calistoga, and fairground track. It's a half mile, super fast, and place has just always been something special to me out there. So there, the hamburgers, we usually have, make Rick Fowler, we normally have 2 or 3 of those a night, and we like the chicken strips at Antioch when John Soares had Antioch. So that's
all right,
my
Jason, you know Jason, our photographer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, I think it's his wife. It's the fries. Likes our nuclear seasoned fries. Garlic fries, that must be what she's talking about, huh? The garlic fries with all the stuff on it. And pretty good. Hopefully, actually we're 1 to go. Lights are out, but we've got, hopefully we'll get fresh off the grill going again here soon.
Yeah, we sure do. Down for our fans to be able to buy some food from fresh off the grill.
Coming off turn 4 right now, fresh on the racetrack. Let's see what kind of a run Large can get on the outside.
Amber Large is in the pits here watching.
Wow, good.
Crewing for her brother.
And
she said, thank you for announcing his birthday. Amber, it's our pleasure to do that for you. We'll have a beer when I get home, one of those 805s for Donnie Large Jr. tonight, as Dennis Saunders leads. I tell you what, Donnie Large Jr. has done a good job in this Rick Suarez truck. This is the best I've seen this truck go for a long time.
Yeah, look at, he's actually rolling up on the back bumper of the 91 car. A little bit of smoke right there.
Talked about it before. Donnie Large Jr. I've seen him run Toyota sedans, MSTs. I've seen him run super modifieds in recent times. I've seen him run a late model.
Watch something here, Andy. The 17 of Donnie Large Jr., he's getting a lot more out of the racetrack. Watch, let's go to this camera angle. Watch him sweep out high, and then he gets more angle down here. The 91 is real boxy, not using up enough of the racetrack, and that's what's allowing the 17 hobby stock truck to pull up on the back bumper of the 91.
Donnie's just got letting the car free momentum, and that's just rolling around. But hey, big shout out to Manny Gonzalez Jr. Manny's doing a nice job out there, the young guy from in this car. I'll tell you what, this is wrenched by Chuck Aguirre. Chuck works on this car, and last year Chuck actually raced this in some open hobby stock races. So Chuck Aguirre's starting to get this car to young Manny's liking.
Yeah, Manny's he's really working over the back bumper of the 17. I want to watch the line on the 42. And again, we do a lot of this to coach. Let's see, coming off of turn 4 at the 42 behind the truck, uses the whole racetrack here. He really needs to let that thing breathe a little bit more right there. See how he's kind of boxy right there? He's giving a lot of speed up in the center of the corner.
So out of the turn, that 42 car is probably getting a little more traction. It was a little heavier in the back maybe than that truck is.
Staying right there together for a little exhibition race. These guys are having fun, getting to tune up.
They certainly are. And Manny Gonzalez Jr., like I said, come up from 4-cylinder Toyotas and go into a V8 Camaro. That is a big step up for this young kid. Really like the paint scheme on the car this year too. They put together a beautiful looking car. Manny kind of got it all wrong in the center of 1 and 2 that time, right by the twisted T sign.
I bet you it just feels good for Donnie Large Jr. to be back in a race vehicle.
Yep.
Probably a lot of fun, grinning ear to ear right now, tuning up.
Yeah, Donnie, like I say, Donnie's a very, very experienced race car driver, so he'll use all of his experience to get this truck, but this truck's doing a good job tonight.
Looking real good, and speaking of looking real good, is a full grid of a club race, 20 late models staged on the back straightaway. As soon as this race is over, out back Indy will go down and interview these drivers very quickly, and then we'll roll right into our late model main event to entertain our fans, and that should be a really good race.
Yeah, we'll do the interviews real quick down there, interview these guys real quick. But Dennis Saunders Jr. now picks up about a 4 or 5 car length lead over Donnie Large Jr., and it's about a car length back to Manny Gonzalez Jr.
Stephen Blakesley said chicken strips at Marysville as well.
Yeah, no, they're very similar. Very similar. You're quite right, Stephen Blakesley.
Here's someone else I'm going to jump over. We'll keep an eye on the race action right now, heating up. Still a good battle for second. Let's see, Indy GT. The Indy Summer Nationals were amazing, if anyone cares. So Indy GT, tell us a little bit about it. Who was top 3? Tell us, just give us a little tidbit of it. So we do care. We care a lot about all types of racing.
We care about all racing, trust me.
Yep.
Hey, look at this. We got a challenge for second. Manny Gonzalez Jr. got to the inside of the truck. Truck may be getting a little loose here. They touch just a little down there. Manny comes charging back to the inside. Donnie Large Jr.
Big race right there. Yep.
Donnie's trying to make that truck super wide. That truck's starting to get loosey-goosey on the racetrack now. Manny Gonzalez Jr. moves up to second from Donnie Large Jr. So Manny Gonzalez Jr. and Donnie Large Jr., 2 juniors together. In the meantime, Saunders who's got about a 10-car length lead.
Matthew Eshelman
maybe
jumped
trouble
in here.
for the truck. The truck is...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got trouble with the RCM truck.
Matthew Eshelman just jumped on here, watching from San Bernardino. Jim Dale, hello from... Oh, Jim Drake, pardon me. Hello from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, home of Myrtle Beach Speedway. Well, hello, Jim. Glad you could
yes,
join us.
John McCollum, Royce Farms Barbecue at Delta.
Oh,
yes,
delicious for
that
yours.
is,
Yep.
Oh, Royce Farms, great
little
barbecue.
tent stand.
Yeah,
You go
they
up.
got a
Yeah,
little- they-
Wayne Pierce's buddies.
Yep, they got the building down the end in turn 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, do they?
yeah,
Okay. I
yeah,
remembered some type of an outdoor
Yeah,
barbecue there for a while
that's
too.
That would be at the other track there.
Here's
at
another
that
one.
time.
Drew Myers.
Oh, we got a problem. The truck
Uh-oh.
is pulled to the infield. Donnie Large Jr.
Shot
pulls
right
to the
there.
infield.
Donnie going off the track.
Yep. So Manny Gonzalez Jr. now.
White flag.
comes out. We are going to.
Dennis Saunders having his way, and I'll tell you what, I guarantee you Steve Schimmerhorn's watching this, wanting his foot healed, because Saunders looks like he'll be some really good competition for the 2019 champion.
Yes, he will. Manny Gonzalez Jr. tiptoes out of turn 4. Doesn't want to turn the car in. Great job on that fresh off the grill entry tonight.
You're making me hungry, fresh
Yep.
off the grill. Okay, Indy GT, I'll get you guys up to speed here while Andy, I'm reading a comment from Steven. Andy will go down. Let's see, Indy GT, Super Modifieds, I forgot who won. Bobby Santos finished third. Sprint cars were amazing, great battle. The end between Cody Swanson, Madera's own Cody Swanson. Bobby Santos, I have the finish on my channel. Hello from Dallas, Texas, Devil's Bowl Speedway. We've got people tuning in from all over the place. Clyde Dunn Racing, or Smileys. Sprint cars were amazing. Like I say, we love all that racing. And actually, just a bit ago, we were supposed to be back at the Indy 500, and COVID shut us down, and we were planning on roaming around and checking out some short track racing, too. We love going back to the Indy area. Stephen Blakesley chimed. There's people chiming in from all over. This feed's cooking right now. So any of you that are out there, late model main events coming up, share this. Share it on your Facebook page. You're going to see one smoking hot race come up here in just a bit. We've got Jeremy Doss tuning up. You've got Joey East. There's a bunch of other really fast kids in this race. We've got the club racers fighting for a championship on race number 3 already. Club racers get a break next week and for the TV show, and then July the 4th they're back. Looks like we're working on getting some microphones set up. Quan's working his way back into the booth, so it'll be just a second. We'll stay live with you right here instead of going to commercial break. Stacy says, son, you're always my hero. I love you. Donnie, have a wonderful night celebrating. Happy birthday. IRP is a great place. It absolutely is. Santa Cruz, California. We've got someone chiming in there, so again, share with your friends. The main event's coming up. The headliner's coming up. Late model teams are pulling equipment into the infield. Kind of feel the calm before the storm. It's getting intense. Spotters are over here getting ready to wake up. Looks like they're all taking a nap. Bobby Burke, say hi. Your boy did a good job, didn't he? Did you guys get a contract signed for next week? Huh? You got a deal? See, that was impressive. You win with no donuts. Good job. John Krebs Racing, big event, big run for them tonight. They really showed their strength. That could be television winning ways. We'll see what they look like right here. And don't be surprised if this thing goes wire to wire, as our club events do often in these 40 lappers. So let's see. Chris Walker, huge drag racing fan, but this short track racing is starting to grow on me. Jaden Walker is upcoming. Well, let me tell you something, Chris. My dad was a drag racer. Eddyville, Iowa. I grew up in southeastern Iowa. Eddyville, Iowa, little bitty 8th mile drag strip out in the cornfields. My dad loved drag racing. Could not see any need to go round and round and bang into each other. My uncles were dirt track racers and had friends up in Oskaloosa, Oski Speedway, Southern Iowa Speedway. And when I went dirt track racing in a hobby stock, my dad wasn't real happy for a while, but he turned into the biggest short track fan that you would ever find. Racing's racing. I love drag racing too. My father-in-law just told me about this. So far enjoying. I look forward to seeing more. Well, from Pennsylvania. Boy, we've got people jumping in from all over and even some from out of the country. So from Pennsylvania, you picked a good time to jump in because we are getting ready to get after it with our late models. Looks like Outback Andy Foster is ready to go. Dennis is down there. We're going to head down trackside right now with Outback Andy.
Thank you very much, Kenny Shepard. Well, he's got a red trophy to match that awesome fast red line or mainline equipment red car tonight. Dennis Saunders Jr., hey, great night for you. Was just able to put in some clean and green laps and good points night for you for the championship.
Well, we're giving her what we got. It's an old car and an old driver. Had this car for 21 years, so it's kind of like an old shoe.
Still fits pretty good, though.
Well, she still does pretty good. She's a little bit tired. I think there's like 8 years on this crate motor. I was one of the first ones to have a crate motor out here in Madera, and she's still hanging in there.
Good job tonight. Like I said, nice clean and green laps, and load her on the trailer and go home and come back next time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kenny Shepard, for putting everything together for us, and you people hanging in there. Let's keep ourselves clean. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Outback Andy. Looks like I don't see Donnie Jr. It looks like he went off to the pits, our birthday boy, to start celebrating already. So we've got Manny Gonzalez Jr. heading up to chat with Outback Andy Foster. Outback, you ready? Down to Outback Andy Foster.
Yes, I am ready, Kenny Shepard. Well, it's a long way from Toyota sedans making your way up into these V8s, but your crew chief, Chuck Aguirre, is starting to get this car, Manny Gonzalez Jr., to your liking. And that was a good main event for you tonight. You ran the whole laps, nice, clean and green, and you're making progress definitely in this car.
Yeah, we made a lot of improvements over the off-season. I got to just give thanks to A&M Business, Driven Animosity, Cast Powder Coating, Minor Farms, everyone that helped us out this season. I also want to say Happy Father's Day to my dad and Uncle Chuck. They helped me a lot, just improve every day.
Yeah, you're certainly improving, and it's good to have someone like Chuck Aguirre with his experience wrenching on this car for you.
Yeah, he tells me when to get on it, when to get off, get on. Just he helps me a lot every time.
Solid night's work tonight for the young Manny Gonzalez Jr. Back to you, Kenny Shepard. We have that awesome 40-lap late model race coming our way.
Thank you, Outback Andy Foster. It looks like the microphone slipped on the TV microphone, so it might have didn't sound as well as it could have. That's a very directional microphone, so next time when they set it up for the late models, we'll make sure we've got it pointed at them. Again, to remind all of our fans, normally we've got an army of people working on our TV production. I think, what do we have, Juan? 4 people in total tonight? Running very hard, not counting Andy and I, so very limited crew. We're, again, here with all the situation of the conditions and things that we're dealing with, very limited staff running this on a skeleton right now. So let's go back. We're going to stay live, and the race director will just pull the late models out and we'll roll right into it. So we're not going to commercial break. We'll stay live with you. We'll check on some more. Let's see what's going on here. We've got Patrick did good, MST. Happy birthday, Bubba. Hope you didn't hurt the engine. Another comment. Let's see. Let's go back up. See if I can find it. Actually, lots of comments. I think the 75 win. Cody was running the 6-cylinder car against the V8s. Well, Rod, as you know, that's Rod Carsey. Cody Swanson's, both those Swanson boys, some of the most talented in the country. In my opinion, I've said this before, you know, the sport turned too much about money and too little about talent. That's why we built the show that we have and the cars you'll see coming out right now. And the Swanson boys, if they were in a different era, kind of the, you know, maybe 10 years before, they would be in cup cars right now. They're that talented. But it's like the pipeline got shut off. Unless you've got a bazillion-dollar checkbook with you, it was more about money than it was talent. So I think the Swanson boys have done an amazing job, you know, doing what they do, and it's just unfortunate we're not in a different time or they would be cup drivers. Dylan Zampa, hey, Dylan, tell us what happened to your trailer. I heard, or maybe it was your brother's trailer, I'm not sure which one it was, but I heard it kind of came apart on the way down, so give us a report on that. Hopefully you guys got it home all right. Let's see, Sean Woods raced with large and MSTs. We've got a bunch of late models lining up right now, and looks like they're, look at that front row, Outback Andy Foster. You've got just that first 4 spot, 5 spots, 6 spots. Look at this. Incredible. Do they know who the Ghost Rider? They've already chimed in that it was Erickson. Yeah, most people, it's Erickson and the Ghost Rider. So you can give that up. Happy Father's Day, Dad, from Ryan Reynolds. Mary Rotella, happy birthday, Bubba. Everyone's chiming in, so doing a really good job. So let's see where we're at here. Ashley Sr., let's go on down. Junior USA, you all going live next week? Yes, actually we're filming our TV show, and normally we never put those out live, but because our fans can't be here, we're going to do a behind-the-scenes look. You're going to see some of the best racing you've ever seen next week here from the Madera Speedway. Outback Andy Foster's getting ready with the lineup. We're not quite there. We've still got a couple of cars coming out. Let's move one side or the other. Andy, you sound a little winded, jogging up and down those stairs, huh?
Getting a workout.
All that workout. We're talking about all that food, and look what happens, sir.
Not used to running up and down these
that's what
stairs
happened during COVID, right?
Yeah, well, that's, lucky I've been out shopping for people's groceries, so I've been getting a little fitter and losing a little weight.
Okay, we're going to start at the back of the field. I think Outback Andy Foster is about ready to go with the lineup, and nighttime's the right time. We're going to see how this racetrack spreads out.
Nighttime is the right time for racing. If you just joined us online, you're going to see a barn burner of a race tonight. We're going to go from the back of the pack, and we'll take a look at the lineup from the back of the pack. Driving the 55 entry from Madera and the Stucco Accents entry, it is Kent Cam. The driver of the number 21, racing for Dennis Auto Repairs, Benza Farms, and Brian Sneed Motorsports, moving up from the hobby stocks to the late models, the 21 of John Schlunt. Young lady also moving up from the junior late models to the full late models this year, running our full club season. 18-year-old racer racing for Mead Performance in the Hampton Inn in Madera. Loves staying at the Hampton Inn in Madera. The driver of the 16, Lily Mead. We go now to the 23 car. He's racing for HGC Motorsports, Fantasy Decals, Willys, and Jerry's Recycling. It is Joey Brazil. The driver of the number 4, we saw their truck out there before. Now Thomas Suarez has got the late model out for that team, Team RCM, also supported by Mum and Dad. This is Thomas Suarez. Long-time racer at Madera Speedway, started out in the Toyota sedans and graduated his way up. We call him the stuntman at times from Madera and the Pearl Sheet Metal, Start Naked, Vinyl and Graphics, and the Art of Life Cancer Foundations. It is the stuntman in the 26 Del McIntosh. Move to the 75 car. We have a couple of 75s tonight. He's out of Madera in the Stucco Accents entry. It is Matt Kuntz. We move now to the 96, and it's his papa there. Papa Lauren Kuntz in the 96, racing for Stucco Accents. He's out of Madera. We move to the 19. This is the first of our junior races. So looks like inside almost the top 10 tonight for this driver. This is a driver out of Smartsville and racing for Fiddler on the Roof and Everlast Roofing and Constructions. It's Brody Armtrot. Then we move to the number 12. He is a former junior racer here at Madera Speedway, one of our first junior stars. He's in the Battleborn Racing, CSM Graphics, Jury Pits Racing. It's the Wild Child, Kyle Keller. The number 1, good to have this guy. You normally see him in super late models, but he's in a late model tonight. In the Went Constructions, Cali Style Customs, it is Matt Went. Another one of our junior racers in the 48 entry. 15-year-old racer racing for Select Environmental, Lash Out Beauty Bar. It is Kelvin Hedgie. The driver in the 44. Racing for Odessa, Golden Gate, and Bay City Motors, former dirt track star Mike Shapiro. We present to you the 2019 Madera Speedway Nut Up Pro Late Model Champion from the TV series. In the Richard Herzog Construction Superior Doors entry, the champ, Austin Herzog. Earlier in the night, we were calling this guy in the 58. I've never seen him run anything other than the 42 on the door of this car. He is sponsored by MJ Gilbert Constructions. Also, Stop Tech Brakes and Eshelman Racing. It is the most winningest driver in late models at Madera Speedway, Matt Erickson. Move along now to the outside of row number 2. It is a Ford, one of the best-looking cars you will see on the racetrack. The driver of number 16 in the Velocity Solar, Sinister Diesel, Americoat entry. It is Michael Mitchell. Starting out of position number 3 tonight, here's our 2019 Madera Speedway 5150 energy drink junior late model champion from right here in Madera, the driver of the 88, supported by Richwood Meat Company, Basella Farms, and Ag Center 59. It is Joey East, leading him to the green tonight on the outside of the front row in the John Krebs Racing entry. And what a great night so far for John Krebs Racing. Also supported by Swift Springs, a very experienced racer on the front row tonight, the number 9, Thomas Martin. We move now to who may be the best late model racer in the country right now. Here's the driver of the number 75, the Ernest Performance S&S Sports Enterprises entry. And this guy put a lot of wins on the board last year, leading him to the green tonight for our Madera late models. It is the 75 of Jeremy Doss. That's your lineup for tonight's late model 40-lap race. And I tell you what, as my friend Mark Tronoski would say, Kenny Shepard knows this, he says, that's what we came for. We came for late model racing on a fast 1/3 mile
They're
race
getting ready
track.
to fire them up. It's 3, 2, 1, light them off. Here's the amazing thing, Andy. This is just a tune-up for next week.
Oh, it is. This is not
our
even
club
the TV
race.
show.
This is the,
we're getting all excited. This is a club race.
And,
but I
and
tell
for
you what,
those of you watching, what you get on the TV show about that front 6 cars, you get that all the way back to the 26th
well,
position.
what normally happens when we do the TV races, how we do this, we qualify them, and then there's an invert, and they draw a card. It could be from 10 through, so the top 10 cars could get inverted. So tonight, we run them straight up from qualifying tonight. And I tell you what, we have a mix of wily veterans out there. We have a mix of young superstars and some kids from our junior late model series. I tell you what, this can be a great race. If you're online, welcome to Madera Speedway. I'm Outback Andy, the boss, Kenny Shepard, in the booth with me tonight. 40 laps. Now, normally as a TV show, we will go 50, and you kind of ride around for 50 laps. Try and position yourself in the top 5, and the last 30 laps, just get on it and go. When we turn the green flags and the green lights on tonight, you have to go from lap 1.
This is short track racing at its finest. And again, this is not to be confused with our MAV TV series, the Nut Up Pro Late Model Series. Tonight's sponsored, the stream is sponsored by Nut Up. So visit nutup.com and buy something. You want to see these things free. Even I see people back east. Jim Drake said, let's go, Brody Armstrong. East Coast is watching. East Coast, order some Nut Up product from nutup.com, and we'll keep doing these for free. Now, what this is, these are our club races, our tune-up races. Next week, Hammer Down. It's one of the hottest shows in the country, and for the first time in the history of the series, we're going to live stream it while we're filming from
Let's
MTV.
tell our fans what Nut Up is. Nut Up is you may have seen it on some commercials. They're almonds that are grown in the Central Valley of California out here, and they're flavored, and you buy them in the stores, usually about 99 cents in a lot of the stores, and they've got the flavors. I like the sea salt and caramel. Kenny Shepard and Stephen Blakeslee, they like the sweet heat. The barbecue's good as well. And they also do a great almond butter, and we did a commercial for them last year during the booth of the TV show. They brought up the almond butter, brought us up some apples and things, so we were dipping the apples in the almond butter.
Delicious.
So they make some great almond butter. You spread that on. Spread even apples. Just get apples, dip it in the apples. It's beautiful. So we thank Nut Up for their help. And next week we'll have the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. We'll have the Nut Up Pro Late Models on MAV TV, the full TV show. Kenny Shepard
Hammer down.
Kenny Shepard will be writing some big checks next week for our drivers.
Well, we've
here at
got
Madera.
part of the series, they're all big races, but we've got the Race to Be Drug-Free Big 3 series. There's $75,000 of bonus money and over and above the purse money with 2 5,000 wins, a 10,000 win. It'll be off the charts. Best racers in the country. See Jeremy Doss up front right there. Thomas Martin, one of the most talented drivers around in that Krebs entry that's been so impressive. We had Hank Galswick is watching from the swimming pool.
Good on you, Hank.
And he said, we will see you in July. We can't wait to see it, Hank. So good to have you guys with us. All of you guys watching, you might want to belt up that seat belt or dig back in the couch real deep because it's getting ready to get real busy. As Andy said, this is what we all came for. Hammer down late model racing at the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Yes, it is, Kenny Shepard. 20 late models out there tonight for this main event.
1 to go out back, Andy, 1 to go. And what we're going to do, we will have a chase camera chasing the best races on the track. Matt will move around and try and kind of keep up with those if he possibly can, but we're ready to roll. We're coming green this time by.
We are ready to roll here at Madera Speedway. Remember, next week, tune in next week as well for, we'll be having the TV show, and we'll be live streaming some of that because we can have fans in the stands. That's a great start too so far from the front row. Thomas Martin on the outside, Jeremy Doss. Jeremy Doss, arguably the best late model racer in the country right now. Joey East, the young star, he wants to put some moves on him and say, hey, this is my hometown here. I'm coming here to win tonight. Defending pro late model champ, trouble down there in the turn. We got about a 4 or 5 car wreck. One of them is Shapiro. A lot of damage to Brody Armtrout's car. That's the second Ericsson car. Looks like Del McIntosh might have backed it in there.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of damage is on the right rear of Dale's car, if anything. The 96 car of Papa Kuntz, not sure there.
Thomas Suarez went pretty hard into one of those cars down there.
Yeah, the 4 car of Suarez.
Yeah, the 4 car went pretty hard in.
Into
We got red on the
44
racetrack.
car, yeah.
Red down here in turn 1. And I'm trying to see who else that is that got in there. Is that Papa Kuntz that's in there?
Yeah, he's in there. Brazil's in there.
Looks like Del may be okay. Del McIntosh.
Yeah, it just depends on the right rear. It doesn't look like he really even has a scratch on the car.
Inside, and is that Brazil on the outside down there? In the
Yes,
back
it is.
Yeah,
It is.
Joey Brazil. Well, tough break. Mike Shapiro, the window net is down on Shapiro's car. We go
looks like everyone's okay. They're just going to start moving them around and figure out which ones can roll racing again. That's pretty rare in the club racing. I'm not sure what happened. We were back. We were looking. We don't have a replay of it. We were up front. They were getting after it, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that's where our cameras were at that particular time. But Shapiro, I'm not sure if, it obviously started right about that zone between the 44 and the 4. Somewhere in that area is what it looked like.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the racetrack as they went over the line and try and pick up on Race Monitor where that was kind of about. Brody Armtrout in the 19 entry was 10th, and you had Lauren Kuntz came in there late along with Del McIntosh. All those guys like Joey Brazil, McIntosh, Suarez, they were behind the action, and it looks like Shapiro was in 7th. So he was racing with Calvin Hedgie, so I'm not sure if Shapiro just got loose or what went on.
Well, out back, Andy, we were talking about Nut Up a little bit ago. We're going to play a commercial for those. A lot of people have jumped in, even East Coast folks. We're going to play a commercial. It'll give you a little more information about Nut Up right now. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments.
When you're 5150, you know that time waits for no one. When you're 5150, you know that every second wasted keeps you further from your dreams. So forge on, chase that goal, be determined, be relentless. And when it starts to get crazy, live the madness. 5150, energy drinks, apparel. We're a way of life. 5150. Drink it, wear it, live it.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, ShortTrackTV. ShortTrackTV is where you will find the behind the scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to ShortTrackTV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Welcome back, race fans, and that's Mike Shapiro's badly wrecked race car, the 44 car, very fast race car. We tried to find an instant replay, but like we were talking about out back, Andy, the action was fast and furious and hammered down up front for that second and third battle, so we really didn't have anything from that angle. We're not quite sure actually what unfolded.
All I saw is I got to it and Mike was around, and I saw someone go head-on into Mike, and then those cars drove in from the side.
Yep, so we've got, looks like another one they're going to tow. So what Quan and I are going to do at this point, we're gonna jump back over and air a little piece of some documentaries that we aired, but there's a little promo we're gonna do for you right now, and we'll be right back. Give us about 2 minutes. We'll try and get this thing rolling for you.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
I just felt really confident in my car and try to win as many as we can.
We didn't expect it to go where it did. I'm a farmer. I don't know what racing's supposed to look like, but
he slips that helmet on and he turns into a madman. I mean, you would not believe that's the same kid driving the car as it is when you talk to him. So very polite, raised very well, very good manners. But when he gets in the car, kind of leaves that back at the truck.
It's kind of amazing. It's almost like when he puts the helmet on, he becomes who he really wants to be.
But also able to have that consistency without having to push himself beyond the limits and being able to make a race car stay all the way to the end of these 70-lap races.
And this time it's Joey East picking up his first championship in the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series.
My first memory is fishing, honestly. We were winning trout tournaments when I was, 8, 9 years old, so it was cool. We had just come off a really, really stellar year, had 2 tournament wins. I think we got a check almost every tournament, if not every tournament. We took Angler of the Year for our region, and then we went up to Lake Oroville, and we won that TOC. Leading up to that tournament, I had started dabbling in prescription painkillers. I can remember the night before that tournament, taking a handful of pills to go to bed that night. I went 7 years of just causing mayhem, and I mean, oh my gosh, ruining every relationship I had,
If a guy's willing to share his tragedy and open up and help somebody else either avoid going down that road or pull them out of that addiction, the trickle-down effect of that is you have no idea.
The thing I like about Ryan is that he gives back to the community.
We need to keep these kids involved. We need to get them out there. We need to educate them so they can take this on and teach their kids and grandkids, because this needs to continue. Fishing has completely saved my life.
Well, welcome back. They're still trying to untangle those cars down there out back, Andy. They seem to be, you said they hit pretty hard, and they definitely
went pretty hard.
planted together there.
The 23 car drove in there pretty hard on that 4 car, so we just got to dig that car out of there. So while I got a moment, I want to give a big shout out to Chris Kraft. Kenny, one of our super fans. Chris sits up in the stands here from my hometown series here in California. Having a big battle with cancer at the moment. So, Chris, we're thinking of you, buddy. And hopefully we'll get you back to full health and once we open the stands again, we'll be able to get you back in the grandstands. But at least we got some racing we can bring you online. So just a big shout out to Chris Kraft, and we're thinking of you, praying for you every day, buddy. And let's see if we can get this thing all beat.
Brian Miller, hello from Hamilton, Ohio. Boy, we've got a lot of East Coast people. It's got to be what, Ohio, 12:30 or so?
Yeah, it's 9:30 here in California.
Yeah.
So, yep, be getting on.
John McCollum read Dylan Zampa's message, and what happened with Zampa's, there was a crack in the tongue of Zampa's trailer, and they made it about halfway here yesterday, and fortunately they had stopped and noticed that it was completely broken, chains on the ground, could have been a real mess. So they had to, thankfully nothing really got tore up or broke bad, but they had to tear it apart, weld it back and forth, and turned a half trip to the Madera Speedway into quite the adventure, the Zampas. So we look forward to seeing them next week. Sterling Baker. Hey, Kenny, do you know Marty Baker? We certainly do. Is my brother. Can you tell him hi? We will do that.
Yep.
So Outback Andy, of all the cars you ever raced, what was your favorite car you drove?
My favorite car I drove, my favorite car was probably one of the last cars I had. It was a Mitsubishi Sigma. We used to run this thing. Our division was a combined 4 and 6 cylinders, and these little Mitsubishi motors, they were 2.6, but they were worked out over 3 liter, and we used to run them against some really super fast 6-cylinder motors, and we could beat them, and that's the car I won my last championship in. In fact, we had Grant Woodhams out here one time. I think you met him, my buddy, on one of the open wheel shows.
Sure did.
He was the announcer that day that I won that last championship of mine. So
yeah, it was nice all the way over.
Rolled out the red carpet for him for a. He's a big super modified guy back in Australia. They run the super modified, so he's on dirt. So he was. Looks like we've untangled the HGC Motorsports entry. Now he's going to go back, I believe, to the pits, and Howard Holden, the crew, they're going to see if they can fix this car.
That one drove off, so they're okay.
It doesn't look like there's any water on the racetrack, so they may be able to take the body panels off that car. And I don't think we're going to be so lucky for young Thomas Suarez in that RCM
We've got
car.
some new fans still joining us. A lot of people from back east watching as well. We get, as you know, with our MAV TV show, we get a tremendous audience from back east in the Midwest. Thank you for the stream, Brian Miller. Thank you for the stream. Yes, it's 12:30.
Yep.
Well, we race, even in southern Iowa when we were back there was a lot of races that ended at 2 there live, so when I was a kid. But those of you that are watching, sound off, what's your favorite type of car to watch? Andy was talking about what he drove. I grew up dirt track racing, dirt late models, one of the greatest eras to me in the 80s for dirt track racing, and then transferred to late model racing. So what's your favorite type of racing? And then in particular, if you've got a memory of a track, one particular race that stands out, go ahead and shoot us a note. Go, Austin.
Well, I'll give you one of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And that's...
well, driver's one thing, spectator's another.
Yeah, no, spectating.
Yeah.
Give it spectating. I'm going to go with sprint cars. When they used to have the tours in Australia where you'd have Bob Trussell will bring the tour over, and you'd have Tim Green and Mike Sweeney, and you'd have like Jack Holdenchild and all those crews. And going back previous to that was when Gene Welsh used to bring the tours down with Big Ed Wilbur, Mike Andrietta, and all those teams. The first year I remember ever seeing those cars, they were Chevy Vegas, and then they went to Monzas and Camaros after that. But that's kind of like the American tours of the 70s and 80s in Australia, and especially at a place called Claremont Speedway. It was the oldest continuous running speedway when it closed down about 20 years ago. And they used to run speedway there. They'd run speedway solo bikes, sidecars. They run like what was equivalent to the micros, and they run what they call speed cars, which is midgets and sprint cars, and a late model type car, all on the same night. So we used to run about 6 divisions, and the old fairground track, a flat track and great track at Claremont Speedway.
Some of my favorite days were actually, even growing up as a young kid, early 70s dirt track racing back there, and just the way they would barnstorm, they race every night of the week. We've got fans that are talking about sprint cars, super modifieds. Hi from Las Vegas. Kaisers are watching. Hello, Aiden.
Have a chat. Just put in what's your favorite car, and he puts the VL Commodore, yours that I used to race in the we used to have mechanics races at our track, where you put your mechanic in it once a day. And have a chat used to race my car, and he put the VL Commodore. Yes, that was a great car. That was probably my second choice. I was tossing up between the two, but good on you, buddy. For remembering
You
that.
want to talk about some of the best racing ever, though? It's probably some of the dirt track racing that's going on right now.
Oh yeah, right now.
What Larson,
right
now, what's
Larson
going on
has
there?
been on a tear. I don't know how he did tonight, but Kyle Larson in recent times, I think he was 8 straight wins last night. In the last races, about the last 7 or 8 races that Larson has raced, he's either been first or second. The worst he's had was, I think, a 10th at Knoxville, and that was when they just started running sprint cars.
It's
back.
just
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
time.
what a great time for it. We're gonna jump on something else. Here's one of the saddest pictures you'll ever see, and we see it at racetracks all over the country. It's just not right to run a racetrack with empty grandstands. Look at that on your monitor, Outback Andy.
Yep.
Empty grandstands, but I'll tell you one thing. We miss you fans so much. We're putting an enormous amount of effort into these live streams. They'll get better and better. It's basically what we're doing tonight. It's a little touch of what we do on our TV show, and we're trying to do our best. It's a ton of work. We'd much rather have our fans here live, but at least we're fortunate to have a TV show and a lot of equipment to put something out as nice as we possibly can with a small crew on these non-TV races.
For someone like yourself that is a promoter of a racetrack, it's pretty hard when you run a racetrack with no fans.
Impossible.
But also as well, these TV nights, the last few years, you've only been charging the fans $15 to come and watch a junior late model TV race, a late model race with usually 2 supporting divisions. So you've only charged the fans $15.
Let's add something else.
That is the best value around.
There's also a $5 coupon through NutUp and different sponsors, so it actually can be a $10 ticket.
Yep.
So, but it's the idea. You want to make it accessible, and again, for us, doing what we're doing is kind of like hiring the band, like we talked about, having the band play. We're paying them, and we don't get to sell tickets or beer to pay for it. So to a lot of people, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Our TV show is very important to us, the drivers, the teams, and then we want to do this for free for our fans. And I understand people needing to do this for live stream, or pay-per-view live stream, pardon me, to make up some revenue you're losing. But we want as many fans. That's why we tell them, just keep sharing and hit nutup.com, buy some product. They're the ones that believe in what we're doing, and they're putting some good money into this to provide this feed. But again, that picture right there to me says it everything. Completely empty place, and it's just wrong. And it's amazing. I went home and I listened to the feed, and obviously we're pulling some of the audio from the cameras to listen to the echo in the grandstands with the bodies missing and where it dampens that sound. It was amazing how much it echoed. Well,
cars are back circulating around under yellow flag situation, so we're going to get this thing rolling.
There was
along.
a little moisture down there in the bottom. They put some oil dry down in that bottom groove.
Looks like
so
only
kind of interesting.
one car actually got water coming out of it. That may have been either Papa Coon's or Mike Shapiro's car. I know Brody Armstrong found his way back out on the racetrack. And how about this? Nate, the driver Brazil, made his way back out in Howard Holden's team car there. Wow, they made their way back out. They got the hood off the car. They're going to run it without the hood, but they got that car back going. So
who is Elizabeth Dabbs? Elizabeth Dabbs. Do you know who that is?
No, I don't know that name.
Says, hey, mate, glad to hear your voice again after a few years. So someone said, hey, mate, that's got to be you. That can't be for me.
Yeah, it would be, must be.
Aiden, hi, Kenny. Thank you for doing the fans. You're definitely doing a great job. We're trying. Again, we've got a very limited crew. Little sample of what we do on the TV show. Some of the best racing, Southwest Tour in the 90s at Stockton 99. Boy, I couldn't agree more. One of my favorite, one to go right here, by the way. One of my favorite races ever, Stramiska, goes to the B main, comes through the A main and wins the thing. Legendary stuff, Ron Stramiska Jr. All right, here we go.
Some of those mini
light them up, Andy. There's one to go right now down the back straightaway. It is time to rock and roll again. This can happen in a hurry. Lap 1, you blink, it'll be lap 40.
It sure
Here we go.
The first 4 still remain as the last restart, and Doss gets that fender on Thomas Martin. Thomas Martin coming back at him. Keep an eye on that car of Michael Mitchell. That was super fast.
We're going to stay on the leader. We're going to stay all over the leader as much as we can. They've got a big battle. The outside's really coming in. Looks like Martin really fast. Look at this.
as the track temperature has cooled down. It's starting to rubber down on the
Well,
outside.
you got some heat here. Martin is flying on the outside. You've got Joey East on the bottom. This is getting really racy, and look how tough that top groove is. Anyone that didn't know what we were doing, spraying and working the top groove, we want a big TV show, and we're going to get it next week.
Joey East, the 2019 junior champ, mixing it up with the pro late models, and he is hunting the inside of Thomas Martin for second right now. East went to victory down the road a few weeks ago, and he's trying to pick up another main event win tonight. Now East clears Thomas Martin. They'll open up an inside running for Michael Mitchell as well.
Best battle on the track right now is with the 9 car that's sliding back. We're going to stay with the 9 car as much as we can. He's sliding back, battling. Let's see if he can get to the bottom of the racetrack. Really getting racy out there right now. I back Andy.
Yeah, here comes Matt Erickson now. Matt Erickson in the 58 entry, the MJ Gilbert construction entry. Matt Erickson charging hard right behind him. The 2019 TV series champ, Austin
Turn
Herzog.
1.
Trouble down there is Matt Kuntz has looped it around.
Turn 1.
Yellow's
Turn
on.
1. We got him around in
Yellow's
turn 1
on. Wow, wow, wow. The front row will change on the restart. Doss has to deal with the young kid now. Joey East, Madera's own Joey East. I tell you what, Joey, you know, you look at him outside. I know we've been showing videos all night, and you speak to him, and he's a quiet little kid down there, gets in the race car, and man, does he light that race car up. But I tell you what, he must, he's got a lot of energy in that race car. He must eat a lot of that good Richwood
Well,
meat.
like in the documentary, the Farm Boy to Champion, they talk so much about he puts that helmet on and he becomes what he really wants to be. And he's got the nickname, right? What's his nickname? The Beast.
The Beast, that's
it.
The
The
Beast,
most
Joey
quiet,
East.
shy young man. And that first victory he had out here that we showed on that documentary, all of his friends from high school are out here, I don't know, 300-400 people and teachers and whatever. He wins photo finish. Cars going backwards, you know, he and Rife, it was one of the most popular
not only
runs.
did he win in junior late balls, last year he won in a club race.
But in
club
particular,
races.
that night, what I'm talking about, he was like a rock star. I mean, he's a shy kid in school. He goes back to school, and they treat him like a rock star, and he's just so shy and happy. But like Tony Caputo and Mike Nankoff said, and he said it in the documentary on MAV TV, you put that helmet on, he just turns into something else. One of the most incredible stories that we've had. We've had so much talent come through here. Looks like, I'm not sure if they're working on what they're working on. Hopefully they're getting ready to go here.
Not only has he won in late models last year, he also won a bunch of midget races here too. Last year, he runs quite a lot in the midget.
Okay,
so
they've doubled them up. What that tells you, it's going to be 1 to go next time by. So what the spotters will do, they hear from our race control, which is like air traffic control next door. And so that's an indicator. When you see them double up, you're going to go 1 to go. Lights are going to go out right here at the line. No moving, wiggling. And here's something very interesting. Jeremy Doss took the outside out back, Andy. That tells you how good the outside of the racetrack, what he thinks it is.
Well, he's had all those inside starts, so now he's going to pick the outside and test the waters here. He's got a different racer to race now in Joey East.
He does. But what we're going to do, we're going to stay all over that lead battle. Matt's going to keep that flying camera in the best condition we can up front. It's going to be a big battle for the lead is what I anticipate.
Here we go. Pace builds coming out of turn number 4. Green flag again. Joey East gets a jump as they come out of turn number 4. He'll drive it down there. Doss. Like we said, Doss, one of the best races in the country right now. Yellows are out. They weren't happy with that. Joey kind of got a bit of a leg up on Doss that time. We don't put the yellow out until they come out of turn number 2. So,
and again, with the rule, again, what they're after, Matt's a little far out on his camera there. He's got to watch his microphone for us. That's why you're seeing that.
Ahead for the leader. Fender ahead in that block down there.
And the leader pulls the trigger first. Now, your job, or if I'm running second, the race director doesn't want to hear this, but I'm going to try and time that leader as best I can. But as second place, we can't time it to where we jump ahead of them.
No, you'll see as we get down here now where the cars are, you'll see when they show it out at turn number 4 next time. There's a cone down there right at the exit of turn 4, and then there's one back a little bit, and that's the cone zone down there, and that is the go zone.
They've moved the 88 car back, so whatever it was, they must have thought it was severe enough to go after it on the first, and they have the option. They can either, if it's really aggressive and they don't like it, then they can move them back.
Yeah, Joey, they're saying Joey jumped the start. Like I said, he got a leg up on him in that start. When they came over the line, Joey was almost like half a car length in front of him. So Here we go. So now
Try it again here.
Doss has to deal with Michael Mitchell. Michael Mitchell, a very experienced racer, comes from the Lucas Oil Modified Series. Ran the Modifieds for many, many years.
Now
and
the
was super
16,
fast.
yeah, he's got to keep pace. He's got to stay up on him. Don't try and lay back. But Joey East is so calm, cool, and collected. You watch him still go for the win before this is all over and done. We're only 6 laps in. I think it's going to get busy.
Yep, that time gave him a fender lead. And here we come out of turn number 2. Doss on the high side. That Ford Mustang body car looking good for Michael Mitchell. How will this work out? Michael Mitchell to the lead over Jeremy Doss. Oh, Doss picked the outside. Now here comes East again now. East up the side.
East
Jeremy
has
Doss.
a lot of forward bite. So does Matt Erickson from behind.
Yep.
Watch the drive off the corner. East car's a little bit better than the 75 up off of the corner out back, Andy.
The 58, you normally see him on TV. In the 42 car, Matt Erickson, that MJ Gilbert construction car. He is the most winningest late model racer at Madera Speedway of all time. Here we go. It's Mitchell, the leader of the pack. Then you go back to Joey East now. Doss is strung out on the high side. Let's see if... we got
3 wide
East
down the back
down
straightaway.
3
wide. Here we go.
3 wide into turn number 3.
Yeah, 16 kind of.
Whoa. Mitchell took the worst of that.
Yep.
Mitchell's going to lose a bunch of spots.
Look at
so
Austin
too.
Herzog dumping through all the way to
Ericsson's
second.
in trouble. Erickson spins. Erickson spins the car.
Didn't see what happened there. Did you see what happened?
Yeah,
he spun on his own or something?
Erickson got caught up, and when Mitchell checked up, Matt caught a piece of that and got hit. And even the experience of Matt Erickson couldn't hang on to that car. Wow, 3 wide. We often say 3 into 3. It doesn't often work. Wow.
10 laps down, heading to 40.
There is some speedy drive down on the racetrack down there in turn 3 from something's happening past. I'm not sure if that's what made it slippery down there.
No,
but,
that was from last week when Reynolds blew up.
Not sure if that oil is coming to the top or whatever, but I tell you what, Joey East got put back a row.
Look at the right side of the car from that.
And how about Austin Herzog? Austin Herzog, the champ, the TV champ, race fans, for those that watch on MAV TV. Austin Herzog has moved up to 2nd place on the racetrack now. Doss back in 3rd, Thomas Martin 4th. Then you go back to the 1 car, Matt Wendt, the 48 of Calvin Hedgie, the 12 of Kyle Keller, the 26, the stuntman Dale McIntosh, after being involved in that incident. He's making his way through. Then you go back to John Schlunt, Brazil, and then it's Brody Armstrong, Matt Kuntz, Lily Mead. Lily got kind of caught up in that last incident down there, had to back out of things when Matt Erickson went spinning. Then you go back to Ken Cam, and at the back, Matt Erickson. You don't often see Matt Erickson go spinning on this racetrack.
Well, Matt had, like I mentioned, the car looked pretty good, had good forward bite. The 88 definitely looked, and maybe it was because Doss was on the high side, it's probably why. There's not, and Doss might be working that high side in, trying to win there next week. So he's kind of giving it up right now. Here we go. It's doubled up. It's going to be 2 to go right here.
See a couple of donuts on the right-hand side of
what
Joey's
you don't know,
car.
what caught my attention, the reason I missed that spin, I'd watched Austin Herzog jumped up to 2nd. Austin's had good speed. That car's really rolling. Not a mark on it. Joey East, that right front's kind of banged around, so maybe the toe out's knocked around a little bit. This might be a good deal for Austin Herzog.
Yes, it could be a good deal for him. I'm not sure who's spotting for Austin Herzog tonight, whether it is Brian Herzog.
Well, watch this.
Brian
There's 1
Herzog.
flag in the air. 1 to go, race fans. Lap 10, heading to 40.
Going to give a big shout out to Kenny Shepard for Calvin Hedgie. Calvin's in 6th place right now, one of our junior late model stars in 6th position. And this is some
he and
good
Brody
race cars in
Armtrout
front of him.
getting some good time. The 19 just coming out. He'll be at the back of the field. And you've got the 88 and 11. The 88 will pull the trigger first in the box. The 11's got to try and time it without jumping him right
Michael
here.
Mitchell got a flat
Good
tire
start.
down there.
Here we go. Good start.
Oh,
There's
Joey East didn't go.
Yeah, there's something, and that was a good start. That was absolutely a good start.
Yep, they're keeping it green. Joey East didn't go. Austin Herzog leads.
So whether he missed a gear or something happened, it got kind of rough and wild right there.
Kind of shuffled Jeremy Doss back, and Thomas Martin now. Thomas Martin, he's going upstairs in that John Krebs racing car, hanging on to 3rd spot. Got that slingshot out of turn 2. Trouble down here between Lily Mead, and I think that's John Schlunt down there. Lily getting caught up with that 21 car.
Yeah, they seem a little antsy tonight. They're normally a lot better. How many club races do you ever see with more than a single caution?
Normally, a lot of times we'll go straight through. Green flag racing straight through. It's supposed to be non-contact on these club races, but I tell you what.
Hey, you turn the TV cameras on and what happens?
Yeah, turn the TV on. They want to go crazy.
We've done that even the old Southwest Tour days. You'd race so well with people. You go up to Sears Point, first big TV race of the year. Second one, we would run the Copper Classic before that. And about half the field would wreck before lap 5.
Yep.
Your best friend, you'd wreck with him. Well, let's see. They got this cleaned up in a hurry. Austin Herzog looked really good. It almost looked like Joey East either missed a gear or something happened there. He really backed him up because it was a good start. They came up out of the box together, and then it looked like right before the start finish, like East missed a gear is what it looked like to me.
Talking about Sears Point, that's a great racetrack. I love Sears Point up in the wine country there, and you're a pretty good racer around Sears Point.
And I always call it Sears Point, not Sonoma Raceway, but isn't it? I love Sears Point.
You're a pretty good racer around that racetrack. The 11 car, Austin Herzog, your 2019 NUTTA Pro Late Model TV champion, leads the junior champion from the TV series. So, wow, our 2 champs from the junior series and from the TV series.
Yeah, and the step back behind that, Thomas
labels.
Martin in the 9 car. Krebs Racing's been very fast. That's a new situation they put together with a couple late models. They already won the junior race earlier tonight with Jesse Burks. And then you've got Jeremy Doss back there in 4th. Look who's in 5th. Look at Went, came all the way up in the number 1 car. Really, he's got a little bit of damage in the left front, it looks like, but that's been a very fast car.
Like I said, I was giving a good shout out to Kelvin Hedgie, one of our junior stars. Kelvin doesn't have a lot of experience. We did see him come to a non-TV show here at Madera and almost set the world on fire, nearly getting a win one night, and just lack of experience costing Hedgie the win that night. I think Matt Ertson might have got the win that night. But Austin Herzog, different looking car this year. Like we said, we've closed the backs of these cars up this year. We've making it run some more conventional bodies than some of the bodies they were putting together on these cars. So really liking the look of that car, even though they've had to change the body a lot. They still made this thing look like a stealth fighter. We were talking about when they had the Challenger they brought out. Looked like a stealth fighter. And this thing, Kenny, I know it looks the same as the others when you get up close to it, but just with that dark red and that black paintwork, just looks very, very slick in the night.
Yep, always all their stuff does.
Yep.
And it's got that signature Herzog look with the 7 and the 11. And no, they don't own 7-Elevens.
Nope.
They do build mini markets.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the business they're in. But 7 and 11, looks like we should be doubling up here.
Something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
They're not happy with something.
Yeah, they cleared something off the track, but.
Yep. So we'll continue on yellow for the minute. This is the unusual long yellow, which we normally don't get here at Madera. It's someone is out of position. I don't have a officials radio tonight, so I'm not able to listen in tonight. But really enjoying this action up front. 40 laps. You normally run this thing pretty much flag to flag. It's very unusual to get these restarts. A lot of this is coming from the back, and that could be some of the inexperience going on at the back. We got a lot of new drivers up the back at the moment, but there's going to be a good shootout between Austin Herzog and Joey East. Joey East races for Nate Clow Motorsports, the very potent Nate Clow Motorsports. Mike Nake and Tony Caputo put together some very, very nice race cars as we double them up now. Austin Herzog has chose the inside, putting Joey East to the outside. Now Doss is going to follow in behind, and Thomas Martin will follow in behind the number 11 of Austin Herzog. Showtime at Madera. We are lap 11 of this event that's scheduled over 40 laps tonight. Remember, next week we're going to do something super rare. We are going to live stream a TV show. That has never happened before.
One to go, Outback Andy, 1 to go. They were trying to shuffle a couple of cars that were arguing with them, is what it sounded like from the other feed. I jumped over on the other radio, and they moved them around quickly.
So everybody gets back.
Instead of one to go, yellow's back out. Somebody jumped in the wrong spot, did something.
Officials are walking out there right now to see who this is for.
Yeah, they're black flagging somebody. Let's see what someone's resisting going into the position where they want them to go, or someone's got a problem on a car. Not sure.
Okay, so now our track crew's coming out. They've spotted something on the exit of
Oh,
turn 4.
oil everywhere. Look at that camera right there. That's what they were holding
Okay.
for. There's oil. They were trying to get that car off the track, and it's all the way around the racetrack.
Which car is it? That's the big
I think it's the
question.
19. They were pointing at the 19. Now he's still there. They were trying to get him off the track. He's tracking oil all the way around the racetrack, and now he's back down in the groove in the racetrack, and it's not what they wanted.
We are going to put the cars to the inside.
It's not what they wanted. And now he's putting oil down the center of the racetrack. This is going to be a major, major mess.
They're talking to the Rick Erickson. So Rick is, I guess, spotting for Brody Armstrong. So Brody Armstrong trying to get off the racetrack.
Yeah, and they need to get him out of the groove. He went high side. They were trying to get him down,
Lot of
and
oil
Rick
down.
Erickson should have been on the radio with them to get. That's exactly what you don't want to do at any pavement track.
So what
is
we're
run
going to do
2
now,
laps and oil all the way around in multiple grooves.
spotters have been told to tell the guys out of turn 4, keep to the inside, and that's what's going to happen down here while the track crew put down some speedy dry, or they're having a look. Could it be water they're leaking, Kenny?
I hope so.
They're kind of shuffling their feet like it's almost not oil down there. That could be. They're putting some sweep down now.
Yeah, that's oil. It looks pretty dark too. From you can see it in the 2 lines. It's not evaporating. The high side would evaporate if it were water.
For the fans that normally watch us on MAV-TV, you've done a little work to this track on the off season too.
Yeah, did a little bit of paving work, resealed it. Did quite a bit of work actually to the track. Our goal, when we were getting ready to light off before the COVID shutdown hit us.
Red flag.
March 12th, we were ready to go. We were, in all the practicing we were doing, we were about 2/10 under track record. We were going to absolutely just tear up all the track records, and we still hope we do. Obviously, the springtime, the cool air was the time to do it in a big way. But track's very fast. Unfortunately for the crew, I think there's oil everywhere, all the way around the racetrack. It's not what we wanted.
No. So the crew of going to look at that 19. Not sure whether he ran over a rumble strip and ruptured the oil pan on that car. We're going to take a commercial break, I think, Kenny.
Yeah, we're going to, the guys are going to be blowing and working here for about 3 or 4 minutes. So actually what we're going to do is play a little piece of a documentary. We were talking about Joey East before. Let's roll his documentary here, a piece. I believe that's what Juan's got spooled up, and we'll be right back. You guys stay with us. We're going to get this cleaned up, and we'll be ready to roll and try and knock out these 29 laps and get them right through and get us a good finish. We're set up for a great race up front.
Joey East, we call him the Beast.
This is the special about Joey East, a young farm boy that transforms himself into a champion. Joey East began racing after his grandpa bought a quarter midget for them, and with a bag of tools in the back of an open bed pickup, they went racing.
My dad is a dairyman, and my grandpa was too, and then we farm, and so we always grew up after school or Saturdays, we worked on the farm, whatever the jobs were at that time. We've kind of do, all the jobs, cows, farming, whatever. And Joey and his brothers, Saturdays or summer vacations are out there with the rest of the guys going at it. Oh, Joey always was competitive, trying to keep up with his, he has older brothers, and he just tried to grow up and be like them. He has twin brothers, they're a couple years older than him, and tries to keep up with them in everything he does, driving quads, equipment on the farm or anything,
Middle of 2018, Joey and his dad came over and seen us. We were running Jesse Love and Adam Lemke here in the junior late models. And about 3/4 of the way through the 18 season, he got in one of our cars. We did a little testing and actually ran a couple races.
Here at Madera, he did that, a little bit of door banging, but it's all clean and green there for second. that was cool. Joey East did a good job there, but
So the night that Joey won, it was a fierce battle with some other cars, great racing, close racing. I think all the kids, a lot of kids from his school were here, being he's local. I think there was upward of 400, 500 people from his school here.
I think a lot of them definitely became race fans and started coming to more races after that, and I think everyone just enjoyed it a lot, and it was just really cool to have them all there on my first win, and it was just such a close race and a good race for them to come to.
A sideways front right, he's going to lose the lead going into turn. Oh, it turns around the 88 right.
Oh, that looks like a racing deal. They keep
outside.
going. And here goes Hewlison, but they put the yellow lights on. East leads the lap. One more lap to go. East led that lap. Can he hold it? We're 3 wide again.
He drives down into turn 3. They will race through turn 3 side by side. Out of turn number 4, Joey East. Joey East
survives and wins.
Tanner
Rice spins around the straightaway and will finish in second. No one hit him. A dramatic finish.
What a finish to round 2 of the 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Series here in 2019. Joey East picks up his first career win. What a thrilling finish, Joey, that was.
Probably the funnest race I've ever been in. There's good racing with Tanner Rice. We're side by side.
Well, welcome back, fans. World's fastest cleanup crew. Outback Andy Foster. Can you believe that?
Gives you a good look at how the fans are normally in the stands. I was watching that little piece, and normally we pack out the stands for our TV shows, so we hope to get back to that real soon, but a little insight into young Joey East in that Richwood Meet entry. 2 young stars, and behind them, 2 drivers with a ton of experience too. So
well, let's update the fans right now.
It is Austin Herzog leading in the number 11 car from Joey East in the 88, followed by the 9 of Thomas Martin, the 75 of Jeremy Doss.
Updating the fans, what we thought was oil, for the most part, ended up being water. There was a little oil off of turn 2, a little bit down in 3. But the rest of it, so we had a combination of some oil and water. The majority of what we saw was water. It evaporated, that's why we jumped right back on it. Hopefully we can get some of the folks settled down just a little bit, and we can knock these laps off like we normally do.
And the Madera safety crew is known right throughout the industry as being one of the best safety crews in the business too. They do an awesome job in the DJ safety crew. So heads up battle between 2 young tigers out there.
See that oil dry off of turn 4, that patch right there. So, yeah, I probably want to be on the bottom side for me, and that's what it looks like. Herzog has taken the bottom.
Austin Herzog has picked the inside again, putting Joey East to the outside. I believe we are going to go 1 at the line this time. So get them lined up. Great pack of late models. Del McIntosh. How about Del McIntosh, Kenny? Del's 40 his way back to about 7th position on the racetrack after being involved in that first incident. So good job to the stuntman, Del McIntosh.
Yep, 7th place for him. We're going to stay all over the lead, and then we're really going to watch that 2nd, 3rd place battle and kind of hang around there. I think it's going to get very, very intense. Yep. Ready to roll green again, Outback Andy.
We are getting ready to roll green, and Austin Herzog. That was a perfect fender, and trouble.
Well, the
Del McIntosh didn't get going.
Neither the 9 car, Thomas Martin
Yep.
spun his tires is what happened right there. And we've got the 9 really
How about
going
Calvin
at it.
Hedgie got around the very experienced Matt Went, and we got 3 superstars up front. Austin Herzog, Jeremy Doss, and Joey East.
Big battle. Doss coming forward, so you're going to have another battle for the lead right here, it looks like.
Then you go back to another battle that's in the pack, and that's from about 6 onwards, Kenny. That was between Matt Erickson, Calvin Hedgie, Lily Mead in that battle with Kyle Keller, Matt Mitchell, and John Schlunt. And trouble for Del McIntosh. He has damaged the front of that 26 car, and he is going off the pace.
Hedgie's off the pace right now, too, but the best battle on the track is still the 2nd place, 75, trying to run down the 11. It's going to get really intense as Dale McIntosh hits the infield.
Yeah, Calvin Hedgie, too. Calvin Hedgie has dropped way, way back.
We want to drop back. You can see this pack of cars right here from the speed shot. Next group, Matt Erickson's tearing back through the field, and then we've got some really intense battles back behind, but we're going to stay with this lead battle. There's
We are
no
gonna
way to
stay with
move
the
the
lead
first,
battle.
second, third. It's throw a blanket on it. This is going to be a hammer down finish. We're going to
Austin
stay up front.
Herzog and Jeremy Doss is coming. That S&S Sports Enterprises car, that Ernst Performance entry. Joey East still hanging tough, and Thomas Martin in a recovery is clawing his way back into this three-car battle.
Lap
Matt Ernst trying
17
to
out
get-
back, Andy. Lap 17. We're rolling right now. They're going to roll them off, but Herzog's got a lot of pressure from the 75 car of Doss.
Matt Erickson was working the one car over back in the pack, and he's trying to get up to make this a 5-car battle.
You'll see it from the speed shot right here. Here goes Erickson. We'll stay with him. He is moving. Erickson, he may run him down on his own. That's how fast he's rolling right now.
Matt went way up the racetrack, but we're coming into lap traffic. One of them is Del McIntosh, who has come out after taking the hood off that car. I think it might have got hot after maybe the radiator duct got damaged during that incident. Probably overheating for Del. They took the hood off, and he's back out running, but here comes
Here
the battle.
comes Doss. Josie Minoz
Yep.
trying to get underneath him. You got a lap car above him. Oh,
Three
is he
cars
going to
wide
make
out
it
of
down?
the
Here we
turn.
go.
We're going to go single file through here, I think, underneath Del McIntosh. Herzog gets past, so too does Doss, and here comes Easton Martin as well.
Well,
it's
Martin's-
a 4-car battle for the lead.
As you said, Martin's joined the party in a major way with winning speed right now. Look at this speed for these cars going by.
Half race distance, we got 20 down. And
Oh, East into the back bumper of the 75 of Doss. Lets him know he's there. He's here on business. Though any one of those 4 race cars could win. It looks like Herzog's losing a little bit, maybe backing them up. Not sure if he's losing a little forward bite or not.
On a hot summer's night, it's getting hot and heavy between these fast 4 out there. And here comes Jeremy Doss now.
Big
Jeremy
run.
Doss to the inside of the champ. Austin Herzog, can he fight it out on the outside? Doss now to the lead. Jeremy Doss is your new race leader. Jeremy Doss been searching around. Here comes Matt Erickson. Matt is on a charge. Matt would love a restart right now.
Right now, we're going to stay with the best battle on the track. That's the 11 and the 9. We're staying with the 11 and the 9.
The 11 and 9. Austin Herzog as Joey East got through. Joey East trying to track down Jeremy Doss.
The 11 and the 9, that's an intense battle. Martin wants to slide by 2 as the 2 leaders are really getting away from the 3rd and 4th place car.
Tony Caputo and Mike Nake will be on the radio to Joey East saying, just settle down, let's play this call. Let's force him into a mistake, but to forcing Jeremy Doss to make a mistake, I'm not sure that'll happen. It's hot action on the racetrack.
We're going to go back to the lead pack now. That's an intense battle right now, the leaders.
Yes, it is. 75, Jeremy Doss. The 88, that Richwood Meat Company of Joey East. Joey, from the juniors to open competition, this kid is something special. Muscling the back of Jeremy Doss, trying to loosen Doss up coming out of turn 4. Brian Herzog often says this.
Lap 28 out
Herzog.
back, Andy Foster, and I think Joey East is ready to take the lead. We've got battles all over the racetrack, but there's no way we can take our eyes off of this battle. The 88 car looks a little bit faster than the 75. It's like a chess match. They're all moving around here.
I'm sure the crew on the radio is saying that famous Brian Herzog thing. Hook him up, loosen him up, but do not spin him out as they come up to John
think
Schlepp.
about this. Look at this. Matt Erickson is caught all the way up to the 5th place car. Matt Erickson is all over trying to get all the way 3rd. He's going to the high side of the racetrack. We're going to jump here and watch Erickson come by in this pack right here.
Yep.
Erickson moving
right
to the
on
high
it now.
side, big time. Now we're going to go, we'll go back to East. We're
Erickson
hopping all
may
around.
go to the inside here. They put Austin Herzog up wide. Thomas Martin and Erickson now drives down to
We're going to
the
watch it.
inside.
Here's Erickson on the bottom, the blue car. Herzog right there on the outside. Erickson's making a big run. Before we know it, he is going to be in 3rd place.
Picks up 4th position on the racetrack. Thomas Martin will be the next car that he'll try and seek out. But up front, Kenny, the question is, we've got 8 laps left to go. When is it too early for Joey East to muscle the back? I think he'll leave it till the last 2
You know what?
laps.
You've got to get to him. And Jeremy Doss is real cagey, and he's moved around the racetrack, probably camouflaging where the car's not perfect. And East is going to have to completely get to him. You do have some traffic that's going to come into play here.
But East can't tuck up there too much because you're not getting airflow, and on a warm night like tonight, you run the risk of overheating the car. Ken Cam is the next victim for these leaders. They're safely through. Jeremy
Doss
and
hit the
East.
traffic just right there out back, Andy. Hit the traffic. The 88's really fast. 34 coming to 35. It'll be 5 to go. Heavy traffic ahead out
And
back.
Matt Erickson is just about ready to work over the 9 of Thomas Martin. Yes, heavy traffic Doss gets through the traffic nicely. So too Joey East. That was Matt Kuntz that they passed. 2-car battle up front. What
Four
a
to
great
go.
race.
4 to go out back Andy Foster. And
4 laps.
We're still, there's some intense battles everywhere, but we are staying with this battle. We'll give you a shot. They're coming by right here. Here's Ericsson right here in the battle, and Ericsson's in a big battle right now for third. He's caught Martin.
I don't
really
think
good battle.
Ericsson, without a restart, is going to win this thing, but he might work over for third. We got a mile of racing left to go.
We're going to give you another shot
stand.
right here, Andy. Leaders go by right here. Here comes Ericsson. Ericsson right there in the blue car.
Yep,
He's working over. And Joey East is now all over the back bumper of Jeremy Doss. It'll be 2 laps to go, and he is at the back door.
They just passed Joey Brazil to put him a lap down. Lily Mead now trying to work over McIntosh, but McIntosh just laps down. Lily trying to stay on the lead lap tonight.
White flag coming out next lap by Joey East, shopping around, trying to find a little bit different line.
Now it's time to go for Joey East. He's got to get to the back of Doss coming down into 1.
I think it's going to be in turn 3. A little bit of nose, little nose.
Yeah,
little
here we
more
go,
nose.
here we go.
Coming
Joey
down the
East
back
now.
straightaway. What do we got, Andy?
Yellow out. Yellow is out. This could go yellow checker. Yes, it does.
Well,
yellow checker.
And absolutely
robbed
of a huge finish. But let's think about this. That's your third place car.
Yep.
Ericsson was right on his back bumper. The whole side door of Ericsson pretty much caved in.
See how the officials see
that's
that?
interesting. But man, what a finish.
Yeah, I
was
wish we
taken
could
from
have
us.
had a yellow checker for that.
I wanted no yellow at all. They were hammered down.
After
East
that
was set
happened,
up.
though, it would have been gone back.
That might have been stomping and steering all the way to the finish. Well, that was an exciting finish, which we see a lot here at the Madera Speedway. Outback Andy Foster is going to work his way down to victory lane.
Great late model racing here at Madera Speedway tonight.
Yep, that was very exciting, race fans, and we'll have to go back and see if we can dig up a replay and see what took place. There was no way we were jumping off that lead battle, but you had as intense a battle for third between Thomas Martin and Matt Ericsson, and we were all over that lead battle. Joey East just loosened up to 75 off of turn 2, was making a big run at him on the bottom going into 3, and the yellow came out. Once the yellow came out, that race was over. The next flag is a checkered flag. Once the white flag's out and there's no way to move forward, and like I said, I wish that yellow would not have come out, because I think you'd have seen a John Force stomping and steering exhibition between the 88 and 75 getting back to the start-finish line. Joey East in the 88 car has been involved in so many photo finishes. Looked like they were trying to stack up another one, but Jeremy Doss did a great job there. Very, very intense, exciting. All of you fans that chimed in from all over, thank you guys so much. Made a lot of fun. This has been so much work. We've worked all week. They're getting microphones set up for you in just a few minutes. We'll have, let's see, Jeremy Doss is right there at the car. Great race. What a race. Great job, Madera Speedway. Ashley, oh man, thought we were going one more lap. You know what, Ashley, if that car of Matt's was lightning fast, all it would have taken, probably the yellow a lap earlier. You know, something like that, and it would have been really interesting to see how close they could have got to them. But that's the competition here at the Madera Speedway, and this was only a club race. Wait until next week. You'll see intensity times 10 of what you just felt right there. Quan, you did a good job tonight. Things stayed live. We improved a lot from last week, and we're going to take the challenge on next week of live streaming while we're also filming our MAV TV show with the full crew. Jeremy Doss working his way over. It looks like Quan's about got us ready. No, they got to do a test. They got to get our camera from interview cam up and running. They'll do a test for us real quick. Looks like Quan's about ready for that test. As soon as Zach's ready, we'll send a signal. We'll do a mic test, and we'll see what we've got. Right now, Zach's going to check his camera, and he's going to turn his light on. We've got no feed from the interview cam right now. We're still staying live with you, but Zach needs to check his feed on his interview cam and get us a feed. We've got no feed off of that interview cam right now. Check the battery pack on the very back. Make sure you're lit up. Normally, we've got a lot more staff here helping us, so we've got a helper down there. So poor Zach's having to do this all on his own. We've still got no feed. We need to do a video check, and we'll do a audio check. Quan's gonna come down and check that very, very quickly, and then he'll come back. And we'll see what we've got going on there. We still have no video, guys. Well, I bragged too soon about everything going so smoothly, so whether it's a transmitter or something off right now, we'll check that. Bear with us. Like I said, we've got about 4 people on our production right now, and we normally have 9, 10, 11, 12 in that range, and a lot of extra people moving. So we'll get this figured out. We'll get Jeremy Doss on the PA here. All right, they've got it now. We're going to hang tight just a second, though. Get Quan back up here. It's hard to switch without your switcher and your audio man. Actually, Quan is doing the job of about 3 people, maybe 4. It's a good thing he's young. Zach's down there getting rigs set up. He's got audio check. Everything's ready to go. As soon as Quan's back up, then we'll jump down to Victory Lane. If you guys enjoyed this race tonight, let us know. If you enjoyed it a lot, let us know how much you'd like to see next week, 6 p.m. It's going to take a huge effort to live stream and do the television show. Looks like Quan's got us about ready to go. We're close. He's hooking up a little bit of audio. Hang tight. Great announcing tonight, gentlemen. Well, Robert Thurman, thank you, but we sure miss Stephen Blakesley. Stephen and Outback Andy. Stephen's like an encyclopedia. Alberta Slunt, great race. We missed Trevor badly. Hated to see John spin. That's racing, you're right. Don Farley, good to hear from you. Great race. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right, looks like we're all ready to rock and roll. Down to you, Outback Andy, with Jeremy Doss.
Yes, I am down here in Victory Lane with the very experienced and the very talented Jeremy Doss. One of the best late model races in the nation this year, dividing his time between late models and modifieds. Jeremy Doss, great win tonight. I tell you what, these young kids put up a real battle for you. I see you searching around different times, went to the outside for the restart. Probably didn't work out as well as you wanted.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, they definitely made me work for it tonight. Yeah, the first 2 restarts, the 9 car was able to hang on the outside, so I thought maybe that was the way to go. And I was just too loose up there, so we had kind of got shuffled back, and luckily we had just enough to make it back to the front. But it was fun racing with Joey. He ran me hard, ran me clean, and it was a blast. So good job to him. I got to thank Dwayne Sharp, my crew chief, for giving me an excellent car. All my sponsors, Earth Performance, Seneca Performance, Speedy Tines, Horsepower Project, the Quickie Driver Development Program. Just everyone who's on board, Todd Coburn, Kevin Beckman, all these guys coming to help. And my dad, of course, Mike Doss, for letting us come race. So it's a blast to be here, and it was fun.
Look forward to seeing you back for a few of our TV shows. Not often we see him out here race stands from Madera late model night, just a club night, but Jeremy Doss getting it done at Madera tonight.
Thank you, Outback Andy. Thank you, Jeremy. Great show. Entertaining. I know you probably didn't mind that yellow coming out, but we were screaming all over that thing, wanting it to stay green. That was a lot of fun. Looks like we're going to bring up young Joey East. Joey, your documentary's been all over the TV tonight. Very exciting. As soon as Outback Andy's ready to roll, we're going to send it right back. Outback Andy, give me a signal. Give me a hand wave when you're ready to roll. You ready, Andy? Down to Outback Andy Foster.
Well, how about that race dance tonight? He is the 2019 Madera Speedway 5150 Energy Drink Junior Late Model Champion. Turns up tonight to run the club events. We've seen you run these club events tonight. A few war wounds on the car, but man, oh man, you must be excited for next week when we go to the real TV series next week. You were super fast, put in some really, really nice moves tonight. And this guy's one of the best late model racers in the country, and you were going wheel to wheel with him tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really good racing into him. I made a few mistakes, and I'm sorry, and I accidentally kind of bumped him a little. And then otherwise, it was just a really good night. And then I made a couple mistakes on some starts, but Mike Nake and the entire team had a really fast car for us.
Jeremy's a big boy. Don't worry about that. He knows, as he said before, you run him clean, so he considered you run him clean. Jeremy knows, and we talked about this, there's an art of getting a car and getting the guy in front of you loose. The trick is to do it without spinning that car out. That was a success for you tonight, the way you ran Jeremy Doss.
Thank you, yeah. And I'd like to thank my sponsors, Ag Center 59, Richwood Meat, Cal Ag Solutions, and Basilla Farms and Meta Motorsports and everyone for their support.
We look forward to seeing you back next week for the Nut Up Pro Late Models on MAV TV.
Thank you.
Second place tonight, Joey Easton, a sensational drive, Kenny.
Thank you, Outback Andy Foster. Joey, very entertaining. Thank you for that. We've got fans from all over the country that watch this. Jeremy Doss and Joey put on quite a show. All they're saying, wow, unreal, great racing. Huge comment. Yes, 6 p.m. Central California time. Actually, 6 p.m. Central, not Central time, California time. So if you're Central, you're 2 hours away. So it'll be 8 p.m. your time back east if you guys want to chime in. It looks like Outback Andy Foster's got Matt Erickson. Matt Erickson, you were flying. You were the one that needed a caution at the end. Great job there at the tail end of the race. Outback Andy Foster, down to you.
Yeah, down with third place tonight, Matt Erickson, the most winningest driver in the history of late models at Madera Speedway. Matt, not often we see you go spinning down the main straight and went to the back, and that was an arms-up drive for you to get back, and then you in a big battle with Thomas Martin. But man, oh man, I guess you were praying for a restart once you got into that top 4 or 5. You would have loved to restart because I think you would have tracked these guys down. There was some great racing out there tonight.
Yeah, we were running them down. I don't know what happened on the front stretch where I went spinning the opposite way, but we were running them down. Car was good. I got to apologize to Thomas and the John Krebs racing team. I just thought he was going to hit his marks like he did every other lap. I barely touched him. He went around. He knows I don't race that way, and I feel horrible for it. But, the car was good. After I went spinning down the front stretch, the steering wheel was way off. Something's bent, but whatever it was, I think I'm going to find it and leave it and see what we got next week.
Yeah, next week's the TV show. You're a champion in that series. So look forward to seeing you back on MAV TV for the Nut Up Pro Late Models next Saturday night.
Appreciate it.
It'll be kind of weird, too. We're going to live stream that thing, too.
Yeah, that would be pretty weird. We're going to bring our other rocket out here and see what we can do, see if we can stop the 75 car behind me.
And a Matt Erickson type drive tonight. He drives from the back after a spin up to a podium position. What a great night of racing here at Madera Speedway. Kenny Shepard, I'm going to send it back up to you to wrap this up. But what a great way to start the season here at Madera Speedway. Next week, we go to the full TV show. We're going to do a bit of live streaming that. I can't wait to return next Saturday night with the late models.
Thank you, Outback Andy Foster. Thank you, Matt. Fantastic race. Great tune-up. Race fans, if you liked what you saw tonight, wait till next week. I think some of the best racing in the country is at short tracks anywhere in the country. I don't care where you're at. Get out to your short track, support it. They need it more than ever. As soon as you can get fans back, there's other ways you can support, whether it's live stream, small sponsorships, donations if you've got a business. And for joining us tonight, we really appreciate it. And like I said before, this was presented by Nut Up. So go to nutup.com, buy some product, help us, races for cases. We can keep doing these free as long as people are buying product from Nut Up. Also, competition carburetors. Bob up there, he put up $550. Jeremy Doss got a $250 bonus in that. Didn't get it from who was the biggest mover. There was a lot of movers, but there'll be another driver that gets a $250 bonus from competition carburetors. We appreciate that very much. They do a fantastic job and pretty much dominate the industry at this level. So for Outback Andy Foster, Quan, Zach, Matt, that looks pretty tired. Smile, Matt. Thank you. Hung in there, bud. See, I told these guys we'd be done by 9 o'clock. Yeah, we stretched it a little bit. All of you fans that joined us, we appreciate it very much. The race teams, everyone that's worked so hard in these very difficult conditions, our race staff. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for watching. Tune in Short Track TV next Saturday night, 6 p.m. We'll fire it off again. So until next week, have a great week. We'll see you soon at the races.
Right there. Check him on a white flag.
always